Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today, chat? Woo! I hope we're doing well. I hope we're doing well. We are in for another day of Alec Murdaugh. Murdaugh. Billy Fairy Princess, how are you feeling this morning? I feel great. How hungover are you? 0%. 0%. So, whew. I'm a little tired, not terribly tired, but a little tired today. Obviously I had my night show last night. So we're going to get into this whole thing as we go. Oh, excuse me. We'll be joined by Lise Branca in a little bit whenever he's ready. So that's fun. Whew. Whew. Good morning, Gina. How are you? Get to drinking. Oh, we'll hold off on that a little bit. If you don't know, last night Joe and I covered the State of the Union address on my channel on Rumble and on YouTube. Well, for part of it on YouTube, and then we carried over to Rumble and finished it up, and I thought it was a pretty good show. It's frustrating watching the State of the Union because it's frustrating for me to watch a central planner boast about central planning. Like that doesn't do it for me. It's not getting me there, girl. Joe, you gotta really help out and start embracing some actual capitalism instead of government crony corporatism and endorsed state-approved capitalism. I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that a lot. Praying Lesko Brandon doesn't show up. I can't drink as much today because I'm on Pro Vigil this morning. So we have to wait until that is like out of the system pretty much to have more than like one drink. So we're not going to do a drinking game today. Really, which is too bad because those are fun sometimes, but yeah, we're not going to do that. How are you guys? How drunk are you guys? That's the real question, I think, that needs to be asked. I was very happy to educate my friend Joe last night that yes, indeed, carrots do contain carbohydrates. That was fun. You're talking about low carb additions to like beef stew or roast beef. It was pot roast. It's like, well, if you add potatoes and carrots, you're adding carbs. Just like, what carbs? Carrots? Yes. That was interesting. Oh, Christy, good morning. Thank you. Adriana is not drunk. Well, that's good. Having coffee. I dislike coffee very, very much. Oh, man. I should have made some tea this morning. Oh, I had a few minutes. And I was just, I should have made some tea. So, but I forgot. Shoot. Whew. But yeah, I mean, so the State of the Union is really interesting, like taking a step back and looking at it, trying to look at it objectively, trying to give the benefit of the doubt and be deferential. If you like centrally planned economic policies, if you like the idea of government spending a bunch of money to accomplish some whatever the government's goal is, then I guess you probably liked the State of the Union, generally speaking. I mean, he talked quite a bit about how his basically the government expenditures that they're making have done all of these things that they want them to do. Now, whether or not you believe that they're as effective as he said is a completely different question. But I mean, if you are of the idea that yes, I want the federal government to make jobs projects by building a bunch of roads and bridges or doing all this infrastructure work, then yeah, I guess you would like that. I mean, if you want the government to force private companies to source their stuff in America where it will cost more overall and have the government being paying or have the government paying for that, then I guess that's if you want that, that's good. It's so the State of the Union is an interesting bag a lot of times because it's really usually red meat for the party in power, and it's usually not so good for the other party. It's kind of uh, so anyway. I'm not, and I don't want to like put myself off as part of the Republican Party. I'm not. I tend to vote Republican most of the time, but I consider myself a libertarian, not a Libertarian Party member because the Libertarian Party is has not done it for me lately. Although the Mises Caucus guys are very interesting. I think they make some a better showing of libertarianism than what's been going on. I still don't know if they have my vote, but but yeah. So I mean, I guess it's going to really depend. Like most State of the Unions, it's really going to depend on where you vote already. If you like the person in power, you're probably going to like the State of the Union that they present. How do I live on no sleep? Eh, I sleep. I slept between shows and then I slept after my other show. So, hmm. but yeah. Oh man, we got a couple super chats early this morning here. Tom Grawl says, "Here's some money for a couple of those attention pills you're going to need today, so you don't gouge your eyes out." I'm hoping. I mean, I really want them to start solidifying the theory of the case. I really want that to happen. I obviously had a little bit of a rant yesterday that is there where I shit on the jury analysis again. To clarify, no shade on DUI guy and James from court at all. And if you don't know already, since I literally try to be the biggest grifter on the planet, I use grifting as a term of endearment and I use it colloquially to mean whatever the person's thing that they're trying to do is. Like for me, views, local subscribers, super chats, ad revenue, all of those things. That's my grift. That's what I like to do. That's what I want to do. That's my job. DUI guys in a similar boat. James from court, not making money, not monetized. Hopefully he will get monetized at some point. Hopefully he will monetize the work that he does. I think that would be good for him. But he's trying to build up his presence. That's his grift. So, but let me just say this. I like them very much. I very much do not find value in jury analysis in 99% of cases. Now, jury analysis on a legal team, obviously very important. I just don't really care for it in these trials. That being said, I know people in the audience like it, some of them. And so, will I bring them on for it? I don't know. Maybe they want to. We'll see if they want to come back on. But that also said, the other part of that I talked about was being really annoyed with covering this trial. And I saw some comments where people were like, "Why don't you just quit then?" It's like, "Well, because I'm in the story. I want to know. I want to know what the hell happens. I just wish it would happen faster and be more interesting. That's what I want." Cedar stuff, walking it all back. No, not a chance. I hate jury analysis. Completely hate it. I hate that people ask me to bring on the jury analysis stuff. I said this during depth too. It's not like new to this channel. People may not have heard me say it for whatever reason, but no, I'm definitely not going to walk that back. I do not find any value in it. But I like those guys very much. I like them. I just think there's some better places that their efforts would be more interesting, but that's me. I think it would be more interesting, right? Who cares what I think? I don't care what other people think about what I'm doing. So who cares what I think about what they're doing? They should do what they think is the best for them. Um, thank God for body language analysis. Oh God. Hand to God. I shit on that deer in depth too. Hand to God, I did it. Oh my gosh. Hey, what's up, Steve Gosney? I'll send you the link, buddy, in case you get some time later today. I know Steve is very busy being a real lawyer out there doing real good work for people who need it. So he's not. I value every minute of time he's able to bring to the show. I also know he can't do it every day. But Steve, if you get a few minutes later in the day or whatever, you want to come in, talk about what's going on, let me know. Or well, don't, just show up. Just show up. But yeah, to get back to my rambling ADHD point, um, I I hate covering the trial because I want it to move faster. I want the state to make the case. I want it. I want him to be, if he's guilty, I want the state to show me that he's guilty. If this guy murdered his wife and kid and is pulling off like the sociopath thing, I want him gone. I want him on death row. I want him punished in the worst ways. I think he's terrible in that respect, if it's true. I but I also, if he's not, I don't want that. I mean, that should make sense, I think. I hope that makes sense to people. Anyway, and if he's gonna go down for the financial crimes, I don't want him to go down to for murder because of the financial crimes. I want him to go down for murder because it's murder. That's what I want. You want the behavior panel guys to analyze your rant from yesterday would be hilariously meta. They should. Oh, hey, Steve. Hold on. How you doing, brother?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Well, this whole my son says never apply to be a judge again.
No.
It's like I get depressed because it's like you just get rejected after rejected. And it's like, so
that happened then?
Well, I don't know. They didn't fall back, but I assume it is because it's like, people have these. There's people out there that like to whisper dark things about me. People think that I'm likable, but I'm not likable. There's a lot of people that just hate my guts. It might be because
you're tenacious in your argument. Analysis.
Yes, they say I'm hard-headed. I got that criticism from the panel that I was hard-headed. But I mean, but see, I really think I'm judged by a different standard than a lot of people because it's like, there's no judges that aren't hard-headed. Guys, you couldn't be a judge because you're hard-headed.
That's insane.
Every freaking judge is hard-headed. Every lawyer is hard-headed, right? But it's like, but it's a criticism for me. And of course, there's an incident that I had about 12 years ago where I told off the elected state attorney after he fired me, which, exactly does not make you, but that was like a blip in the world. I mean, it was kind of it's a long story. In fact, it's going to be in my next book. I said, I'm going to put it in exactly what happened in my next book because everybody likes it. See, this is the thing, no matter what you accomplish, no matter how much you fight, no matter how much you accomplish, it's like, I know a little secret bit of darkness that I can put the poison in the ear. Right.
Right.
It's ridiculous. But hey, I just wanted to stop by because I said
Morning.
Oh, jeez.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ready for the
Nothing's
jury?
happening yet.
Well, I just wanted to stop by and say hello. I'm taking a mental health day actually to recover from that. And I did want to say I'm about 90+% done with the draft. I don't know. I want to send you a draft.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll send it over whenever you're done. I'd love to read it.
and Vices is going to be abandoning ship on the judges on watching this trial. So I think you're going to get some overflow tomorrow after all his folks, after he gives up from this Chinese water torture trial.
Yeah. Well, and of course on Friday I'm not going to be here. And then I think on Tuesday and Wednesday next week I'm not going to be here. So, or Wednesday, Thursday, might be Wednesday. I can't remember. But yeah, I've got this trial was supposed to be. Steve, do you realize this trial was supposed to be done by like the end of this week?
It's absurd. It's absurd. I mean, did we lose a trial? Oh, and I got to go on Megyn Kelly again Thursday, so I have to kind of pay attention to what's going on. That's why I keep asking, give me the summary. Give me the summary. I'm glad you're covering it because I've got it in the background listening. Yeah.
Says who's covering it when Nick is not here? We'll figure that out. I don't know. Emily Baker, of course, will be still covering it. I like Emily, but I know some people are not big fans of her chat rules. I'm not sure who else will be covering it, but maybe someone will want to take the day, to do it if I'm not around.
You should deputize somebody.
Deputize somebody. Yeah. Maybe it's not that simple, but just the functional aspect of it isn't the easiest thing, but might be there. Otherwise, if someone else is streaming it, I'll direct people their way.
How's the Vegas venue thing working out? Have you got that set yet?
I'm just waiting for the final quote. It looks really good. The sort of initial quote on this last place I checked is great. We're just finalizing all of the sort of amenities and stuff like that. And then once I have that, booking it the second that it's set. And then I'll be able to announce the venue. I'm going to follow up today. I was hoping to get more news yesterday, but I'll follow up today and see what we get out of that. Also, as an early announcement, I have to end this show right before 5:30 Central. I have a call. I think we'll be well done at that point, but that's when I have to end the show today, 5:30 Central.
And I was reading also just this week, a little time reflecting some chat comments and people saying, gee, you guys are really pro-defense. And the thing is every juror and everybody should be pro-defense until the state overcomes its burden beyond a reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
And, that's why we're kind of we want to see the evidence, right?
Thank you. Good morning.
Yep. Absolutely.
Day number 13.
Oh my God. Look at he looks happy about it.
Thank you, sir.
But I am going to check out a little early because this is really a mental health day for me.
Stay as long as you want. Like I said, every minute's appreciated.
Fletcher,
thank you.
Miss Fletcher.
Miss Fletcher's fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay.
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay, we're back to this lady.
Okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what you testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points. But I mean, you pretty much, you said this yesterday, but
Chef Adam says I'm not pro-defense. I'm anti-state.
gunshot primer residue
That works
is not
too.
biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony. So they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
Now we're talking. Let's talk
So
heavy metal.
If gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector port or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yeah. So the gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Okay. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on
Could be
whatever's around
anywhere.
there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet per se.
Okay.
When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, I mean, it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Meadows held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Welcome.
Now, you did some,
You're really quiet.
you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir. there
Megan
is.
Fletcher.
That governs you follow that manual, do you
Oh,
not?
I could do
Yes, I
this.
do.
I could do this.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that. Yes, sir.
And that's a statement of
Boom.
the
Professional.
your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you
I probably spelled their
obtained
name wrong, but
clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you can analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up, they're wet, and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
The
Jeez.
my shirt smells like laundry detergent today.
in any event, you tested after
So she
Ms. Hall,
smelled laundry
Ms. Hall?
detergent in the
Yes, sir.
laundry room,
she did
and
the work.
gunshot residues at a
And
hunting
you
ranch.
located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes,
You were at 3 particles from the shorts,
yes,
no particles from the shoes,
yes.
and there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was
Oh.
one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm?
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today.
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You did lists, you and Ms. Hall or Agent Hall did lists of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we
I see.
collected.
So did you take lists from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections
I see.
and collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there's 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate,
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this to Agent Owen that if Alec Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and he got after shooting, he got in the vehicle that has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had that vehicle
Or
for
from where?
2
Or from
years
whom?
and he'd been out shooting and got in it, that could have deposited 1 particle on the buckle and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car and then he got back in the car and he got transferred GSR on him and he could hit the buckle and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir. That could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do an analysis of a blue rain jacket. You remember that?
Yes, sir. I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing
Right.
guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
And you have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there
Or when it got there.
or when it got there.
What about why it got
Whether
there?
it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
Okay. So Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off this poncho and flipped it over and threw it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun Bo Whoop,
Bo
and it
Whoop, he
laid on
named his
top of this
shotgun?
dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited
Sweet.
38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there is a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if if Bo Whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, it would be
Shotguns are not frequently cleaned.
Bo Whoop. Bo Whoop, BOWHOOP, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years, it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more likely, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
How
I guess then
significant?
you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant. It's just there.
Wait, but you
Yet
can say it
can't
was
38
significant.
is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it.
You have no idea.
One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree with 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways.
Amazing.
Or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is insignificant.
That's why it's not science, folks.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Keep
Well,
on
should you
this.
say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles on there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, not.
But
that it's
1 is
small
not a
but
large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we.
Gunshot
normally.
residue. This is
It's
such useless
about
evidence.
average.
Okay.
Just listen to the state being
Now,
unwilling to. Oh my
In
gosh.
addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Do you remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
He's not using it to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Haphazardly placed.
If
How-
it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure.
You're not
That
sure.
would have had to have been a discussion
Hey.
between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry.
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results.
Now, you, so you remember what you did with the blue tarp? Just put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tarp.
Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there'd been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue. So no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box. Yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
Negative. Or we would have heard.
You were shown photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please?
I'm liking this cross so far.
You had it,
Yep.
now it's going.
She looks kind of terrible.
But it's easy pickings.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why
Here we go.
GSR is almost
Agent
useless
Fletcher, can you
evidence.
see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab net information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the trace department.
Okay, at the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
I see. So Doug, you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer's tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what size this rain jacket is?
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? Kokata?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Can you take that down, please?
Thanks, Doug. Really appreciate that. Good work.
1 second, Your Honor, please.
We've got Speedy, the Unsilent, says, good morning, Nick. I'm on a 2-hour drive to Nashville listening to you while I drive 100 miles in one direction for work. Also, house closes in on the 23rd of this month. Good, man. Keep it up. Congrats on the house.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, poncho, rain jacket.
Is this a district attorney from
Yes,
My
sir.
Cousin Vinny?
You asked about
He looks just like him.
That's what I'm
He does.
responding
And his demeanor, too.
Is
Okay,
that thing
I'll talk loud.
turbocharged?
to. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
and I confused myself yesterday, there were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside.
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14
On the
were on the outside.
inside. On the
Yes, sir.
inside.
And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside's inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm that come in contact with the rain jacket, and you said it's possible, it's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not,
Objection.
What is it? I'm sorry. How do you describe that in your world, everyday living, and then you're examining it? How do you describe
Everyday
Objection
living.
leading.
inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
No.
well, typically people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
Do you not have your next question ready for that? Like you have to write that one down, that complicated answer?
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I think, a hypothetical if
This-
father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck. Would the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
Shame. Shame on this
Wow.
A
prosecutor.
recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, right. You're very technical and precise. Okay.
No,
If you were
she
carrying
isn't, actually.
You had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it. Would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and
Go ahead.
it's a large number.
Unusual because. of
How
the
is 38 a
interior
large
garment
number?
And an unusual number.
Well, a large number.
Object.
The last answer for the record was a large number.
Yes, sir.
This is BS. This goes back to Andrew's burden of proof problem.
Yeah. It could have happened this way. It's not a
Very
conviction.
Briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
The only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rim-fired gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is exactly. I mean, it's really
Call your next witness.
it's true science. I mean, it is science. But the deductions that the lawyers want to make from the findings are useless. So it's okay, yeah, sure. This stuff comes out of a gun and it's located here. But you can't make these kind of deductions that he's trying to make. That, oh, there's 38 Well, and I got told directly by a firearms for a gunshot residue expert from FDLE when I prosecuted that you can't do exactly what this guy's trying to do. It's like, you can't do that. So I'm like, well, what good is it then? He's like, I don't know. So it's like, so he's trying to say, well, because it's 38 and not 1, that means something. It means nothing.
Right. It's crazy.
My name is Annette Griswold.
Southern Brainwater says
Griswold.
Timmy P's head is in his rear so hard his hat is getting jealous.
Ms. Griswold, how you doing today?
Was in the house.
Okay, thank you.
Good. If you would just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and what you
Hey,
do for a
enter,
living.
check private chat.
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life. Graduated from Wade Hampton High School. Went away for college at 18. Ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there. So I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alec Murdaugh,
Which firm are we talking about?
what everybody refers to as PMPED.
And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alec Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner of that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's 2 of us that work for Alec. I've been with him, like I said, the 9 years. And then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alec had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those. And then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff,
I did.
the bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
That's what relevance is that?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly.
But that's the opposite of what the
He
other lady
didn't
said.
keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you were started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the
state's
disbursement sheets, and how does that go about?
Witness order is
After I
always
find
done.
out that a case is settled, I
What
go
is
ahead
this
and
gunshot
start
and this again,
getting
back
my
and forth?
disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know that I'm aware of. And then it goes to Alec and he makes any changes he needs to. And then he would sign, once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was hard to, he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign. But it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there. And when he was, the door was closed and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times and he was just not his normal self or what his normal self used to be.
His son's about to be charged with
tense
best negligent manslaughter.
I don't know how to describe it. It's just,
but probably a vehicular homicide.
That it was the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost. It seemed like, and he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in and it was just like yelled our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, "Who's been in my office?" And we'd be like, "I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies." We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was, that it was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, "No, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge." And I was like, "Well, I don't understand.
You have fried chicken stuck in your
Is it
ears,
the name of
lady?"
the company Forge Consulting. And he told me that he described it to me. He said, "Think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it." So he said, Forge Consulting is the big name. And then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge.
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting. Lots of times I would have to reach out to them and say, "Hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forge." And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting because he was our contact. And he would say, "No, you know what? I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner." He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files. Alec took check to hand deliver because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks because he was, a little aloof sometimes and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost
like
and
his
then we would have to
son.
do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be.
That's
hand
correct.
delivered.
Yes.
Who's saying that?
Alec was.
All right, when you're talking about the defendant or Alec Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in the.
Did you know
listed in the
Alec?
blue jacket.
Did you really know
Right, the
Alec?
record reflect she's identified the defendant.
That'll be on redirect.
How many times? How many times are they going to do that
You
stupid
mentioned, he would
trick?
say that, I'm going to see Gunn. I'm meeting
happened
halfway.
yesterday.
We're going
Especially
to
this guy,
things like
This
that.
particular
Tell the jury
prosecutor.
Again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge.
Not the fake.
Not the Forge.
Are we going to get the? Did you really know him? Did you really know him?
Oh, wait to redirect.
Yeah. Got to finish with it.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would. please.
I was currently working from home. I'd had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planning to come back to the office the following Monday. And on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that, be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
This was the day you were off work.
that's correct. I was working from home, and I could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, so she sends it to me by email or text. I can't remember. And I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge. And I didn't understand how that was happening. And I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before. And so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out, because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? And she said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense
Yes, it did.
on its face.
Yes.
You remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand by.
I have a feeling this is going to be a long testimony that has very little to do with a motive for murder.
We'll show you what's already been admitted to evidence of States 429, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was.
Does it
talking
taste
about.
like laundry detergent?
All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen.
So this is a double murder trial, right?
Apparently, One of them was murdering his company's checking account, though, to be fair.
At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of, always at the back of my mind because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail, but yeah, the explanation worked that he gave me. And so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I've got another one." And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore. And she had sent it over. And once again, it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. Still, she was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this. And I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenario as before. I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario. As you can see on here, the $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's the
about?
Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas More one, it
We'll get
was,
there in a second.
okay.
When you got that call, do you remember where you were the second call?
yeah, the Thomas More, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
All right, I'm still on Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that?
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm gonna show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. Just take a flip through it, if you would, please.
Absolutely.
I didn't ask you to crease it. That was
Yeah,
rude.
this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office. It's almost 5:00 in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement. Alec signs it. They send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury, where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christy draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
Do you take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Not
You know your
anymore.
cases very well.
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it. And not that we can't work in each other's files. We can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct? To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, that where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alec signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alec's handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Craig Morning says, Libertarian Dreamer here. No clue why the party can't effectively articulate the core principles. Income tax is theft, and it mostly impacts lower middle class earners. I'm running locally next cycle in New York burbs. Cool, man. Good luck.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did. What we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did.
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
Yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was 2 co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well. And then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorneys?
Chris Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes,
Expenses?
yes,
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to Alec wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client. And I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
All right. And you're about to say, and I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, "Hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks?" And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, "Hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement." And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when Vicki says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we've received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust, to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Alec the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that to Vicki? Like, come on, why'd you give them to my boss?
Why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm gonna put
Little did you know,
312 that's already
you were
in
getting
evidence,
played.
And this is the page.
Well, they were
on
depositing.
page stamp
Yeah,
2271
make no mistake.
record
Money
up
changed
on the
hands.
screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring
I
that
can.
in?
I can
Michael
see it.
Shomo, how is
tell
any of
the
this
jury what that
relevant?
is?
I thought
That
this was
is
a
the
trial
email I
about
was
financial
talking about,
crimes.
where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they
You
were
think when they get
signed.
to the financial trial, they're going to embed all the murder trial stuff?
Yes.
Did
But
you,
this way, the murders will be motivation for the financial
did,
crimes somehow.
Called the finance in your own firm, said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And
All
so I verified that. And then I asked Vicki, I said, are you positive? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. I'm like, he said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes, and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand. You say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
They were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just
sounds-
kind of like, just shooing me out of his office. Like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple of days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else? Since
Did the stress of this lead to your eating disorder?
Yes.
Oof.
I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie.
Is that when things kind
Seconder,
of blew up?
and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her.
Terrible.
And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, on high alert as well, because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself, and, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, at this point, we want to prove that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she did. She forwarded me an email, and
I'm still on states 312. What's been date stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
it is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
At what time, what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicky Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was, I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation.
Lisa's witness
I
was
sent
smart enough to
this,
tuck a Jimmy
follow-up
John's
on the
large
Strand on
under
June
that,
2nd,
Oh, God.
Moo-moo.
and requesting it again.
knowing this would be a long testimony.
And
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll be back in a little bit if I can. All right.
Vicky Lyman in
Sounds
Chris
good, man.
Wilson's office.
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up. And, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
I wanted your suspicion to be faster. Tall Skinny Geek says, did they just spend all that time to prove that the hunter and owner of all those guns has fired a gun before? I mean, kind of on the GSR. It was crazy. Because if he had GSR anywhere on him, you could get 38 particles inside the vest or inside the raincoat. If it's on his hands, if it's on his shirt, he's picking it up and manipulating it. If he has the gun under the raincoat for whatever reason, maybe to keep the gun dry, you could get transfer there. I mean, there's all sorts of ways it could get there. And I don't know. 38 particles does not sound like a significant amount to me. In all
Microscopic
honesty.
particles.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's a poncho, so it's very common to pull a poncho off and invert it in the taking it off process.
Legal Vices says witness gets paid in Little Debbie donuts. Oh no.
More like Big Debbie donuts.
Vices, do you want to come on, buddy? I didn't know. I heard you were abandoning this, but if you were abandoning it today or tomorrow, I'm not sure.
Exhibit 440
Send him a link.
to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just if, without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicky Lyman.
And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
Is this a text thread where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention anything.
Hold on just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move stakes 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document. Sustain the objection. Did you ultimately text Vicky on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over this situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicky had talked on the phone. Vicky had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she
Can't believe you
instantly got,
excluded
really
evidence.
worried for me. And
How the
my daughter
prosecution
said,
survived this.
Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you. So
Right.
she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was
Why would they
June
fire
2nd,
you over that?
2021. Is
That's correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021.
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
You never know.
Were you at work that
Going
day?
up against
I
concerned.
was.
a big
Yeah.
earning partner.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
I've had to do something similar,
Did
and
you see Jeannie second
when I went to the higher
I
boss,
did. Jeannie had
They
already
told me, "You
told
better be
that she
right,
needed
or you're
she
done
was gonna
here."
Talk to Alec
Yep.
about the Ferris
I was right.
e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day. And so she asked me to let her know when he got it to the office. So when he got to the office,
Then I got his
I
job.
reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did. And we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So
Good thing.
she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look, like hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
Get answers about what?
about those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
Don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I'd turned, Jeannie had everything and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt to his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time, we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, definitely. My phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette. It's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad. It's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? How is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? Is this something aimed at the entire family? And I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family. And
Oh, you're
the
back. I'm
entire
gonna hit the bathroom.
Murdaugh
Be right back.
Okay.
So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is the same dad? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them.
Why would you think Alex's family would be targeted?
I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode,
Mama bear protecting who?
protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in
Oh,
the aftermath?
absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? And that was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact,
She reveal the motive?
the last time you really thought about it in any.
Prosecutor just asked her,
aspect
hey,
until
after the
September.
killings, did the
Yes,
firm
yes, sir.
stop thinking about his financial shenanigans and focus on just caring for him?
And you
So
were more
another,
focused
he
on
killed
helping
them
this
to get him
defendant
30
his
days grace
family
on
in the
the
aftermath of this
investigation into his
tragedy.
finances.
that it happened.
Yes.
The steep price to pay.
and everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, you know, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it and get it out the door. We're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, you know, we were supportive.
For you,
And then we
200%.
had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? You know, because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
She said that she and
Asked you
others
earlier
got
about
pissed
the
off
boat
clients.
case.
Okay.
Before the murders, when the boat case happened.
She did
had
mention
there
their
been
initial
some
concern was somebody targeting
reaction
Alex
and
or his
backlash
family.
in the community?
Yeah.
That'd be a good
against
question on
the
Cross.
defendant and his
Mhm.
family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, you know, her family is, you know, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job. This was my family. And I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alec's aid, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Did the larger community do as well
Yes, they did.
after the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, you know, Alec's talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file. And when I found it, I picked it up. And when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it. And I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And at the bottom, it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
So what did you realize at that
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds. He lied to me. Oh, that feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you States 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
Right. And if you flick up one side and the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. You know,
Mostly hungry.
I was hurt. I was angry.
Oh
I
boy.
just was beside myself. And I was
Doubt it.
a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of. But here it is from March to September. And I find this check that's.
Why would you think you could clarify and take care of this?
And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw
You
the
got
check
'em.
at her. And she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's
what they
one of the
said.
fares checks that doesn't exist.
Why would there be any impression you could clean up the theft of
Anything
client
else or
funds?
start doing anything else when
Or
you came
firm
down with that
funds?
check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check, but when I took her the
I think
check,
if
she was
there's
like,
a
yeah, I just ran a
culture
report
of
yesterday.
doing that, then
And
you
she
could
said,
think that.
one of the attorneys is gonna call Michael Gunn later today. And I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas Moore, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything. And lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that we're going through with Jeannie Seconder, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review. Is that
Of
correct?
course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those, a lot of those disbursements, one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
Ooh, Joe Everyman, have they decided to nail him for murder instead of financial crimes because the partners are all in on it? Prosecution has to know they've got nothing or they'd have shown it by now, right? No, I mean, I think they're still going to nail him on the financial crimes. They seem to have a terrific case against him.
He wasn't subtle.
Yeah, it was not sophisticated. It's literally just like, hey, that check you're supposed to make out to someone else, make that out to me instead. And everybody did it. Only everybody, though. Everybody seemingly asked. Because if he would have asked anybody who said no, they would have been like, dude, that's weird. That's messed up. And probably reported it.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, this text message that Alec sent to me and Christy on September 26th, when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right.
Rehab.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
You knew he was in rehab?
Your Honor, I apologize.
Exhibit 441.
We have the 403 objection and subject to the court prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit, I don't.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Woo. Okay. Riveting. Yet again, we are stuck with the same issues that we've had so far. As soon as the financial crimes became an issue, we don't know at all where the murder is. The murder is gone. The murder plot is lost.
And every theft is a motive for somebody else. He stole from somebody else,
Right.
as well as the firm.
Significant amounts of money, too.
100 grand here, 80 there, 90 there, 125 there. It all adds up. Pretty soon you're talking about real money.
Well, some of those thefts were $2 million. It's insane. Igor Slagathor. Sometimes at certain angles, the defendant kind of reminds me of Gary Busey. Wait a second. Where was Gary Busey at the time of the murders? And Chicago Rest says it could be argued that Paul ruined Alex's life after that boating accident. Everything went downhill after the accident. Marriage trouble with Maggie, and there's a possible motive.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Put it in evidence.
Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections on 404B evidence under 404B and 403. It's nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, which is this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters.
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly, it can be read, and then there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason,
Does he apologize?
Certainly, the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? That he was in rehab and sent an email, and
The email says, I did him so bad.
And just want to be clear from the defense that the part of it, of the testimony that establishes through this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection.
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and to be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab. At this time,
You've already had
Doesn't
significant testimony about his
specifically
opiates.
mention drug use. So have you all review the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
Well, the other testimony has been kind of ambiguous. They mentioned taking pills, but you could take pills for legitimate reasons.
I thought they testified to his opiate addiction.
I'm not sure if we read that into it.
Trying to remember where that came.
Someone mentioned he was nodding off, so we have to be careful that, because of course we know it was opiates.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know where that came from.
I don't remember a witness saying that expressly.
Yeah.
But we hear someone say pills, we hear
we don't
someone
have
saying
any
he's nodding
additional
off, we're
objections, Your Honor.
automatically
We would,
flagging
because
that's his
the very
opioid
additional
addiction.
character that you asked of the court. We asked that the court give, additional limiting construction at some point in time.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Certainly he says, I'm getting better every day, and I mean, that's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean, that's all.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to go there, but it is. When we talk about 404 and
Wouldn't hurt.
It is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense has examined, I believe, Ms. Seconder on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had Chris Wilson, who testified in camera, who will also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant on the the afternoon, I believe it was September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So This is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least, with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant and admissible for that reason.
Well, my concern obviously is that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has the effect of undoing.
It's a complicated case, folks, so I can't remember if any reference to opioids was made during proffer. That doesn't mean it's in evidence.
That's true.
It wasn't mentioned in front of the jury if that's the case. But
Right.
it's been a long trial already. I can't remember exactly when these references are made.
Defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
From the state's perspective, we are trying to,
We're trying to be great.
walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that, we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed in camera. So, I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess, is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying obviously not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of, that the court has already ruled on.
All right. I'll ponder it while we take
Joe?
our break.
Yo.
We'll be in recess for about 15
Is my mic hot?
minutes.
A little bit.
Do not discuss
Let me
your
see. I can turn you down, or do you want to turn you down?
No,
Joe
I trust
Hirschberger.
you.
Okay. This should help take the edge off.
All right.
All right. Well,
I came just in time.
yeah, you came for the most
That's-
exciting part when they're
that's
not
what she
talking.
Yeah.
Oh, what a mess. But back to that Chicago Ray super chat that it could be argued that Paul ruined Alex's life after that boating accident. Everything went downhill, marriage trouble with Maggie, and there's a possible motive. Sure, it could be argued. It's just not in evidence. None of that's in evidence. Like the specter of his life being ruined after the boating accident. Yeah, I guess, but his life was going on pretty well after the boating accident, all things considered. 2.5 years. His son's not even on trial. Nothing's happening with it. He was working on settling some civil lawsuits, of course, against him. But that's kind of
2.5 years, and there's no evidence of animus between him and his son. Not one witness who's come forward and said they argued or screamed or yelled.
Right. So, I mean, again.
And with respect to that civil suit that he was facing, let's face it, he almost certainly had insurance, which would cover probably
No insurance.
There was no insurance on the boat.
$500,000. He was getting sued for $50 million.
Yeah.
So grossly underinsured. He was probably underinsured, by the way, because he ripped off his own insurance company over his housekeeper's death.
Oh.
I mean, he sued himself, got $4 million from the insurance company for the housekeeper's kids. Then, of course, he stole the money for himself.
Right.
But the insurance companies probably said, "Well, we don't want you as a client anymore."
Yeah.
He really is a dick.
Terrible.
He's a terrible person.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, other than that, I mean, today's been pretty slow going. We're still having trouble finding that motive, or at least the state's narrative of the motive. I mean, we can, and this is, I think, the real danger area for the defense is that if the state never presents a motive, they should, the jury's just free to infer their own motives without any evidence of it. I mean, if they just leave it vague enough, the jury can all have different theories on what that motive is, but all come to the conclusion that he murdered Paul and Maggie because of it, or what caused that motive. And there's not much you can really do about that if that's what happens.
Which really should not happen when it's beyond reasonable doubt. You would hope that the jury would be on the same page as to what the motive is, and it'll be like, we believe beyond a reasonable doubt that I'm going to ask you, because I'm not a criminal defense attorney, so I'm going to ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess technically motive is not an element to murder. So
Right.
they don't have to prove motive is what your point is.
Right. They
You
don't
know,
have to prove motive.
they
Although
even-
in a circumstantial evidence case, there
it would seem
is
necessary.
yeah, and there's a rule in South Carolina that basically it has to point to one sort of cohesive plan. You can't have circumstantial evidence in the alternative, so to speak. So
Can you
that's what
clarify
should be
Can you
happening.
clarify what that means?
So like you can't have circumstantial evidence that points to, I guess, this particular course of events, right? But also have circumstantial evidence that would support a different course of events.
Okay.
So
So you can't have, right. So you're saying like circumstantial evidence that he killed them both at the same time rather than he killed one and then came back 10 minutes later and killed the other one. Like
right.
that.
It has to be a cohesive story.
And I guess it sort of makes sense that motive would not be a necessary element to prove because for all we know, he went psycho. He had a psychotic episode. Do I think this is what happened? No. But, no one knows everyone is sitting here questioning what his motive is. And I guess in theory, he could have had some crazy psychotic episode and just started shooting everyone around him and then been perhaps even filled with deep regret afterwards and tried to cover it up. That's definitely possible.
Yeah. And we just can't.
It seems as likely as what the current thing of thought is.
Can you prove it beyond a reasonable doubt?
But that's the point that Nick was just making. You don't need to prove motive beyond a reasonable doubt. There could be no motive. And you have enough circumstantial evidence that he could properly be found guilty, even if you don't have motive. Are you disagreeing with his analysis?
Well, I don't know if it's properly found guilty under the law, but there'd be no way to like really check it because the jury just coming to their own conclusions on it would be something they could do.
Yeah. See, the trouble I have, I mean, of course, a jury can do whatever it wants. But the trouble I have with 100% circumstantial case absent motive is that there exist alternative reasonable hypotheses for how this happened. And if you have that, you don't have guilt beyond a reasonable doubt by definition.
Right. No, I understand that what you're saying that respect to that the absence of motive makes the circumstantial evidence you would hope at least that would make the circumstantial evidence crumble well below reasonable doubt.
Right. Well, not achieve beyond a reasonable doubt. Right.
Right. So my point is when you're looking at the elements of the crime that they are obligated under the law to prove beyond the reasonable doubt, motive is not one of them. You need to show that there's a death beyond a reasonable doubt. You need to show that there was intent or whatever, or that he was the only one who had the access. Well, not the access. You have to show that he's the one who did the actions that led to that person's death beyond the reasonable doubt. But the fact that he had any motivation, but to the point that he had some sort of mens rea of I want to have some sort of benefit from this. You don't need to establish anything of the kind.
I could accept a circumstantial evidence conviction absent a motive if it excluded other reasonable hypotheses for the event. For example, they were killed inside a home where only he was the third person who had the key or
he's
a way
locked
to
in a
access.
house with them, and
right. So there's no other way someone else could have done it. That would be fine, I guess. But we don't have that here. There's lots of people who hated him, lots of people who hated his son.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. I haven't wavered at all in saying that I think the state has so far thoroughly failed to meet their burden as far as proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. Even though I think he probably did do it, I think that absolutely he should be found not guilty because I think that there's so
right.
many
The evidence they have, right. I mean, I think a reasonable person can say he probably did it. I'm not sure. I believe he probably did it, but I don't think it's an unreasonable position. There's certainly enough evidence to look at the guy hard as a suspect, to do an investigation, to have maybe probable cause to bring him to trial for it. But that's far short of what's supposed to be required for an actual conviction.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about is not whether it's legally correct, but whether you get this danger area where something that's not legally correct becomes a conviction just because the jury decided it is.
Well, listen, we all recognize anytime you go to, if you're a defendant in a criminal trial, there's a whatever % chance of getting convicted, no matter how innocent you are, 10%, whatever you want to say the number is, that's the noise in the system. You take that 10%, you add on that this guy stole money from everybody and lots of it. I mean, that alone, what does that do to the noise in the system, right? That's turning up the gain. So what is it now? 40%, regardless of whether the evidence supports it or not. And then, you know, then the vagaries of the jury at that point. It would be a different trial if he hadn't stolen all this money.
Right. Yeah, it'd be a much different trial. In fact, it would probably, they may not have charged it, because I think that their entire strategy hinges on him, on these financial crimes. I think it hinged on them coming in from the start, and that they have real trouble showing any of this without those financial crimes coming through. Or I shouldn't say showing this, but sufficiently prejudicing the system against him. But that's, you know, that's my opinion. But yeah, as far as the legal issues go, I 100% agree. I just don't see the legal case, the merits to this case. But I see a lot of wiggle room for a jury, which is scary. Definitely not. Brandon says, what I miss in the trial is Nick drunk yet? Nope, not drunk yet. Not drinking today, brother. Not drinking today. So I'm on my wake up medicine, so I can't do that anyway. But you know, whew. I wonder if we're going to get anywhere with this witness, though. I mean, are we just going to? People were asking me at some point, you know, how much can they keep asking? I mean, technically, they can ask every witness what they know of every specific financial crime if they know anything about it. So while it does seem absolutely cumulative and ridiculous, they can still do it. They can do it over and over forever. And so, like, some of these witnesses, we can expect to be on there for quite some time. My thing in all this, and I think the defense's job would be to draw out that these people were all helping him do all of these things that none of them should have helped him do. And if I wanted it made out to Forge Consulting, I would have had you put that on there. Put Forge on there. There's no way, by the way, that you send a check to Forge Consulting that it doesn't get deposited into Forge, like the Forge account for Alec Murdaugh. I mean, a bank's going to take that check. So that's, I mean, it's a highly specific request. Working at a bank, like if a check's made out to Forge Consulting and you've got a regular customer who deposits into Forge all the time, like, well, what kind of, well, yeah, it's a consulting company. So they just wrote consulting. There you go. They'll take the check. They're going to take it.
It's not like there's a close inspection of checks or,
but I think Nick's
endorsements.
point is well taken, especially you imagine it's probably some small town bank where people know him and he walks in there and he has clout already. So it's probably not.
I mean, just think you endorse a check. The bank actually knows what your endorsement on the back of a check looks like. The person who's scanning that, they don't know.
No, you look for other weird signs. Again, as a bank teller and then a personal banker who approved, hundreds of thousands of dollars of checks, and also working in a financial firm who also accepted donations for literally hundreds of thousands of dollars or not donations, deposits for hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time and did all the check processing for it. The things you look for on fraudulent checks aren't the endorsement. You look for weird stuff about the endorsement. You don't know what the signature looks like. You look for extra words written on there. You look for where numbers look squeezed in.
Right.
You look for stuff like that. You look for odd dates. One of these checks he deposited was a year old. Banking practice in every bank I've ever worked at or heard of is that you never take a check over 6 months because the negotiable instrument becomes harder to basically dispute past that 6 month period. You can't stop pay a check that's over 6 months old. The stop pay won't work. So once if you're taking a check that's a year old, it could have had a stop pay on it when it was lost, but that stop pay will expire after 6 months. So then the check will process if the bank takes it. They usually won't take them, but this bank did. This bank took everything. Small town, big name. They're going to take the deposits. They're going to do all of the stuff that he asks. He's got relationships. He's a millionaire. Very strong relationships with all these people. But to me, that goes towards all of these people who are assisting him in doing this stuff that they shouldn't be assisting him in doing. And they all seemed to have some They seem now to have some reservations about it in hindsight, but it's like you guys were all complicit.
And it's not just his name; it's also his family legacy. You know, it's not like he's some big shot who came in from nowhere. I mean, he's well entrenched in this region of the world for a century. So it's all the more reason that he's going to get he'll get a bigger dose of credit than probably anyone else. You know, if Donald Trump walked in there, or it's not going to be the same level of credit. Or Johnny Depp walked in there, it wouldn't be the same level of credit as this guy because his family is so well ensconced.
And these checks were not being deposited with Palmetto Bank, so that corrupt enterprise was not part of this facet. This was a Bank of America account, but they're a huge organization. Obviously, they're not familiar with these endorsements and such.
And depending on his relationship with Bank of America and how strong of a relationship it is, if he has generational wealth at that bank, he's going to have a private banker depositing the checks for him, likely. Like he'll go in and he won't go to the teller line. If we're talking the generational wealth that it appears that his family had, tens to hundreds of millions of dollars throughout the years on deposit, if that's with Bank of America in a trust account or something like that, he's going to walk in, he's going to hand a stack of checks to some private banker who's going to run them through into the account. There's going to be almost no questions asked about it because he's got that relationship.
Yeah.
And they're more concerned about protecting that the overall investment in him as a deposit holder than they would be about processing the checks. Now, I don't know if his relationship with Bank of America is like that, but he's got the kind of money and connections where it certainly could be.
Right.
And
at the end of the day, even if it's Bank of America, there's still people who know him. It's
right.
not
Well,
like,
and
it's not a faceless New Yorker who's processing it. It's being processed by some local person who lives in his town.
And I worked at downtown St. Paul, Wells Fargo, which is the private bank branch in Minnesota. So when you went into our branch, it was the downstairs area. You went upstairs. That's the private bank. That's for people with $10 million on deposit or more with the bank, and typically several large credit obligations as well. Those people didn't go through the teller line. They didn't wait next to all the people cashing their checks on Fridays. They didn't do anything like that. In fact, if your relationship was strong enough with Wells, if you had that generational wealth, you got assigned a person who would find babysitters for your kids, who would find dog walkers for your dog, who would get a house sitter, who would probably go house sit for you if you really needed it. That's the type of relationships that these people can get. The banking institution stuff is actually the least surprising to me because the bank is insured against this. And if anything comes back on them, ultimately they don't want that to happen, but they'll be able to recover. But to me, it's all of these other people. It's all these other people and all making questionable decisions about the whole thing. Definitely not. Brandon says they're just holding this show trial because they know he was involved somehow. And even though they can't prove it, we need justice for Maggie. They nail him on the financial crimes and put him away for life, 8 days of the week. Yeah, they should do that. Absolutely. But they've got the murder charge here. Scott Hamilton, could it be possible Alex was the bag man for the partners, meaning behind the scenes deal to get the money out of the trust account and distribute the money undeclared amongst the partners, and he's taking the hit? Absolutely. No evidence of that, but it certainly would be a good theory to run with for the defense. If they could do anything to develop that theory, that would be amazing. Where'd all the money go? Well, you know where the money went, right? This is your, I forget what he called him in Wolf of Wall Street, but it's the guy, like you had these guys who would have accounts and he would give them money, they'd invest, and then they'd pay him out, a big percent, 70% or whatever of the investment returns on the junk stock that he was selling. He'd pump it up through them. Similar stuff could be happening here. We don't know. Definitely not. Brandon says, I said this on Vice's stream, but it's relevant. I know what kind of account this guy has at BOA, probably Merrill Lynch. They offer deferred debit cards and many other extremely liberal lines of credit. Yes, they do. Merrill Lynch has a pretty amazing private account, or I shouldn't say private account, but wealth management account system. It's fantastic. And the benefits for stuff. And again, working at Wells Fargo, which has got the same type of programs, I can tell you, they don't pay fees on anything ever. The people who can afford the fees, they don't have overdrafts. They don't have overdraft protection because they just don't overdraft. If their account runs out of money, they go, oh, well, you got more money coming in, right? Oh, yeah, on Tuesday. Oh, yeah, then just don't worry about it. There's not going to be a fee. There's no ATM fees. There's nothing. They don't pay anything. You do. You guys all pay.
Oh, yeah. Although a long time ago, I actually sued a bank for their fees.
Yeah? How'd that go?
Oh, it was small claims court.
Did you win?
Yes. Well, I basically got them. I brought them to their knees. So because what they would do is this: like if there was like very little money in the account. This is before I was an attorney. If there's very little money in the account, what they would basically do is if you had a check, I would send checks out in advance. So let's say there's $100 in the account, and then and there's a check out there for $120, another check for like $12, another check for like $15, and they all come in the same day. Every time they would take the biggest check first, and then say your account is now negative $20, and then bounce the other two checks, and then bounce that first big check, and hit you with 3 fees for bouncing 3 checks. When you're like, are you kidding me? You decided to process it in this order just so you can hit me with fees 3 times. So
Wells used to do that all the time.
All these banks used to do that. So what I did was I went to small claims court, and I was like, because I had like, I don't know, $1,500 in these bogus fees like that, because I was a kid and stupid. So I took them to small claims court, and one of the things that they announced in small claims court in New York, in Queens County, it was so packed there that they said, look, if this is your first time here in small claims court, we're very busy, so you're gonna have to come back here 3, maybe 4 times. And otherwise, we can send you tonight to an arbitrator. But in order if you go to an arbitrator, both parties have to consent to it. And I'm looking at it like, I'm coming in here myself. They have an attorney they're paying to come in here for this stupidity. There's no way in hell they want to pay an attorney to come back here 4 times. And so, they say, please consult with the adversary to decide whether or not you want to submit to arbitration. And they came over to me. They're like, we don't want to submit to an arbitrator. So I said, oh, believe me, I insist. We're not going to arbitrator. We're going to court. We're coming back here 4 times. And they called me up the next day and basically paid me back all the fees. They were like, they woke up like they were like, wait, we're gonna have to pay an attorney to go in there 4 times. That's more than we have to pay this guy to settle this thing. So, yeah. I fought the law and the law won. Wait, no,
you fought the law and you won. I think.
Yes, even better. That's how I started. That's my pre-attorney court experience. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I dealt with people like that all the time at Wells, where they would write, they do their debit card. Their debit card would do the same thing. It'd process backwards. And it's like they had $100 transaction and 8 coffee purchases or little things like that. And they'd run the $100 one, and then they'd overdraft them on the next 7 charges. It's like, well, if you ran the 7 charges first and then the $100 one, it would have been 1 fee.
That it is admissible under
$35 a pop.
Rule 801 by a party opponent.
So he is bringing this one in.
However, the portion of it that says, when I get out of here is problematic. If the defense would like that portion of it redacted, that would suggest that he's in rehab, and when he gets out of here, he's going to do this or that. We can redact that portion. If the defense does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's where we find ourselves on the defense side. His drug addiction and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, and it didn't really get flushed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crime, and it explains why he did what he did. And it does, in a way, pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes. Now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story. and we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with a murder trial.
That motion is
It's denied.
Thank you.
But the portion,
Thank you.
the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab? As it's part of the res gestae, it may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request it whenever we get in these 404B witness testimony that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's
Why?
testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony.
Why not?
The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Every juncture where evidence of financial crimes is being offered should
Right,
be
so
given.
This exhibit is admitted.
Wow.
You may bring the jury.
Next, they'll bring in Alec's porn history.
He has a midget fetish.
Turns out it's just pictures of Subway sandwiches. It's like, oh God, I love those. Dragon Fighter says, serious question. We had a brief episode where our checking went north of 100K and we moved amounts into other accounts because I read the FDIC was insured up to 100K. How do millionaires do that? Hopefully Sable Breeze will have the problem soon because of her fantastic music available to stream or download on all platforms like what I did there. I do. FDIC deposit insurance, it actually does go north of 100,000 depending on the type of account that you have. But the reality is just that some of those deposits aren't going to be insured and they don't keep large deposit accounts. They move it into other vehicles and instruments.
Right.
As you get, if you're sustaining deposit balances north of 100K, you should probably be moving that stuff into still liquid, but less liquid assets, investment accounts, mutual funds, things, annuities, as we're talking about annuities or life insurance policies, investment trusts, all sorts of other ways to structure that money that has similar to FDIC insurance. Like a lot of your investments and insurance policies will be insured in the same way FDIC insurance applies, just through alternate programs.
Yeah. If you have 6 figures plus in your checking account, you're doing it wrong. Unless you have a really good reason.
Okay.
Well, the jury ran away.
Thank
What
you.
happened?
The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
May it please the court.
Just very quickly, when we left off, states 441 now admitted into evidence. This was a text you received from the defendant. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th.
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
I'm going to have to pop off and make a phone call here in a minute, but I'll be back.
Is this the text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
I only have a couple more questions for you. Before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
How about in the shower?
I bring my phone in the shower.
I want to play for you What's been
It's
admitted
waterproof and I
evidence
use it to play
states
music.
297.
Who is this chick?
Music, huh?
Yes, music.
I have the this info.
The way our bathroom is, there's ventilation in it, and it goes right down to our kids' room. So yes, music. Believe me.
Who is this witness?
It's his
She was
secretary.
Alex's paralegal.
Ooh! I've got my thing. I've got my cool thing. Check this out. Boom! Look at it.
There we go.
Quick cash. Okay. Hey, he's got verses now. Hey, Bubba.
Last word she ever said.
It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come on, Cash. Come on, Cash. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me who you hear
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alec Murdaugh.
and how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
You know him?
See, when they all say 100% sure,
I'm sorry.
if they had never heard the
Going
clip
back
before
to
and it was not in this setting,
case 441.
I doubt they would be so sure.
Yeah.
Can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing
I don't know if
did
this
the
lady's
most
a
damage to
paralegal or a
those
legal
I love
secretary. I
most.
thought she said secretary.
Cross-examination.
Legal Vices will be joining us at the lunch break.
Sweet.
Also, DUI guy and James from court will be here at the lunch break to give us jury analysis. I'm just kidding. They're coming. They're coming. They're absolutely coming. James.
How do you feel about
actually-
that, Nick?
Well, they all know my feelings about it, and they're all surprisingly just fine with my feelings about it. But
Wow.
James is telling me some very other interesting stuff about this case and about like sort of what I'm kind of more interested in
Ms.
is what's
Griswold,
going on around it.
Were you hired by Alec?
And
to
he's
work
got
at-
some stuff to
at the law
talk
firm?
about there.
I was
So,
hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him,
I did.
and you've been working, you worked with him for
About 9 years.
9 years.
Yes, sir.
And 1 second left.
She looks like a secretary was chosen by the wife.
okay, so this was
Took a second.
it's brutal. Okay, I'll put her as paralegal. I guess she said the other one was the other assistant was the secretary. So there we go. Boom.
Moved back to Hampton because your father was ill.
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
The herd was moving.
So you moved your family back, you and your husband, and
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be
Seasonal
closer
migration.
to my dad and help my mom with him.
and you got a job working for a law firm. And did you work exclusively for Mr. Alec Murdaugh?
Yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Alec was who my attorney.
I'll be back in just a second. I got to make
And
this
if you
phone call.
needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run it by Alec?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes,
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. Isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't miss a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day,
He would.
and he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay, and but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming, and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And well,
Should I steal this money?
he
He didn't know the word no.
Appointments
Same
around
thought.
his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life family first. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And you got to know Maggie,
I
did you know?
did. Yes,
And
sir.
and she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday, and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a
And then-
long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed, because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alec wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a
Kill his
guy's
wife.
trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him
I'd
and
be
Maggie.
screwed. I'd take so
him
many
and
trips
Maggie
without
and
my
boys
family
and their significant others.
because my trips are by motorcycle.
And he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
That's a statement against interest
And
right
if
there,
Mr.
brother.
Branstadter's, Maggie's dad couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone. He would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call?
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't they?
They did.
Welcome back.
And did you
Thanks.
meet Mr. and Ms. Branstadter?
I didn't meet him until we had Mr. Randolph he got what
Order
was
the
it?
thumbs up?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the
I'm not
first time
guilty of
I'd ever
murdering
met
Farron,
Maggie
folks.
Stanton's parents.
Oh my God.
The,
I haven't seen her in a while.
and if Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, I mean, he would walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always
yeah.
take their calls. Wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Yes.
Never say, "Oh gosh," tell her I'd call her back. He'd
No,
take the call.
he never put off calls with his family. He always talked to them.
I do notice the mass of the witnesses is increasing one by one.
It's like one of those
We were talking about
one of those
the
YouTube
night that
videos
you
where every
learned
time something happens, it gets faster.
that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
They double
you
in size
thought-
every new financial witness.
When you first got
I mean,
the call,
Farron's
that
not
it
going
was
to
about
testify in
Mr.
this
Randolph.
trial, right? She's not
Correct.
coming up.
And we're talking about
Oh
Randolph
man,
murder.
come on now.
God, that was wrong.
Maggie's dad.
Yes, sir.
Because
And not accurate either. She's
It
much
was well
smaller
known
than this
that,
woman.
that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he in fact did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too. Yes, sir.
And after that, you said that, you know, the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
And that's
And we
what,
rallied around each other because we were scared. We were worried.
right. And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't it?
Yes,
This
sir.
guy does a remarkably good
And,
job on cross garnering sympathy
y'all
for
had to-
Alex from these witnesses.
You know, be careful with comings and goings and that was kind of scary, I think.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door.
In a very
because they
laid
would
back
just
way,
walk
too.
in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it was.
Now the
it was,
fear, the fear of third party
becoming like a
attacks.
daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alec Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did. Yes, sir.
And it wasn't, I mean,
It didn't diminish attention.
and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were. Yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alec Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion and you noticed his demeanor and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards he was more mellow and he would come in the mornings and instead of yelling Christy, Annette, and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure.
I don't think that proves
And
he killed her or didn't kill her.
You had to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents.
Yeah, he would tell me that he would had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-law and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster and with Maggie's parents.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, to Lake Healy or something. Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle.
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy or something like that.
I knew he was either staying with family or, he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle.
Not as far as I know. Yes, sir.
That really doesn't tell us much.
Now, you were asked
Can't return to the
questions
scene of
about
the crime.
Mr. Waters about the
Well,
Ferris
that
matter
tarp.
was the furthest thing from your mind.
Did he go
After
back, retrieve the tarp, retrieve the clothes, retrieve the
murder
guns,
of Maggie and
whatever?
Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seconder and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter, because after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in Alec's office one day looking for a file, and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury
One of
about
those movie moments, right?
how this whole thing put you in a
Like the
bad
file.
spot.
The
and
check just
your
fell
daughter
out.
Said,
Why did it have
You need
big
to,
Chick-fil-A sauce
dust
fingerprints
your
on it?
resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir. Nothing happened to my job.
It's just Alec who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in the evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alec, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you or was it you and
Me and Christy, his other
Christy.
secretary.
the other secretary? And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab?
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, he was.
And I want you to read this to the jury, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay.
please.
Sure. Hey, it's Alec. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Did you really know, Alex?
Mr. Griffin asked you about
It's coming. It's
whether or
coming.
not you were
Oh, yeah.
worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said in response to defense counsel's question that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay.
He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out and he was going to help them.
He was
That's
trusted
not what
by
he
everybody.
wanted.
Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
Did you know?
People came to him for anything like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer,
Yes, he was.
one of the most prominent in the region.
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021 when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Oh, you didn't say it.
Oh.
Thank you. You may step down.
Wow.
You may call your next witness.
Wow.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
This is the Forge Consulting guy.
Michael Gunn.
I hope someone makes a seat for her.
No, she's probably, she might have to be out of the courtroom. No, she's just kind of hanging out there in the back. So maybe she'll just, maybe she's leaving now.
That's where the buffet table is.
Yeah, I would think she's still, they're not asking, but I think she's still held over. You know,
Yeah, I
most of
think
these witnesses are probably still held over for
In case she's called by the defense.
rebuttal or defense or rebuttal.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name.
He should flex an arm every time he says his name.
Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning.
The one in or two ends, you
Where are you
think?
from, Mr. Gunn?
You just said it.
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
All right. Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is
Ooh,
Forge
the
Consulting?
real Forge or the
Forge Consulting, we are
Real
a
one.
settlement planning
I
firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys to help them really try to take.
If you have good connections in this business, do you know how much money you make? It's unreal.
These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death.
Paperwork.
So your company works with law firms.
And the
who
attorneys are bringing you the
represent, people who've
clients.
been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money
Imagine the
to
kickbacks.
make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you
It's a flat
described?
percentage
Yes, sir,
of these
that's
single
still-
premiums. And
When
it's
did you first start
not a
working
bad
for Forge
percent.
Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or
you
did
spelled it
you
with
found
one
it?
N? Okay. let's see.
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved.
He's
in
got
wrongful
party in
death
the
or
back
workers'
here.
compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to the
Insurance
those who've been
companies.
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an
We'd
envelope.
be a
and
mail
sending it on.
carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize, we're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer
No problem.
thereafter.
Yep.
So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's a very, very similar process. It's a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they receive the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier. And there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
Growing tax deferred
No,
is
sir, that would
beautiful.
be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account. And therefore, undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year. And then am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, minus the interest that you
And
got.
as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out
What if
for
he
me?
said no? That'd be
Check shirt
so
and blue
awesome.
jacket up ears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, give or take a few years, 20 years ago, probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly, never met a stranger, just a, generally nice guy.
I made you hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did, as generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so, yes, I worked with his firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with his firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you two to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Hold
Again,
hands.
usually these would be at events.
Pick flowers.
It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over under around 15.
15?
Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
That's not
did
an
you
answer to the
ever,
question.
Go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him. No.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams Brice on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would Forge, under any circumstances, accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to Forge, and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
Why?
You would not take it.
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it, kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. Just, this is how the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alec's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. Not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response, after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember if the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we can say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file.
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation.
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
They never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 21, 2021. Receiving a phone call from.
Mick, you should put a
Lee
banner up.
I do.
With this
I
guy's
had-
name.
Generally,
I put it up and then take it
tell
down
us a little
because
bit
of
about
the subtitles.
Oh, I get it.
Mr. Cope called me.
It's like it-
Asked me if he could trust
Yeah,
me.
fair enough.
Well, asked if he could trust my office as much
I'll
as he
keep it up
trusts
for a little
me.
bit.
Rephrase that. And said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
none of them,
Not a one.
not a single name that he provided to you.
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he
Cool.
called me again.
Thanks,
gave me
Kurt.
another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
I got to get.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting
That's a good trick.
did its banking?
Thanks, Kurt.
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
Really now says he did what he did. Did the lawyer just admit he did the crime? That was on cross of the last witness.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners just to express my condolences and obviously asked them, hope it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I have.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in
Did you
Columbia,
testify that you
Buster's
weren't
in
friends with
Columbia,
this
she's
guy
in
at all?
Hampton, and so she's texting you
Texting his
with
wife?
questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you? Did
Not at the funeral, but after.
you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
It's just really weird. Like, I'm not saying there was an affair. It's just weird that he
Between
testified they weren't
That
friends.
wake,
Everything was
and
professional.
September of
Except I texted his
21,
wife and she
did
loved
you
my
see-
family.
the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him
Where did you see him?
at the Skage conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
At the lawyers' convention in
Yes,
Hilton Head?
yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Was anybody with him?
His brother, John Marvin, was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm, members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and the other one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages just, it's a veteran SEC related wealth management firm.
Do you have any stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
So I guess the entire purpose of this is just to establish that it wasn't a mistake
Did you ever
of some sort.
tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021,
I'm going to make a company
did
called
you have
Fake
any
Forge.
knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Back my own reports and all.
Do you have any knowledge of Alec killing Maggie or Paul? It's just like, again, we're at this weird spot where none of this stuff has anything to do with the murders. Oh boy. K. Carla Wade says the friendliness between them is common with Southern folk that are in similar circles or where circles overlap. I mean, I get it, but you testify that I only know him from professional events or whatever and nothing personal. Well, except when his wife is texting me about all of this stuff. I mean, it's a weird thing because you could say, I was acquaintances with him and his family. Sure. We had some casual conversations. We didn't see each other, not professionally, but we would exchange text messages and stuff like that. You could just say that instead of having a seemingly inconsistent statement. It just bothers me. That's the little stuff that irritates me about it. Because you can tell that they're trying to get a narrative of this completely cold relationship. Alec is abusing the name Forge. He's basically taking from this guy and trying to, he's making him a scapegoat to everybody else, potentially damaging his reputation. So they're trying to keep this like separate thing, but it wasn't separate. I mean, that's, I don't know.
It's all innuendo, insinuation.
I mean, I know a ton of people professionally that I only see professionally that I would still consider friendly or a friend or an acquaintance.
Showing you a document.
Like, there's no problem with that.
Exhibit 335.
Oh, this prosecutor's so
This
annoying.
document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a Forge Consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
Let's see. Really now says licensed financial. Damn it.
Elmo for the Jersey Sea at Richard A. Murdaugh, Sole Prop, DBA Forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
Did you sue him for trademark infringement?
No further questions for this witness.
Licensed financial advisor here. If you
Private
have
defense.
more than living expenses in a checking account, you are doing it wrong. Really now also says, dude may be a finance wizard, but there are 8 to 9 million reasons for other people to kill his wife and kids. 2 guns, 2 shooters. He's a DI for stealing, but not for murdering his wife and kid.
Positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Did some government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, on a contract basis?
And as an employee and as a contract.
Okay. And at one point in time, Alec Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, Monthly? How often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was, even the telephone call, the president would come to Columbia.
And when you come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't
The
know.
reason
I don't
this
know
guy
specifically for that for the Skage stuff, but I do.
is doing all the
Maggie
cross
spending
lately
the
is
night in Columbia, yes.
I'm pretty sure he's the attorney for the financial
Saw them
crimes.
traveling together in Columbia.
And
I mean, you
Harpootlian
said you
is
seen him in Columbia on business reasons.
the
Was
murder
Business
trial.
reasons, his membership on the board and then.
I would say, generally speaking, most of the time when I would see him, it would be because of that. Yes, sir.
And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
3 feet of snow. Yes, sir.
And so you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec.
And
in that period of time?
all the other guests. Yes, sir.
Right. And so, at that point in time, your wife became friends with Maggie and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings. And that could have been just because of the distance between the towns. But yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
See, now you've got an inconsistency that this lawyer's going after.
There's an annual convention.
Didn't have to.
Of the, we used to call it trial lawyers, but.
I still do too.
Yeah. Of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at a hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think maybe they moved it. I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah. So, and there would be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster.
Every time.
And you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
By all accounts.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said he was with his brother, John Marvin?
Yes, sir.
And his son Buster was there too. You remember?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
Right. He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
And people were trying to lift Alec's spirits up and support him during that period of time.
I think so, yes, sir.
1 second,
I don't have anything further. Nothing further from the state.
Thank you,
That's it.
sir.
See, again,
Our
that
next witness.
minor inconsistency is all they ask questions about, because kind of seemed like he was friends with Alec. And I know he said he didn't really know Paul, but the way he described his relationship with Alec was almost purely professional until you drill down into it, which then it wasn't. So it's just weird. And that could have been avoided entirely just by being upfront about, yeah, we were acquaintances outside of the workplace, but there was distance between us. We didn't see each other. That's it. Simple.
Nothing but the truth. So help you God.
It's not Brandon Lesko says, chat, relax. Farron's a big girl. She can take it along with the supersized triple cheeseburger meal and a bucket of KFC. Damn it, dude.
Just that microphone there and spell your last name for the record.
Leave Farron alone. What's wrong with you people?
AK.
Dougie Fresh says, why doesn't the defense frame their question beyond a reasonable doubt?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Hold on.
Also known as SLED. All right, and what is
Oh,
your duties
shit.
there?
I'm a special agent in computer crimes.
All right, and just briefly, what
I-
are your duties entail?
I didn't catch this guy's name.
Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device.
This would be the
that can
car
with
stuff.
evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Just a moment, sir.
All right. So, Dougie Fresh, why doesn't the defense frame their question beyond a reasonable doubt? Did Alex Murdaugh touch this raincoat? Beyond a reasonable doubt, did Alex Murdaugh carry guns in this
Have the jury
raincoat?
go to the jury room for a recess.
That way it plants a seed in the jury. Because it gets really obnoxious. Okay, we got jury recess. There must be an objection to this witness, a specific objection, I'm guessing. He's looking very like, oh, he had like a smug look on his face. It was kind of funny. But yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building.
Oh,
At this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on.
someone probably is trying to drive a boat into the courthouse.
We'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
Oh,
2 hour
gosh,
lunch break.
2 hour lunch break.
Oh my God.
Well, we'll have time to do.
Yeah. Maybe I'll come out to
literally
Minnesota.
whatever.
We can have lunch, Nick.
Jeez.
2 hours.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully, maybe James or Larry or both of them will pop on and let us know what's going on in the courtroom. So we'll have to see. Oh my goodness.
They want to talk to Larry about his jury profiling.
Yeah. Isn't it true that you did jury analysis?
Right. We've had some insight from Nick Rekieta about what you're doing here. By the way, folks, I know some people were concerned that I ejected from the show yesterday because of Nick's rant. That's not why. I love the rant. I thought it was awesome. But sometimes when it gets late in the day, and I know Nick has a night show coming up, I feel like if there's too many guests hanging in, it kind of drags out the show. I just wanted
Sometimes
I
does.
didn't want to be a cause of that. I wanted Nick to be able to get to sleep. So,
Oh my goodness. Whew. I stand by my rant. But again, and I'll clarify that that I very much still like DUI guy. I still very much like James from court. I think they're great. I just think that their skills are could be better used to do other things in the courtroom, even. And I think we'll get some of that today. What's
I
up,
guess
Steve?
DUI
Welcome
guy
back.
should cover the boat suit, though, right? That was a DUI boat.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. I think didn't the guy blow like triple the legal limit though?
Yeah. So what? No big deal. I'm sure Larry can handle it.
So what did I miss? I know I kind of was half. I was pouncing in and out, but see, this is the thing. Let's summarize. Ghazi's gonna be like, let's summarize. Hey, Joe.
So we had the paralegal on. I can't remember what time you left, Steve. Were you here for the paralegal?
I think that was in the middle of yes, that was the middle when I
Anyway, it was just testimony about how Alex diverted funds, unlawfully. Then we had the forged consulting guy. That was more about how Alex diverted funds inappropriately. I thought the cross of both was good. I thought it elicited a lot of sympathy for Alex. He may have stolen money, but he was a family man. His family loved him. The staff liked him. People came to him with problems. He never said no. So just because he's a thief doesn't mean he's evil in all facets of life.
Yeah, and I mean the only damning stuff coming out of any of these witnesses is related to the financial crimes. I mean, that's it. Oh my gosh. We've got real quick, this guy. Look at what we have from Law and Crime. Look at this over here.
Oh, I
on the
thought we
on the
were-
right side. Oh, you can't see my mouse. On the right side, that that obelisk. I trust this guy way less now.
I don't see his copy of Law of Self-Defense on the picture.
What is the obelisk? What is that?
This thing on the right.
Mhm.
It's
Masonic thing?
yeah, it's a Freemason thing. It looks
Freemason.
It is, right?
like. Yeah, it had the Masonic symbol on it. So I don't trust that guy at all.
Oh, that, and I was, like I said, I'm half attention. I'm sorry, I actually work sometimes, but the thing is that this state case, okay, not only do we not have a theme, we don't have a narrative, we don't have a timeline, we also don't have a coherent presentation of the evidence.
Yeah.
It's like we have a financial crimes person, and then there's a gunshot residue expert, then there's a this, and then there's a this. When you're designing a case, you lay it out, or like almost as an outline. Okay, you start with the strongest witness, then let's lay out the facts of the crime scene. Let's say the financial motive thing. You kind of want to put it in some sort of coherent sequence to aid to communication, but we don't have that either in the state case.
Wait, you mean it shouldn't be like Memento?
Yeah.
Really? Isn't it way more exciting this way, where we're like, we don't know where it's going next. We don't even know.
Well,
I like,
Nick, every time they come up, there's a new witness. Nick's like, now who's this guy? I mean, it's like, it could be just from anywhere, right? Oh, this is the gardener, right?
Yeah, I love having acute anterograde amnesia every time this trial's on. It's beautiful. No, it's yeah, there's no narrative structure to it. They have been bringing consistently lately, not always though, a lot of the financial witnesses in a row since they got them in. They all seem to be available at this time. It's kind of weird.
I have a little disagreement with how boring the trial is. And let me say, first of all, the background of it and the overall scope of it is fascinating. It's the state that's boring us, but the financial crime stuff is actually quite interesting to me. I mean, I find it riveting. It's just not relevant. It's like, it doesn't go to the murder. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And I mean, all the way when you explain like these banking things and how the rich people deal their money and the inside of the law firm and how it works, I think that's cool.
Well, we've had some interesting stuff to talk about today related to that. But it's been this. You're right, though. The state is just dragging this stuff and loading us down with numbers and stuff like that. And it's Andrew, you said something I hadn't considered yesterday. You said for if you're the state, you just want to lay out, he stole $8 million from 27 different people. I covered the books. That's what he stole. But instead, the state is hammering each individual person. And my initial thought was, I want the jury to hear over and over how bad this guy was. But on your end, I think your argument, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was something along the lines of, well, they're laying out each potential motive with this, right?
Right. So every harmed person is someone angry, right, who would have a motive to do something bad to Alex or his family. But I think the defense is actually doing even better than that, because I think they're actually eliciting a certain degree of sympathy for him. These people liked Alex. He was not some shithead every day. He was not bad in every facet of his life. Sure, it definitely looks like he stole a lot of money. It's hard to contest that. But, when you needed time off of your family, he never said no, did he? No, he was a family man, right? He loved his wife and son, right? He would schedule work around his son's baseball games. He would take his wife on his business trips with him. I think they're doing a very effective job.
The one testimony was he never missed an event of his kids, never missed a game at all.
Here's an interesting thing, how that's particularly poignant in this case, in that if he's so well known as being, a part of this wealthy elitist family, so they probably his reputation is likely someone who's not really a family man. That's not how you tend to envision an elitist. So they're almost giving an opportunity for these character witnesses that are called by the state. Like these, right. The state is calling all these witnesses to say what a terrible con man, ripoff artist he was. But you're correct in pointing out there's one witness after another who knew him on day-to-day life who was like, no, he's just like you and me. He's just like you and me.
Well,
he's got his kids' baseball games and all this other stuff, which is something that they probably don't picture wealthy, Murdaugh, heir of the Murdaugh fortune, to be doing with his kids.
And a lot of lawyers are assholes. And he doesn't treat his secretary like that. He doesn't treat the staff like that. He doesn't apparently treat anybody bad.
Remember the two theories that the state has. Either he's he's a hothead and he just kind of lost it because the chicken was killed or something and killed them out of some kind of rage, or he's a plotting sociopath that coldly planned this out, which I think is what they're going with. But all of this evidence of like that he was so depressed after the thing and his change, his impact is not indicative of a sociopath. I mean, if he was a sociopath, I don't think he would have changed that much after the death of his son and wife. I don't know. I mean, all of these character statements don't go to somebody who has no care or love for those around him.
That's a very interesting point as well. You know, it's like what are they trying? Because and if you think about the key question they finish with is like, did you really know him? Did you really know him? So what they're basically saying is, okay, so he has a dark side to himself, you know, with respect to these crimes, but that's very different from saying that, like, you know, this guy's a family man all the time who suddenly becomes a psychopath. I mean, that's not even the same ballpark.
And then let's say he snaps, but then to snap right back and he's back to the same old guy. I mean, It's just, you don't just like
10-minute snap.
Yeah, it's just a bad mistake, you know. It just doesn't happen that way. I'm sorry, you know, this guy. I really, it does not comport with my framework or view of people. But you know, I might be completely off, but I don't see the motive narrative is really weak on this, you know.
Are you guys familiar with the charging here as to whether the lesser included is like criminally negligent homicide is included? Because it's very possible they'll be able to say, they'll convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that he's the most likely one to kill them. But we don't know whether he had the mens rea of an intent to kill them. So that maybe it could be like the jury could find to reduce it down to criminally negligent.
I thought they went with all or nothing. Because
whoever killed these people intended to kill them.
Right.
I mean, this is not an accidental shooting.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, well, it could be that one of them was an accidental one. We don't know.
Well, I think the defense is identity. It's not lowered mens rea, right? So you're not gonna ask for those lessers.
But the whole reason for all this financial evidence is supposed to be res geste, right? A reason, a motive for the killing, and the defense is effectively undermining that whole angle.
I guess the whole whoops doesn't really work. So well.
That's a lawyer.
I'm brainstorming while I'm sick. Okay, sometimes I just throw.
Hey, don't say brainstorming.
Yeah, there you go. I apologize.
No, so you're right. That's a lawyer thinking there. It's like, what can we put in here?
Court TV is reporting it's a bomb threat, and so is Law and Crime now. That's the thing, which I think is what everybody kind of figured. DUI guy is apparently live right now talking about it. I guess I could.
That's what I'm saying. Channel. That's what I'm saying. We need James from court to let us know what's happening there. This is where we really could use him.
Yeah, he's probably with DUI guy.
Yeah, probably.
But they have the link, so if they come on, they come on.
I just got to know you. I'm blue. Da be dee but. What does it say?
Oh my gosh, it's that song.
Blue.
The Blue by Eiffel 65.
I don't know. I see you're wearing the Yankees jersey. Did you see the Big Four at Yankee Stadium?
It's a signed jersey from Constantino Martinez.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
So it doesn't have the Anthrax logo on the back. You didn't go see the Big Four at Yankee Stadium?
No, I didn't see the Big Four at Yankee Stadium.
Oh, come on.
No. I'm old school Yankee fan.
Okay.
Our heyday was in the late 90s, before A-Rod showed up.
Well, so here we all are.
Is the bomb that's being threatened the prosecution's presentation of this financial evidence? That's what's bombing.
That's right. It's a bomb. It's not just a threat. It's a threat of a bomb of a case. Well, Nick, how you doing?
I don't know, man. I'm fine. It's just this, this trial. I just want to get to the murder. That's all I want to do. I just want to get to the murder.
Well, but just because we're suffering with the stream, with our chat and everybody else who's watching, I mean, the fact is the financial stuff is interesting. I find it interesting. I mean, it's fascinating to get an insight into this level of law firm and all of the dynamics and the dramas and how they accounted for stuff and how it worked.
Or not.
Yeah. Well, we come in, our expectations are we want to hear about a murder, but we might as well enjoy the part that we're getting on the financial stuff, right?
It wasn't even that. I mean, there's no
just not
level of
juicy.
sophistication here. He set up a Bank of America account in a, using a form of the name of a legitimate company that they would otherwise, be sending monies to. He just waited till his secretary. No wonder he gave his secretary so much time off for family stuff. It's when she was out of the office that he would get these checks cut to him.
Yeah. If I had a choice in the matter, if I had any power over it, I wouldn't want to hear any of it. But I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to tell you too. What was something else I was thinking? Oh, I saw an objection. I'm sorry, I'm sort of in and out on this one, but there was an objection to something coming in, and the defense lawyer was saying, well, see, this is the problem the defense is in, right? Oh, I know, it was on the drug use redaction, right? And in order to defend against the allegations that are contained within there, right? In order to defend against the financial crimes, we need the drug use, because the reason for the financial crimes maybe is the drug use, but it's not a defense against the murder. So now we are now put in this dilemma of whether to bring it in to defend against the financial crimes or not bring it in to defend against the murder. So we are in an impossible situation as a defense and put on the horns of this dilemma. What that does, now, why is he saying that? Because he is creating harm in the admission of the financial crimes data, because the judge has let in all this financial crime stuff that they're saying is not relevant to the overall case. Well, the appellate courts will look at that and say, well, it's harmless. It's abuse of discretion. There's no harm in it. It was the state's theory and it was motive and it didn't hurt the defense. All right. But see, now by laying that predicate in, now here's a specific thing that is saying, yes, this harms our case. This caused us, put us in a no-win situation to defend. Therefore, it gives some heft for an appeal.
Well, we have a wrinkle here, right? Because initially the defense said, well, we don't want that in. And the state said, well, look, we're not pushing it hard, but we just want to give in basically his confession that he did things that hurt people. We're not pushing the drug thing hard. But once it was coming into that degree, the defense picked up the ball and ran with it. I mean, they brought up on cross, he was in rehab, wasn't he? Yes, that's my understanding. This came, from the drugs and blah, blah, blah. So does that become an invited error at that point?
Well, see, this is the type of thing you hash out on appeal.
And it was a clever move by the defense, because I think the way that text was written was in a very sympathetic way to the defendant. But to get it, they just had to read the whole thing. So they redacted. Not only did they not redact any of it, they got it all in at their request.
Right, and these are typical discussions and things that you have about what's the right way to move the chess pieces forward, and it gets really, really convoluted. This financial crimes thing, I really do feel like it's overwhelming the murder trial, and it could be such. I mean, at this point, I would say if it stopped right now and I had this on appeal, he gets convicted, I'd make that a merit point. I'd make it a merit point that it shouldn't have been let in. And that basically that the financial crimes testimony has overwhelmed anything to do with the murders, and therefore he was not given a fair trial. The prejudicial effect was greater than the probative value.
Right. And it kind of looks like it is until we get probative value, right? Like that would be the trick for the state, is to turn all of this into probative value to motive, which we haven't seen anything yet.
If anything, I've seen the reverse. Every financial witness that comes up on cross-examination testifies about how much this defendant loved his family.
Well, if that's the case, it's not that prejudicial, right?
Well, that's just the thing. You'd say, well, it helps you, but yes, throw me in that briar patch. But on appeal, you're going to say it was prejudicial, and
because you're appealing because you got convicted.
I don't think. You see, I'm trying to figure out if the appellate court would actually consider the fact of maybe it was the wrong call, but there was benefit to you as well, as far as I don't think they would consider that, though. I don't know that they wouldn't. I don't think that should be considered. Just because they're able to turn lemons into lemonade doesn't mean that those lemons weren't.
And it didn't work
there. Right. And obviously,
because
right.
you got
If you lost,
convicted. That's
if
why
you're
you're appealing.
Right.
Right.
If you're appealing, it means it didn't work. Yeah.
Well, also, I wanted to say too that we keep talking about abuse of discretion is the standard, right? And that is true. That is the general standard, and that is as in contrast to the de novo standard, which is a fresh look by the appellate court. Instead, the appellate court looks to it as, did the trial judge abuse his discretion? And there's a lot of appellate judges. Appellate judges come from the trial bench generally, sadly,
Yep.
which is a big mark against me, by the way, because I'm not a trial judge. But I think it's a problem because you get a monolithic group and they all sit around saying, oh, a trial judge would never abuse his discretion because we're all one big brethren. You need some people throwing some rocks into that whole dynamic. But the abuse of discretion standard in a criminal case is attenuated. It is not strictly abuse of discretion. I'll send you I've got it in a brief and I use it as a longer version. You can also say it's abuse of discretion, but in a criminal context, it must be much tightly constrained. I'll shoot you that abuse of discretion.
Look, this could be my head cold talking, but I want to pitch to your brain a question that just floated through my mind, and tell me if this strengthens the appeal. Okay, seeing as motive is not an element that is necessary for the state to prove in order to convict him. So giving additional leeway about potentially inflammatory evidence to enable the state to prove motive, which is not a necessary element, is a far more egregious error. Meaning, if you're going to risk inflaming the jury, at least let the risk be because the state needs to bring this in here in order to prove their case. But since motive is not a necessary element for the state to prove, the court should be that much more careful about not allowing that evidence to come in and risk inflaming the jury with prejudicial rather than probative evidence.
See, Joe, you're a good attorney. Right? You should come over to the criminal side.
I'm right here with you.
That's a really good question, and actually, it reminds me of something that my friend Ryan Bellinger is talking about in evidence class that Andrew American Law Courses is teaching, and he's kind of our go-to evidence guy in the office, and he's teaching that. He's brilliant, and one of the things that he says is that evidence and relevance, let me see if I can get it right, is a creature of the pleadings. And so your point is that if it does not go to an element, then it is not relevant. Yes. And that's a very good point. And I'd have to run it through the evidentiary grinder to think that, because that's sort of the first question. And, we're skipping ahead to the second question, which is the probative value greater than the prejudicial effect? But in your case, you're saying no, but it doesn't even go to an element of the crime. Therefore, it should not pass that first test, or at least have a lowered. That's an interesting question. I would
this
like to
judge
ask
has bought into the res geste argument around that it's another crime that's intrinsic to this crime, the commission of this crime.
But it's in no way intrinsic.
I don't see it.
Well,
it's not.
I don't see it, but that's
the crime,
the state's theory, and they're writing it, and they're using that as justification to get it in. Even though it's bullshit and everybody knows it, the judge can't say it's bullshit because that's the state's case to put on. So if they want to throw up the weak trial balloon, and then it's up to the jury, do they buy it?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm afraid I'm going to have to duck out for an hour or so. Sorry about that. Something just came up at home, but I'll pop back in afterwards.
Later,
hopefully before lunch is over.
See you, Andrew.
All right.
See you. Bye.
See ya.
I had to earn back some credit after that whole criminally negligent record.
Hey, Sean.
What's up, Sean?
No, that was good, Joe. I like that. I'm going to have to really. I wish I could talk to Ryan about that. That's a very interesting question. I'm going to think about it.
Thank you.
And Joe, I was listening to you. That's a good argument. I made that similar arguments before.
Well,
sometimes they've worked, sometimes they haven't.
Yeah, it's up to the judge, but see, this judge is so permissive. And see, I got a problem with that because the judge is a gatekeeper. And, he's just got this idea, just let everybody go and let her put it all in there. Then why have any law? Why not just say they can say whatever they want and they can say whatever they want and that's it. There's no legal filter.
By that logic, the defense should be allowed to bring in any possible evidence to establish that any other human could have done it. It's like, let's bring in, it's like we should just be, if you're going to be if you're not going to be a gatekeeper for the prosecution, you shouldn't be a gatekeeper for the defense. And
everybody in the county had an unaccounted for alibi.
Yeah, anyone in the county. Hey, did you have this person had no alibi for where they were that evening? Just letting the jury know. Just letting the jury know. Like, if you're not gonna be a gatekeeper, let's let in everything here.
Mm-hmm. So I missed the part. So there was a threat to the courthouse. Is that what happened?
Yeah, there's reportedly a bomb threat.
Oh.
And the courthouse has been evacuated.
I was gonna say these jurors are fucking determined to get out of jury.
Yeah, it's probably the jury.
Yeah,
they're dialing the phone. Like,
Yeah,
"Get
they
the hell
trace
outta
it
here."
back to the jury room.
No, they trace it back to the guy who left for the ER. He's like, I'm going to do them a solid.
Yeah.
Get them out of there.
Great.
Someone was asking if this happens often. I don't think it typically happens often, but I think it's becoming more and more common with social media coverage of trials.
Mm-hmm.
And also the types of trials that we're seeing this happen with are not like random trials. Like this is going to be the biggest trial in this county for, years.
Maybe ever.
Right. It could be the biggest trial ever. Same thing we saw with like Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. I mean, these are, once in a generation, at least for the venue trials, Depp and Rittenhouse being nationwide sort of generational cases. But yeah, I mean, this Murdaugh family is so entrenched in this area, and there's so many connections, and there's so many people who don't like him. There's probably people, I know it's really unpopular to say, but there's probably a bunch of people who really do still like him.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that's going to get factored into the likelihood of something like this happening. Like that's what this is.
Yeah, this
So-
doesn't happen like when I have I got a trial in like 2 weeks. We're not going to get, somebody's not calling in threats to the courthouse. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's only because this is on TV.
I just want to give a heads up to all the people from Legal Vices who rated into you right now and tell you,
Yeah.
welcome aboard to
love the
Recata
Vice
Law
Squad.
here. And it's very cool of you, Legal Vices, to kick everyone over here. And hopefully we get to see you come in here by lunch. And if you haven't hit the like and subscribe yet, well, then what do just
What are you even doing
pass
with your
the time.
life?
Yeah. What's
Hey,
your
the
purpose?
Vice Squad is awesome. I love the Vice Squad people. He's got a great community over there, and I'm really, yeah. Shizzy Woodnut. Oh, I gotta, tonight I'm going to be testing out my second live stream after the Nick Rekieta stream. I'm going to do a follow on and do a little live stream
after this one,
after your long stream.
Okay, I thought you were saying like after my stream tonight. I was like, "Are you crazy, Steve? What are you doing? You could start at 2 a.m?"
No. After this stream ends, I'm gonna jump over and try to do it. Hopefully, some of my buddies, Valhalla Waits, Mighty Beats, will help me out. But I've got a really cool interview at 3:00 on Friday, 3:00 Eastern Standard Time, with Dr. Rebecca Peck, and we're going to talk about life issues and her faith. It's really it's going to be a great interview, and I wanted to live stream that, but. Anyways, if you got any of you guys in the chat after we get done here, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to stay on or off, but I'm going to try to do this after the Vice stream illegal. It's sort of, it may completely flop. I did it once and it worked. This whole thing that you do, Nick.
Yeah.
What do you call this thing that you do?
I don't know.
I think it's podcasting.
What are you
I
doing
guess.
with your life exactly? What do you all? What? Come on! What do you all?
I
you guys do
literally,
in your life?
I
Come
never
on.
know. I never know.
If anyone can get me in touch with Dr. Anita B. Eating, I would happily bring her on my show.
Who?
Dr. Anita B. Eating.
Who's
Yeah,
that?
it's
Oh,
a parody Twitter account.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, no,
she-
it's
she's-
oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. No, you go.
I was just gonna change subjects so you can
No,
finish yours.
there wasn't much more to milk from that.
And now it's dead.
Yeah.
Now it's dead like a Murdaugh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Well, there's some chats I'd like to read while we have some time here to kind of keep up. If you guys didn't know, oh wait, hey, what's up, Jeff? We swapped out Sean for
there
Jeff.
he is, Jeff.
It's the same guy.
Can I address something that I've noticed a lot of people saying about me, and I just want to kill a certain misconception that a lot of people have been saying in my channel, and I see people in your chat saying it. Okay.
No, I know you're straight. You don't need to explain.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So about Emily Baker, I have said since the day I met her, every time I saw her, and every day since, that I think that she is an incredibly intelligent, talented, and incredibly experienced and entertaining individual. I love her. I have deep respect for her. I've gone so far
Oh
as to
God.
say, I've gone so far as to say that if I had to pick anyone from our genre, what we do, that I had to oppose in court, that I would not want to face, she would be the very top of the list. That is how that I don't think I could give a higher compliment to that. Recently, I made a comment where I speculated that I think it's possible that she pays for some love from the algorithm. A lot of people say that that's me saying that she buys subs. I don't think she buys subs. I don't think that is buying subs. To me, the algorithm is like advertising. You can have the most talent in the world. You can be the most talented person. And if you're not being fed toward new people, much like if you don't advertise about a phenomenal movie, no one's going to go to the movie because they're not going to know about it. Similarly, a good algorithm will help you attract new people rather than if you have a depressed algorithm that will chill new people from ever hearing of you or finding you. So I speculated that it's possible that she actually, much as Ben Shapiro, who I respect as being a very talented podcaster, whatever it is that he does, and he pays a lot of money. So I said and I wouldn't be embarrassed to say it to her. I don't think it would be stupid if she did do it. I think it's advertising money. I think it would be a wise investment. I actually think that Nick should consider doing it. I don't think I'm at a stage that it makes sense for me, but I speculated that. People say that was me claiming some sort of shortcoming in Emily, or that she buys her subs. No, I don't think she buys any of her subs. I think she works her tail off and delivers a phenomenal product. Excellent. I have no criticism of, and then she happens to be incredibly intelligent and entertaining. My point was, it's possible, and I'm not. It's not an accusatory thing. I was speculating. It's possible that she did a lot. I wouldn't be shocked if she invested money to get some love from the algorithm. Now, some people look at that as a slight against Emily Baker. I'll tell you right now, I would say it to her that if I didn't know better, I would assume that you're investing in some advertising there. And that's not a lack of respect for you as an attorney or as an entertainer. It's a matter of me saying, wow, you're really blessed with the algorithm, and I'm glad you are, because I love you. I love your product. So,
Joe, you went on too long. You ruined my joke. James from court is here. I was going to say, hey, I'm going to use this time to give you my jury analysis breakdown. Now James from court's here, so I can't make the joke. You ruined my joke, Joe.
Way to go, Joe. Ruining everything. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
I'm fine. I'm out in my car because we just got evacuated for a bomb threat.
Right.
Yeah.
Is everything seems safe
Yeah.
though? Like I see some video. People are outside like running around and being kind of crazy. But is there a feeling that this is legit? I mean, obviously you take caution, but
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, knowing how high profile this is, I think it could just be someone, wanting to cause a scene. It could be even something to mess up the proceedings of the day. I don't know. I will say that the jury and Alex Murdaugh were rushed away rather quickly with police escorts. So, I mean, maybe that's just precaution, like protocol, but they took it serious enough. And the bailiffs in the room seemed to be really nervous up to the leading moments of when the other bailiffs came in and had the judge order the jury and everyone out.
But he's not in custody, is he? Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Alec? Yeah, he's in.
Murdaugh?
He's in
Oh, yeah.
custody. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just like to give a sincere fuck you to anyone that's trying to make this trial longer.
Yeah. Now, I've heard speculation that the bomb threat may be because the guy that Alec Murdaugh hired was supposed to testify today. Have you heard anything about
Eddie.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Eddie.
Whatever.
Actually, I heard the bomb threat was made by Vice's liver.
Hell no. It's celebrating this trial.
Ticking.
I don't know if it was about that. I did hear that as well. I also heard that he might not be testifying today. So I heard two different things. Knowing how slow they are, he probably wouldn't have gotten to testifying today.
I hope everyone is okay, but I gotta say that with everything that happened in this crazy story with the Murdaughs, if the courthouse actually blew up today, and hopefully no one gets hurt, it would not be like remotely surprising.
Yeah, if there were
That would
no
be like
casualties
that would be
from
the
it.
that would be the
Right, that's what I'm
Hollywood
saying.
ending with everybody
clear-
inside and it
Yeah.
collapses. That'd be the
Everyone
great ending.
clears out.
Yeah.
Everyone clears out. We're not looking to see like some sort of Game of Thrones thing here, but everyone clears
And then
out.
he's running off into the distance without the cuffs. Like that would be up into the distance. Never
Yeah.
That'd be a good ending to the movie.
With the cord exploding in the background and
Yeah.
he's just walking away.
I got away with it. What else we got there, Nick?
It's not. Brandon Lesko says, I don't detect a single Y chromosome in this good logic soliloquy.
Okay. All right. You know what? If you knew how many times I've heard people whining and moping, I'm like, what the hell are you even talking about?
I
Would
would
I
describe
be-
it as. Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry,
all this lawsuit drama stuff, man. I'm like, I don't want to be involved. I don't even know who this person is. I hate to say it. I'm like not included in.
Emily's
know-
awesome.
I
Steve.
haven't
Two
seen her.
things.
You know, who
I love
know?
that like none of us have serious like subtitles under our names. Everybody's just like fucking around with the subtitles. I like that. And number two, I would describe it as Emily. Emily, she's the headquarters for the true crime aficionados, and Nick is the home base for the people that make fun of those people.
The only people I know are the people that are like around me. They come in, oh, hey, how you doing, Joe? Hey, I mean, it's like I don't know any of these. I don't watch this stuff.
Hi, Sean.
But thank you for. It's fun to be involved in the drama. Maybe I got to start with drama. Hey, Joe, man, I heard you're buying
Stop.
subs.
No, Steve. No,
What?
trust me. No, don't do it. It's never worth it. It's
Steve,
never worth
you
it.
need a YouTube channel first.
I don't want to.
He's got a Rumble channel.
I got a Rumble channel. Rumble.
At least get a
only.
fucking Twitter so we don't have to email you conversations.
Oh, Farmhand Tom, my buddy, Farmhand Tom, the greatest guy on earth. I love this guy.
Oh my gosh.
Built. I know it's starting to get a little, but he built my new website, stevegosney.com, and I've got yeah, it's really cool. You should check it out. But it's got like all of this. Now I've got all these emails. I've got like more emails to check. I don't want more. I want less. I want like one. But now I got this phone and I've got this like 5 emails now, and I hate it.
You got 5 emails, you poor bastard.
Yeah, I mean it's like I just want life to be simple.
I just noticed Sean's subtitle.
What does it say? I can't read it.
Jury
Professional
analyst.
jury analyst. I didn't see that one. Dang it.
I just love it. They're all just total jokes on the whole entire system. I just love it. I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders since I pulled the ripcord on this damn thing today, just a few minutes ago.
No obligations.
Dude, it's so
Yeah.
long of a trial. It is, and I mean, there's no end in sight. There's no end in sight for this because we're supposed to be done with this trial by Friday. That was the schedule. And so maybe you could think jury deliberations go into early next week, something like that.
Nowhere near.
But yeah, the state's not going to, I don't think the state's even going to rest by Friday. I don't think we have any chance. And the defense is going to run. I mean, the defense has got to run a 2 to 3 week defense. If the state runs a 3 to 4 week case, the defense is going to have to do the same thing.
Yeah. I think the prosecution is going to go 2 or 3 more weeks.
Yeah, it's
No,
possible.
please don't say that. Please. I can't stay here that long.
James, how's your travel budget doing, buddy?
Well, yeah, it's getting low, which is why I'm happy to say that I am basically almost through the monetization process. I just got to get approved, but I have enough hours and all that now, so I can start doing the super
There you
chats
go.
and grifting my way into
Wait,
actually making money off these trials.
On YouTube?
Yes.
DM me the link to your channel.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah, I will. I don't know if I can help, if it will work, but I will send you over to my rep and say, hey, this guy should get monetization right away. He's good. His content's good. And people love him a lot. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
If I can offer any expedition through my rep, I will. So that's.
You're in the court. You're in the courtroom, James.
Well, not right now.
Well, not right now. I'm in my car right now.
Steve.
You should go squat at the Murdaugh's house. Go squat on the ranch. That'd be great content.
Yeah, right.
They can't find you. It's 1,700 acres. I mean, you can just
What's up, Kurt?
screw around.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Good to
Kurt?
see everyone. Saw
What's
Vice
up?
is in James from Court were on, so I thought I'd pop on for a little minute.
I'm happy because
Hey.
I'm no longer streaming this shit show and I can come and go as I please and let other people suffer.
Yeah, no, dude, it's been a lot more pleasant just being in the chat and just listening rather than having to be on phone, on camera the whole time and just be like,
Exactly.
Ooh. Yeah, some of it
James,
is
on a scale of 1 to 10, how much have you lost the will to live during this trial?
Wait, who are you
A
asking?
good
Everyone?
90%, actually. I'm
Right.
thinking
It's
if
tough.
Alex Murdaugh and I want to trade places, I'll go to jail and he can just walk free.
It's the most basic of economic considerations. Return on investment, baby. It ain't there.
Yeah. So
I've already
James-
confessed to the murder on my stream just to make this end.
You do it.
James, I got two questions for you. One, the second question is what you talked to me about earlier. So, but we can backburn that one. The first one is, have you talked to anybody in the gallery of the courtroom? Like, what's the feel about it? What are any other reporters saying? Stuff that's not getting broadcast. Have you gotten any sort of sentiments about what people think there?
Yeah, well, a lot of people in the gallery show up with a specific purpose. Either they followed this case specifically via podcast or, I mean, YouTube, a lot of them as well. So they are invested in the trial. A lot of them are part of either the defense or the prosecution as well. I've seen family members from the attorney general, family members. One of the lawyers, I guess it was one of their first big cases, and her family member showed up. Also, the defense, I've had people who just come up because they support the Murdaughs, and they'll walk up to them and say, I support you all, and shake hands with them. It's very weird. It feels like a big kind of family affair because the Murdaughs, some of them will walk back into the general audience section and shake hands with people and things like that. The media, they're very squirrely. They're all like talking to each other. They're all talking to the defense and prosecution. They're all like handing notes to each other. It's very much like a hierarchy too. Like when Nancy Grace was there, it was like, oh, Nancy Grace, she got her own row. You know what I mean? She was like having the behind the scenes conversations with everyone.
Ugh.
So
Nancy
it feels
Grace
a
was
lot
the
like a
first one who
circus.
testified today.
I'm sorry?
Joe?
Which one was Nancy Grace? I didn't get named.
Exactly, yeah.
I didn't get named.
Hopefully someone was calling in the bomb threat to get rid of her.
What's
could have
up,
been her.
Larry?
I mean, she wasn't in.
Welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey man, how you doing? Here comes the fake jury announcer, the DUI guy.
Yeah. I gave you a new title on my on StreamYard there. It says if it ain't 0.08, you're doing great.
Nice.
Oh, I love that. Thanks, bro.
You're not stealing
How
my
you guys
job,
doing?
buddy.
Are you all up to speed? Did James catch you all up?
Yeah, we got an apparent bomb threat. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many times did you call in a bomb threat to get a break from the trial?
How many times did I what?
Never mind. Don't answer the question. An advice of counsel.
Oh, you're trying to set me up. I see how it is. No, it's I mean, I've talked to, by the way, those of you who are not in the live that I just got off of, like less than 20 minutes total, like a couple minutes ago, go watch it. I'm not joking. I'm not trying to just like get subs or views on my channel. I was talking to this
get
girl.
you subs and views.
Her name's Tiff. I mean, obviously I'm trying to, but this is not the purpose of this plug. This girl goes by the name of Tiffany. She was standing outside. I was walking around with my camera, just kind of talking to the chat, talking to my camera, and she just kind of started talking to me, and I started talking to her. Apparently, according to her, and she seems pretty informed, she's been following this trial for about 4 years, not trial, but the Murdaugh situation for about 4 years, since 2019. And she's got some good stuff, some good intel. So go check it out so I don't have to just like repeat it here. But it's really, really good.
Yeah, that's why I didn't stream snipe you, because I wanted people to go watch. So.
Oh, you're all good, man. I wouldn't mind. I don't care.
Well, now it's too late.
Well, now it's too late. Yes. Fair enough.
Do it again.
But for
That way we
future
can stream
reference,
check
I
you.
don't mind.
Okay. We'll but everybody should go. I'm gonna have to get everybody's YouTube channels in the description here. I'll do that in a minute. But yeah, everybody should definitely go check that out. And watch that interview if you want some inside info on the Murdaughs.
It looks so warm there.
Yeah, it's not warm here. Actually, we got a warm day today. I think I'm north of freezing here. We got wait, that was 2 hours ago. What's the temp now? Oh my gosh.
Here
34.
It feels like 65 because I'm wearing a sweater and I'm hot.
I despise you. Right
It's
now.
it's about 40 here, so
I'm like an
I guess
hour
we're still
north of
doing good.
Georgia. Like I'm an hour north of Savannah to give you an idea of how warm it could be, you know.
Yeah, we're 78 in Daytona.
You know
Shut
what,
up,
Steve?
I'm just saying, you know.
Steve, I'm going to need you to defend me in your murder. Talking like that. Yeah, can you pre-write my appeal? That would be great. That would be great. So James and DUI guy, I guess while I have you here, what's the biggest takeaway you guys have from today other than the bomb threat?
James, you go first.
Did the jury look engaged?
Yeah, today I think obviously the threat, but the courthouse is packed. So I think the hype or whatever, the interest is increasing in it as the witnesses change, become less technical, more like about the family. No jury analysis, of course. So about the court, we've got the family members there. Everyone seems a little bit more serious than some other times. Nick and everyone, I think you'll appreciate this. 4th row behind Murdaugh, on the end of the row. Look out for her.
The lady in the red dress.
I don't think she's wearing a red dress.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
She's wearing, yeah, because I didn't notice something bright. She's on Murdaugh's side on the very end. She's like, I think in the 4th row behind him.
Oh, she's on Murdaugh's side. Okay.
Yeah.
Why are we looking out for her?
She's a hot young blonde girl. I figured you would appreciate that. You're always looking for them in your chats. I see.
thought you were gonna say, yeah, look for her. She's cute, but here's the thing that okay, but no, I got it.
That's what I was waiting for. I was like, damn, James got some hot intel that I didn't even know about. He does have some hot
I think
intel.
those rows
This
are
is
part of
wearing
the
heels.
family.
That was the game we played on my final stream until the defense takes over. It was a spot Chanley, spot DUI guy, and spot James. That was what we did to keep ourselves
Where's
entertained.
Waldo with in the murder trial?
Pretty much.
So to answer, I think it was Joe's question. The jury is bored out of their fucking skulls to the point where some of them are rocking back and forth in their chair all day. The paralegal, Michael Gunn, up until the cop, everything was so mellow, boring, repetitive. They all heard it already. Because see, here's the thing. The prosecution has to build their case. You guys are lawyers. You understand this. Jurors are people. They don't get this shit. They're like, well, maybe they're doing their job, but I am bored. They got the concept.
I'm bored.
He stole the money. He's a thief. He embezzled, blah, blah, blah. We get it. Okay, move on to the next point. But they keep hammering the same thing over and over. The jury already got it. They're just building the record. They're making sure all the pieces are together. The puzzle is complete before they move on to the next witness. And the problem with that is jurors tune out. They get bored. They stop listening. They don't appear engaged at all, in my opinion. I mean, there was a couple of moments when I think Michael Gunn just took the stand and they were like, who are you? Oh, you're a Forge guy. Okay, got it. And then they sat back and they're like, all right, I already know about all this. I don't expect any surprises. Just like you and I, we're all like, it's very straightforward.
Well, that's kind of the thing I'm wondering is if the penny has really dropped with the jury, that they're not going home the day after tomorrow, and that they may very well be here another month. And how pissed are they going to be at the prosecution?
That's the word on the street. The word on the street is because of the financial crimes that extended the trial. I mean, at least like 3 days, but I don't know about like 2 weeks or nothing.
It was the judge that suggested another 3 weeks would be okay.
I don't know. I think I missed that if that was on Monday.
Yeah, the judge did.
Has there been anything that you thought has been particularly persuasive at all? As what's been the prosecution's high point from your point of view? What's been the prosecution's high? I was asking, what do you think the prosecution's high point has been? What do you think has been the best persuasive evidence as to P did the murders?
Well, I've only been here the last couple of days, so that is probably a question for James.
All right,
I mean,
James, what
I
do you
would
think is
say
the best evidence?
argument-wise, I would say the lies and the alibi. I mean, I know that it doesn't say anything, but it just proves he had something to hide. And I think the caretaker, him going to the caretaker and telling her to tell people the extra 20 to 20 minutes that he was there, I think was big. And I think, what was it? Before that, there was another witness last week who I thought, the videos. I'm sorry, the videos, because he said he was, in a nap and wasn't there at all, but then he was in the kennels and he was there with his son. I think, of course, none of that says he did it, but it all says he was lying. And why would you lie if you had nothing a part of it,
I have a little different take on that. And that is
Yeah.
that I know that people say that, oh, he's lying, and that is so it's this polarity of either he is a liar or either he was there and he lied about it or something else, right? So there's sort of this polarity. But there's also this room in between, which is that you don't remember, your mind can change. You may be mistaken. You may not be clear. It's a long way to go from he didn't say it to he's an absolute liar. But I understand that that's the perception, and the state's going to say that, obviously. But it doesn't necessarily mean, do you remember every single thing you do at every single moment of your day in a chronological way? It's possible he doesn't even remember doing that. It's just part of his day, and it doesn't seem significant, and it gets dumped in the short-term memory garbage pail. You know what I mean?
Right, that's the thing. So the remembering every single thing you do and every single step and all of that stuff presupposes the significance of the day and those events, which presupposes a plan or structure to carry out these murders. But if you're not planning on murdering your family and you're just having a normal day and someone else comes and murders your family, everything that happens after the traumatic event might be more cemented in your mind, but the rest of it was just a mundane day and probably gets scrambled in all of the subsequent things. Think about people who get in a car accident, right? Well, what were you doing an hour before the car accident? I don't know, sitting at the library, maybe. I got coffee. I don't usually on Mondays I do this. And then the car accident comes and they're like, well, after the car accident, I went to this hospital. I had to do this. I had to call my insurance agent. I had to call my mom and dad and let them know I was okay, and all of these people. And the events start lining into place because it becomes significant outside of the mundane. But that's what I hate about this. Well, what were you doing here, here, and here? Well, I don't know. I was laying on the couch. I don't know. That's what I would normally do around 8, I guess, is lay down, take my shoes off, put on my rich man sandals, and sit around on my leather.
Rolling around in a pile of money.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct, Nick. And this is the stuff that I deal with when you're investigating ship collisions and things like that. It's the people that go, I don't know when I did whatever I did. Those are the ones that are telling the truth. It's the ones that go, well, at 8:43, I looked at the radar and I saw the ship was 2.5 miles away, traveling at 3.4 knots towards us. Like, dude, you did not. You've got a ship right up in your grill and you're looking at the clock and remembering what time it is. No, you're not.
Yeah. Right. Unless there's something very specific about that. Like maybe it's an out of the normal shipping thing. Maybe you have some special inspection you're preparing for or whatever, something that would make this a significant thing beyond the mundane. But I think the prosecution wants to they want the jury to draw a lot of inferences here. And I think they're really, really relying on the jurors' individual inferences, all being unsaid by the prosecution, building a case for each individual juror to find guilt, but none of them necessarily needing a cohesive story or motive or narrative to do it. I don't know if any of you guys would disagree with that, but that's my take on it so far.
Well, when you go back to all of this stuff they're introducing, all the financial stuff, every sentence that comes out of the witness's mouth, you have to add the sort of like the fortune cookie thing where you add in bed after everything that comes out of a fortune cookie. You have to add at the end of every sentence that comes out of a financial witness. So therefore, that was the motive to kill his wife and child. It's not there.
But you can't ask that. That's first of all, it goes to the heart of the issue. I would object to that. And secondly, that is an improper witness to answer that question.
Yeah. But they're being introduced for the purpose of showing motive. Okay, I stole money
yeah,
from my
but
firm,
it
so
has to
therefore
be
that proves
inferred and
motive. I had to kill
implied.
my family.
They can't. Yeah, I get that. I agree with you, and that's why it seems like yesterday when I streamed, I was like, it felt like I walked into an embezzlement, federal trial rather than a murder trial
Yeah,
based
for
on the
sure.
testimony that was coming in. But I was talking yesterday. I thought they were bringing it in to show character. I didn't realize, but I mean, the judge limited the instruction. He issued a limiting instruction that you are only to consider this testimony for purposes of motive. Do you honestly think they're going to abide by it and they're going to restrict their minds and go, okay, you guys will not consider this as evidence of his poor character? Like, that's bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Although I think Andrew Branco pointed out how the defense has done a good job of turning these witnesses into good character witnesses by having them go on and on about how he was so dedicated to his wife and family on a day-to-day basis for the entire duration of time that they knew him. So in that sense, I think the defense is anticipating that the jury is going to be looking at these as character witnesses, and properly so. I am still left wondering what kind of Chinese restaurants Legal Vices goes to. That
I want some Chinese food.
all of his fortune cookies end in bed.
No, that's what you always have to do. It's like you will have great and fascinating experiences in bed. You always have to add in bed at the end of your fortune cookies.
There's a theory starting to float around. As of, I don't know how early it's happened, but I got wind of it yesterday. Here's the theory about these murders. Alec is not the murderer. There is another murderer floating around. However, because Alec is so entrenched and embedded in the crime family syndicate, if you will, because he wasn't just stealing from the firm. He has a reputation in this city. I'm starting to learn that. He has a rep, and not a good one. So does the rest of the family. They're a crime family, basically. They're not, like I said, on my stream, he's like Goodfellas light, basically. He's not like the mafioso who'd whack his next door neighbor if he knew something, but it's something pretty close to that. So Alec, they could not take Alec out because that would cause an all-out war between the families. In order to avoid an all-out war, they found a way to set him up if they kill his family and make it look like he did it, frame him. If the government locks him up, they get rid of the problem. When he's in prison, it's going to be very difficult to run the family from prison. So that's the theory floating about in town, and I'm not the only one who's hearing it and talking about it.
So he's not a murderer, but he's a money man, crooked. He abuses. Obviously, his financial crimes are very abusive, but because he basically, they take down a syndicate by framing him, is what you're saying. So
that's basically what I'm hearing. Yes.
So this was a hit.
Yes.
Well, I think where this fits in is, at least in my realm of the most reasonable explanation, if you are making well into 7 figures a year, you don't need to embezzle money from people. You have to have some serious debts to somebody, whether they're drug related, gambling related, bad investment related, whether you come up short and you need to borrow money from some bookie or some other guy down the street. You are indebted to some powerful people. And if you listen to Michael Francis, who's a cop of one of the New York crime families that got straight, he talks about this. You don't kill the person that owes you money. If you kill the person that owes you money, you never get your money back. You take out a couple of their family members and say, now, if you don't fucking pay up by next week, you got one more kid we can whack. That makes much more sense to me, that he got indebted to somebody seriously and he's been having to carry out this stuff for the last 10 years, or someone is coming after him and they finally came after him.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, we've been talking about
anything's possible. Like I said, it's just a theory. I don't fully buy into it, but that's what I've been hearing, and I'm just sharing it.
I like that theory because it makes sense that they would be particularly concerned about his future financial well-being, seeing as how he's facing a $50 million lawsuit for the wrongful death of Mallory Beach. So if he did owe money to the mob, or I guess the Dixie Mafia or whatever they have down there, so in that case they would probably be looking to recall that debt as soon as possible, rather than figuring he's a cow they could continue to milk indefinitely.
Well, the other aspect of it, one thing to remember in all this is the state has not given us any theory. at all. So we're all trying to find, and we may get a theory from the defense, but we may not at the end of the day. We'll have to see. So we're trying to find something, and the truth is somewhere inside all of this stuff, right? The truth is somewhere between he just snaps and murders his wife and kid, even and makes it somehow a pretty good cover up that gives him a good defense, or, you know, some motivated killer, either through, you know, a crime syndicate sort of theory, or just the Occam's razor type theory of this guy's son, who is the murder victim, is responsible in almost exclusively for the death of a young girl whose family is not getting any sort of compensation, and not even that, but like a disrespectful disregard for her death has gone on. So that, and one way to punish or get recompense, they know they're never going to get any money, and money doesn't bring a family member back or anything like that. What amount of money brings your 19-year-old daughter back? Nothing. There's nothing
Probably
they can
50
get.
million is the right number.
It really doesn't.
Yeah. But with everything being consistently on hold, consistently on pause, retribution starts to look real good. Like when people are, you know, that retributive killing. And who knows? I don't know anything about the Beaches other than they're connected to the Murdaughs. Are the Beaches a rich family? Are they were they well off? Are they connected? I have no idea. But if they are, then then I still like that family as being potentially very responsible, at least as a plausible theory, whether or not it's true. And from a defense perspective, I don't need it to be true. I just need it to be at least as plausible as the state's theory.
No.
So,
well, I think it was over from early on when the state criminologist, one of the star witnesses for the prosecution, said the magic words. It is a reasonable explanation there is a second shooter. That's when I said it's done. Because that's what the defense is going to harp on in the closing arguments.
Right. Right. And the defense is going to have to be. Oh, they're coming for you, DUI guy.
Oh no! Here goes my ride.
Well, here's more of the prosecution case going up in flames.
Don't blow, Larry. Don't blow.
Oh, yep. Here comes the.
Okay.
Ambulance.
So basically, they're saying the state's case is a dumpster fire.
Yeah. Well, and it really is because that. But I do think the defense has some pitfalls, right? So I mentioned the beach theory as, you know, I like the Beaches as being plausible, but you got to be really careful slinging that accusation too, because they're a very sympathetic character in this case. And so if you just come out, if the defense just starts building a theory around, well, you know, Mallory's brother is actually responsible for the murder, the jury's going to be like, wait a minute. I mean, like, that's real convenient. You're going straight there. You know, this family's been suffering for years under, you know, the Murdaugh's misconduct and all of that stuff. I think they have to be really careful. They have to almost do what the state is doing. Lead the jury to the trough or to the line of troughs and let the jury pick whichever one they want. But they can't pin it on them because that'll.
Hey, Nick. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I have to go chase this ambulance, so I'll hop back on later. Okay, let me go catch up to this. I'll see you guys. It's my piece for clients. Bye bye.
Give me my business card. Give me my business card.
Run. That was chef's kiss.
Oh my gosh. Whew.
But I see, wouldn't it make more sense in this theory if he killed the paralegal that was uncovering all the financial things? If he offed the CFO, that would make much more make much more sense than, oh my God. And he's been doing this for 10 years and he's explained his way out of every single time he's been questioned about this. So it makes no sense that some partner comes and says, some junior comes and says, hey, you owe me $790,000. And he goes, oh my God, my whole house of cards is collapsing around me, so I have to kill my wife and son.
Yeah, that theory just doesn't hold up for me at all. And I know that there are people, and we've addressed it a little bit. There are people in the chat who say stuff like, well, but, you know, he's under a lot of stress and he snaps. And that certainly happens to people, right? They're under stress, they snap, they do something, maybe it's a failed murder-suicide or whatever. But a murder-suicide doesn't require the level of planning that seems to be indicated in this. You just kill them and then kill yourself. It happens all the time. You're not worried about covering up the murder if it's pop, pop, pop. Like, you don't do that. Plus, the murders seem to be particularly like egregious, right? Like, they're not just, I mean, they seem angry and nasty. The execution style killings.
That's why I really think the situation surrounding the boat accident, somebody who really loved that girl, or even from afar, is probably a more likely person. It sounds to me like a honor killing vendetta thing than a debt. I don't know. This just seems to be. I mean, I see a lot more in the real world of crime. Most murders are motivated by kind of base hostility, primal passions. That the kind of hitman killings are very rare. So if you've got 100 killings, maybe if one of them's a hitman killing, yeah, I'd be surprised. So therefore, I'm a big fan of the Occam's razor, and go with the thing that seems most likely.
Right.
But what you said was right on. I mean, you don't have to box in. Don't box in the jury. Let them think whoever it is. Just the thing is the fact that it could be somebody else is the key point. Imagine whoever it is. Look at all this scheme of people. Could be anybody.
Well, and that's the thing. There's 6 people here. We're 3 weeks into this trial, and there's at least 7 different theories as to what happened. Tells you how bad a job the prosecution's doing.
Yeah.
Right. That's I was going to follow up with what Steve said and say the defense can do that. The state can't. The state has to provide what happened. And they don't have to prove motive. We've been through this over and over, but it's a circumstantial case, and proving motive should be a primary objective. Plus, actually, Steve, I have a question for you. We say they don't have to prove motive, but they're bringing in a bunch of evidence specifically for motive. If they don't ever get to motive.
See, this is why I think that really, this is why I think it's not really about motive. I think it's about making him look bad. And
I know what it's about. I'm just saying what they
the
have
motive
to do.
is an after the fact tie-in so that they can bring in all the financial stuff because they don't have a strong murder case. So their whole idea is to make a huge appellate record, and just so that they can get it to the jury. Right. So that this judge is going to let the jury decide it. And then once you get a conviction, it's going to be immune from appeal because it's going to be such a pile of smoking garbage that it's not going to get appealed. So I think, and then they're going to rely on the jury to bring in all their biases and their presuppositions to convict the guy based on the he's a bad guy, he's a thief. And if they get a conviction, then great. If they don't, but I think I don't really believe that they really think that's the motive. I mean, I got to say, maybe they've convinced themselves at this point, but I think it was an after-fact justification. They came in and they said, okay, we want to bring all this in because it makes them look bad. How can we do it? Oh, I know. It's his motive. It's it's backwards thing.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the state basically takes on a burden by saying, well, we're gonna introduce all this motive evidence, but then they never really get around to it. Does that bolster the appeal?
No, I don't think so. They can promise whatever they want. They're just talking to the jury. The key is that is there evidence that, if believed, would lead to a potential conviction, right? So in a judgment of acquittal context, meaning that it goes to the jury or it does not, there has to be enough evidence that, if believed, would be able to convict. So in this case, but see, that's I really kind of think that's why I'm looking at it as a lawyer. I'm looking at this and I really almost think it's a JOA case, but this judge is never going to judge.
No way does he do it.
But let me ask you about the prospects on appeal, because it seems to me, and you're the expert with dealing with criminal defense appeal, so I'll defer to you. But it seems to me the judge's ruling with respect to this financial evidence is so wide that I think that you can very plausibly make a argument for abuse of discretion. Like, that some of this arguably relates to murder, the motive, like he's confronted about this check the day of the $792,000, something murder, maybe, but the judge's order is completely unrestricted. Just let all the financial stuff in, 10 years worth of financial stuff, forever and ever, just talk it all in. And I'm like, this strikes me as ripe appellate grounds, but if you don't believe
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
then I'd be happy to be
No,
corrected.
no, I think you're right on. I mean, I think your analysis on this has been good throughout. I mean, it's even if you don't do criminal law, I mean, you can see it. It's right there. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's like this huge. It's because it's overwhelming the murder case, and you know, and you probably weren't on when I was talking to Nick about this, but at this point, if the case stopped right now, I would definitely make as an appellate point that that was error to let in the financial crimes, because the financial crimes have so outweighed any testimony related to the murders that it's unduly prejudicial. So yes, I
Yeah.
think at this point it would be. But of course, if we go for another 3 weeks and we have a week of financial crimes, then you can say, well, in context.
I guess the point where I really lost my shit was the point when they were asking the one attorney witness, well, the judge would have granted this order with respect to this discovery dispute, in respect to the motion that was pending of the boat case and the financial. I'm like, how many levels deep are we into this? How many steps removed
that Mark
the
Tinsley
murder
testimony.
to we're now talking about what the judge would have done with respect to a discovery dispute? I'm like, how are we talking about this?
I mean, I think that guy should be. I think that guy deserves a. I'm going to say this, and people are going to take it the wrong way. I'm not calling for this. It is not any of our jobs or any of your jobs. I think people involved with this and him and Mark Tinsley would potentially have an ethics claim. Ethics complaint against him.
Yeah. I didn't really care about the answer to my discovery motion. It wasn't important to me at all. I did it basically for the purpose of harassing him. And I'm like, what are you saying?
We can't do that? What?
Yeah.
No, we can't.
Insane.
What?
Well, Jeff, you can. You just can't talk about it.
Just don't admit it under oath in a murder trial.
So, Steve, I've seen this comment bandied about. Can you explain in your articulate manner to the chat why interlocutory appeals are not really allowed on criminal trials?
Well, they can be, but they're
You have to
generally,
request them and the judge has to grant it.
well, it's a very difficult thing. Most of the time, we very rarely see, okay, let's take a step back and answer it this way. Generally, things that are error, what interlocutory appeals are things that cannot be corrected on direct appeal. Well, most things can be corrected on a direct appeal in a criminal case, because if the jury comes back not guilty, it's not a problem. If they come back guilty, then we can always say, well, that was error and that was harmful, therefore we can correct it and give them a new trial. So interlocutory appeals are generally not favored in criminal law. At least I haven't seen a lot of them. The only context that I can think of them that I see them a lot in Florida is when we have a denial of a self-defense immunity hearing, in which case you have to do an interlocutory appeal to preserve that issue for direct appeal. But is that Kurt's the civil guy here, or one of them? I guess we got. But are interlocutory appeals more common in civil practice?
And just
the only time that they'd really see them commonly is with respect to an injunction. Those can be appealed interlocutory, but that's the most common reason.
And just so we're talking a lot of jargon, the interlocutory appeal is an appeal during the pendency of the trial. So we're in the middle of the trial, and let's say that the judge gives this ruling, like, for example, the ruling on letting in all the financial crimes. Well, that's error. We say, let's assume that's error, and it's appealable. So should the defense then stop the trial and say, we're filing a motion to the appellate court to overrule that evidentiary ruling right now? The appellate courts are not going to entertain that, because they're going to say, well, we're going to let that fly, and we can correct that on direct appeal later if he gets convicted.
Or the other place where you run into interlocutory appeals in civil cases is with some types of bye James. Dispositive motions and rulings on dispositive motions, summary judgment, motions to dismiss.
Well, sure, if the summary judgment's granted, then that would obviously terminate the case, and then you're on to appeal. So,
and in criminal context, I would say the time for interlocutory appeals are generally to preserve a privilege, and it could be a constitutional privilege. So, for example, if somebody is being forced to testify, or an attorney or something like that, and there's a constitutional privilege, that might be the subject of interlocutory. But we don't see a lot of that in the public defender's office. So
similarly, when it comes to, like, let's say a TRO or something like that, where someone's going to be irreparably harmed by the an order that's being issued by a judge in a civil case, you might see an interlocutory appeal that is filed so that the appellate division can weigh in as to whether or not a TRO or a preliminary injunction should be granted or waved away.
Yeah.
Chat. Your chats are hilarious. The joke. I mean, people like that. It's like everybody thinks jokes. It's just an endless stream of clever jokes.
Yes. Which is what I like. I like, we get to tackle these really, really heavy and tough things. This is a double murder. And now also the theft of millions of dollars, life destroying thefts that have happened. I mean, how many of us could sustain someone stealing even the smaller amounts, $125,000 from us? It's insane to think what this guy did.
Yeah, I know that. But on the other hand, let's take a look at this, because from what I understand, the firm had to come up with it. So the firm is basically on the hook.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing.
And he was bringing in $10 million a year. So $7 million.
Can you imagine, Steve, that board meeting when they go, all right, guys, we got to come up with like $15 million out of our back pocket to cover this shit. Oh my! They probably.
I got a guy who will do it for 20 grand.
That's the thing.
Yeah, but but we get all these heavy topics. That's why I like having an environment where we can have jokes about it, have a little gallows humor, have a little regular humor, and that's the chat. The chat just feeds that all day, which is perfect.
It's hilarious. I love it. It's so funny. Like, what is this? Like he's saying, can my Slytherin enter your Hufflepuff?
Oh my god. Amy Lynn says, did the girl just say that other lawyers said she can come to them to sign? I'm not sure. That must have been his paralegal.
Yeah.
So she said they could come.
After the death of his father, it's like, oh, we're having a problem here. His family was murdered. Then his father dies. If you need someone to help sign, if you need some time off, we'll take care of the signatures for you.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
But everything that they're saying about like what happened in terms of the books, at least in terms of how they approached what Murdaugh was asking them to do, strikes me as very plausible. Especially in a small town, southern town, and you've known these guys for 30 years, and the guy comes to you and starts saying, I want you to cut checks this way or cut checks that way. He's a senior partner in the firm. You trust him. It's like, you probably don't think that much about it, to be quite honest. So
yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that strikes me about the state's case too is the fact that the state is woefully unconnected to the timeline, because it's like, they talk about all these things, and then I keep looking back. I even wrote it down because I'm like, okay, the murder date was June 7th, and then like this witness is talking. It's like, well, that came out in September.
Yep.
I'm like, well, when there was never any state question about like, okay, so what was going on June 7th? I mean, it seems like if that was the big thing, right? That was this peak of culmination. The state would be saying, now on June 7th, that was a big day for you guys, wasn't it? But there's nothing like that. They just kind of.
That's the only thing. Allegedly, it was just the junior partner, whoever said, hey, you still owe me $790,000 from our profit sharing thing. And then he freaked out and killed his family.
Yes.
Where he's been able to explain all of these financial misdeeds away for the last 10 years. So why would he think any differently about this one thing?
I go with my theory. I think the firm's house of cards was on the menu. I think there are a lot of people, my guess, pure supposition and nothing else, no actual accusations. I think that it's entirely possible that several of the partners were skimming. His skimming was now about to be exposed. They had a 7% profit share with all of the other employees. If they didn't put that money into the firm, then it just went into their pockets, and pocketing 7% of, $1 million settlement's a lot of money. Skim that 70 grand here and there on that 7%, or not even 70 grand, 10 grand, 5 grand, 15, 20, like that just goes into your pocket instead of getting paid out in a $4,800 bonus check to some paralegal. Like, I think it's very tempting for them to do that after the boat case. The heat starts going up on him. Now everybody's potentially on it. Maybe they were doing it in a more sophisticated manner. But it to me, that kind of comports with the idea that they're all okay so long as when called out, you pay it back. And
well, we saw that when the bank was saying that, they listed the testimony that he's $300 and whatever $1,000 in debt. And then the defense says, well, didn't he make a $400,000 deposit before the end of the month? And he said, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like a debit account. You just as long as you make good by the end of the month, you're cool.
Right. And the interesting thing about maybe the problem was he actually started feeling the pressure for whatever reason and started improperly skimming as opposed to the skimming scheme he was doing before when he creates the fake forge company or whatever. Because if you think about kind of how at least is what I heard, and correct me if you guys have a different opinion, but the lady testifying about how he was sending the fake forge checks or whatever, if he had structured it into the actual forge company, if he had actually done structured payouts, structured fees, then what would have happened is he would have then had to just report that, and they would just take that money out of the balance that he had accumulated through other fees that were going into the firm. Like, so he didn't have to have the fee hit the firm. They just had to have an accounting of what the fee hitting the firm would have been. So it's like, oh, okay, well, you had $1 million structured payout. We'll add that $1 million to your estimate for the profit sharing thing, and we'll work on that. So again, if he's able to just do that, that's fine. But when he starts taking client funds and when he stops putting it into that actual annuity structure and stops reporting it to the firm, that's where he starts transgressing too far. Things that can't just be remedied with oh yeah, pay us back type thing. And I think he got underwater financially to the point where he maybe couldn't pay it back. And I think they found that out. And that might have been why suddenly that $792,000 was a really big deal. Like, wait, you're not gonna have the ability to pay this back, are you? But they haven't really gotten there on that stuff, and it also doesn't point to motive to me. It just points to the criminal theft, very big criminal theft.
I got to run, so I just want to come back on because I got cut off the connection before. But thank you all. It was great seeing you. I'm going to run back, get lunch, and then I think court's going to open up soon again. They've got the squad here looking for everything, so I think we're good.
Yeah, I think 45 minutes is when court's supposed to be up. So have a good lunch, James. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Thank you, y'all. Have a good day. See you.
Later, brother. Yeah, I'll tack on to that, what you were just saying, about them all skimming, which I'm not going to kid you. My first thought when you were saying that is that, Nick, that's incredibly speculative. Is it possible? Yeah. Is there any way we'll ever know that it's true that the whole firm was skimming? There's no way. There's no way.
Of course
to know
not.
that. But I will. This is something that just crossed my mind. How old is? Does anyone have any idea how old Alex Murdaugh is?
54.
He's 54. Okay. Jesus. So, and this fake forge company was started in 2015, which is only 6-7 years beforehand. So in 2015, he was already 47 years old, which means he'd been practicing law probably for more than half his life, or around half his life. There is no way I will ever believe that he first started committing fraud more than 2 decades into his law career. No, that you don't teach an old dog new tricks. Nobody wakes up 20 years into their legal career, especially if they already have successful practice, and says, now I'm going to start tacking on and doing something new. So I think it's incredibly likely that this guy has spent a lifetime of dipping and whenever necessary paying back. It's almost inconceivable that he just started doing this in 2015. I mean, he must have been admitted to practice for 20 years by that point. So in that sense, I think that it's probably fairly likely that he felt like he could get away with this forever. He probably has been doing it forever. And
One of you,
2015.
The thing that tends to get embezzlers is a couple things: time and the accumulation of a noticeable amount of embezzlement becomes one thing, and the other is an acceleration of that embezzlement, right? Because it usually starts small, very small, almost unnoticeable amounts. People, every embezzler I've ever heard of has the story of they started out and they were just going to pay it back. Sometimes they even got the opportunity to pay it back. Oh, I just pay it back. And they all go through that sort of phase. And then suddenly it's intoxicating, or their lifestyle improves so much. And And then I'm going to pay it back turns into, I've never been caught with this before. And then the amounts get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then bam, the hammer drops because suddenly there's real pain. Someone is experiencing a financial sting. And so it comes in. But yeah, I think it's likely that he could have been embezzling a long time. But I think it's also likely that man, I'm sticking with it. I think there's probably some dirty stuff going on there. I did not like hearing their lower employee profit sharing plan. For me, that was kind of like,
Well, of course, you remember too is that when this all hit the fan, all of a sudden the state investigators are coming in, accountants are coming in, the bar is coming in, and so all of these people involved in this firm are going to construct their stories to be the most favorable to them and the least favorable. Everything is the guy that's accused of all this stuff. It's all his problem. He's the crook, and we've cleaned everything up, right? So the suspicions that we have are because it's like, oh, he's doing this for 10 years and got away with it. And why is that accountant woman still in charge
why
of
is
the
she
firm?
employed at all?
Well, the reason is because she knew exactly. Everybody was new. It all got revealed. If they fired her, she'd spill the beans. So you keep her on the payroll. So I do think that it's garbage what they're saying. Like, oh, we're all lily white and we're so ethical, and this guy was the only guy in the firm. We're all brothers. We're family. We had, we all had kids together and we went to things and all that. But we didn't know he was stealing money for 10 years out of the trust account. Give me a break.
Well, except for all the times where they confronted him and he paid it back.
Yeah.
Well,
they didn't know except for that.
And except for the fact that the payment schedule and directions of payments that he was asking for were highly irregular. But that didn't raise any red flags either. Nothing raised red flags.
Well, I mean, speaking of irregular, I mean, the thing that's done that I thought was really fascinating, but it literally has fuck all to do with whether he killed his family or not, was the fact that this guy can go into a bank and go, look, I need $750,000. Can we just do this like off the books, no paperwork, no loan applications? Can you just give me $750,000 of the bank's money just because I want it? And they go, okay, yeah, here.
Yep, there you go. No big deal.
That's the power this family had.
You wouldn't have to do this. Alec Murdaugh wouldn't have had to do this if he had gone to birchgold.com/nose. That's all he had to do was go to birchgold.com/nose. He could have clicked this green button and he could have figured out how to add hard assets like gold and silver into his IRA or 401k, cementing a secure financial future for him and his progeny. But instead, he decided to do all these financial shenanigans. You don't want to be Alec Murdaugh in this. You don't want to be out there embezzling. You don't want to be trying to structure stuff in shady annuity agreements. You've already got this thing going. You're already working. You're contributing to your IRA, your 401k. You're getting your tax break. You got your employer match. You've got all this money sitting there. Make sure you protect it from market volatility and inflation by considering allocating a portion of it to physical assets that are traditionally resistant to those market factors and risks. This is about averting risk, and Alec Murdaugh threw that to the wind, accepted all of the risk, and now will probably go to prison for the rest of his life and may have been driven to kill his wife and son. Why? Why did he kill his wife and son?
Because he didn't use Birch Gold.
Exactly, Kurt, because he did not use Birch Gold. All you had to do was go to a website, click on a green button. Paula Maggie's still alive. That's it.
Nick, you just remind me I got to make a phone call. I'll be back soon.
Oh, there we go. birchgold.com/nose. Look, guys, check them out. Like I make these ads into a joke and make them fun because they are paid ad reads, but I want them to be entertaining. I want people to have a laugh or two. But realistically, it is a legitimate company. They have great ratings. You can find them advertising on all sorts of major channels, even ones I disagree with from time to time, like Daily Wire channels. They've been around for a long time, and they're a really respected name in the industry. I don't know if this is the right financial move for you, but I know getting more information about your financial future is beneficial to just about everybody, and you can make those decisions. So if you contact birchgold.com/nose, click that green button and get that information.
Have you been writing checks to Birch? And if so, are they the real Birch or fake Birch?
I made a business called Fake Birch. Fake birds.
All I know is I want someone that's not from the Czech Republic to offer me money to say shit. That's all I want. That's all I want.
Yeah, the Czech Republic ones are fun.
Oh, all those
just blocked all their domain. I just blocked their entire domain.
Exactly. Yeah, all the .czs, all the .ios, like get rid of all of those emails. Those are how you get your channel stolen.
Yeah,
real quick.
Well,
oh my gosh.
Not that I have any experience with that.
Poor Kurt.
You do really?
Yeah, his
Well,
whole
are you doing it? Are you sending people like this?
No,
you're the
channel
guy
got
like sending me
hacked.
those emails.
His channel got hacked a while back. I mean,
Really?
Yeah, it's like 8 months ago now. But yeah, my channel was hijacked, taken over. It was deleted for 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. You missed that story? Okay.
I did. I'm a recent guy on this.
Yeah,
Okay.
Steve wasn't around back then.
Try to avoid clicking the questionable links, I guess.
And how bad is this trial? This is how bad. This is what I did a while ago. This is how bad this trial is. This is how bad this trial is. Someone convinced me to do this by saying the Murdaughs probably got liquored up on Fireball and hog hunting.
Ew. That's rude.
I
That's
know.
rude.
That's how bad this got.
Well, it's funny. Vice is bailed, so what's gonna happen is
No,
everybody's
good
gonna
logic
bail.
bailed. Vices is right below you.
No, Vice. You bailed out of the trial coverage.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, and Kurt,
I
you
bailed
bailed
out. I
out of the
couldn't do it anymore.
So everybody's like, it's like a funnel. Everybody's coming down to the Ricada stream. It's like back to the way it should
At least
be, right,
until the
Nick?
defense starts its case. I might give it another go, but it's just been too torturous.
I can't wait for the defense case. I'm sick of these prosecutors. Get your case on and shut up. I want to hear what the defense says.
Yeah, I can pop in here and say wacky stuff and then leave when I've had enough. Nick has to
really.
stay here.
While you're here, Vices, if you ever find this bottle, this is the bottle Attorney Tom got me. I'm not drinking today, so I'm not drinking it. But this Duncan Taylor rare old Scotch whiskey. It's it's distilled at Birkladdy, and it's 14 years. This one's bottled in 2003 or whatever. Or no, I think it was barreled in 2003. Bottled in 2008.
Super sherry cask thing with that color. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like coffee. It's very dark. It's really smoky and it's really, really good. If you ever find a bottle, I would strongly recommend it.
Oh, okay. I will.
You can order them online, but I don't know how importing in Korea goes.
162% tax.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Well,
so I'm drinking like cheap Thai rum because that's where like Legal Mindset's hanging out in Thailand. So just in honor of like Sangsum Thai rum is my thing tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have it.
Legal Mindsets in Thailand, you say?
Yeah.
He is.
Okay. All right, then.
Ladyboy jokes are on the table.
See, I'm being, you can't rely on the chat sometimes. You know what I found? Sometimes they lie to you.
What are you talking about, Steve? The chat would never deceive you.
They did. They're lying to me. Well, and see, I'm like off in my own little la la land, which is nothing unusual. But I've got, they said that Ginger's coming to Tampa. Can't find that, man. Dudes, don't lie to me like that. I want to go see him in Tampa alone on their own headlining. Sorry about that.
You were in the mosh pit with him like 3 weeks ago in Florida. What do you want?
I know. I'm ready to go back. That's like my favorite band right now.
And that is like the greatest thing ever. Like Steve Gosney in the mosh pit of a Ukrainian death metal band.
It's not death metal. Don't say death metal.
Well, whoa, Vices, you're committing the metal sin.
That's right.
Labeling it the wrong metal.
That's right.
What
Ginger,
is it? Is it depression metal? Is it speed metal?
No.
Is it cannibal metal? Is it nudity metal? What is it?
Unquantifiable.
Precious metal.
It's like it's precious metal.
It's birch gold metal.
It's like Tom Waits. You can't categorize him. Ginger is ginger.
Yeah, I would say if anything, it would be gent, but I don't know. Gent is like Animals as Leaders, which is another great band, by the way. You heard Animals as Leaders?
I thought you were being descriptive. I was like, I'm
even more confused
now.
Great band. Yeah, Ginger is my new favorite band. That's like for right now because my favorite band's like Zeppelin, but I'm never going to see them, right? So it's like you got to keep
not with that attitude.
Oh, Ginger's fantastic. I love me some Ginger.
Great band.
That's how
great
Steve and I bonded. I'm like, you got to listen to this.
What's that?
That's what the women say to me all the time.
What?
I love Ginger.
Love Ginger. That's how Steve and I bonded. I said, you got to listen to Ginger. He's like, dude, they've been my favorite band for the last 2 years. And then we bonded.
Yeah, great band. Well, but Gent is kind of like, well, Meshuggah is the original Gent band. So I like
Joe perks up.
Yes.
Never heard it before.
Never heard of Actually, if you want to check out Meshuggah, go check out
I think Joe's heard of it.
What's the comedian's name that Bill Burr?
Bill Burr.
Bill Burr does about an 8-minute riff on going and seeing Meshuggah, and it's freaking hilarious. And so if you want to go, that was like the original Gent band. So and then the other bands are thrash. So I'm a thrash Gent guy, if I was gonna say. I do like some speed metal, like kind of like Yngwie Malmsteen, Shredder guys. But
Yeah,
and Paul
listen to them
Gilbert
all the time. Just earlier today.
Paul Gilbert. Get out of here. See, there you pulling my chain.
Steve,
Yngwie's good. Okay.
I just picture Steve in the mosh pit, and every other person in the mosh pit is a prosecutor in his mind.
No, it's like brotherhood. Mosh pit's like the brotherhood. It's like the brotherhood of chat. You're all in it together, and you're keeping each other protected.
That's not been my experience from the chat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, we have
Subtitle of Steve. I just want to hear something that Steve hasn't written about, hasn't talked about, and hasn't done. Like you have lived a goddamn life, Steve.
Well, that's actually part of my second book. It's about, life is meant to be lived. It's like, why have, go out and do it. If you haven't done that before, well, why haven't you?
Can you tell us how he blew $10 million in the opiate trade through your personal experiences? Can you tell us that story?
Yeah, well, okay. One for Kurt. All right.
Speaking of $10 million worth of opiates, the T-Man sent a chat in locals. He says, aha, my plan worked. Now that everyone's tuned in here for the bomb threat, come to the Dragon's Treasure to buy you some anime-themed teas. Use code NOSE for 10% off. Please buy soon. I may need to hire a good lawyer. Go to thedragonstreasure.com and get yourself some tea and get that man legal representation as fast as possible. Oh, my gosh.
Great tea. Absolutely great.
Really is good. I had some Ultra Instinct 2 days ago. And
I've got $185 worth of his tea tied up in customs right now. I figure how much I get taxed on it before they let me have it.
Aw.
It's so good.
Kyle Bogue says 60 days until golf weather. 60 effing days. I'm so sick of the 6 feet of snow on the ground. God, I hate this place. Commies and snow. What a state. He's in Minnesota with me.
Commies and snow.
Is Minnesota known for its golf?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had the Masters here at Hazeltine a little while back.
Okay.
Who knew?
I think was it at
in Georgia.
Yeah, it's Augusta.
Oh wait, yeah. So not the Masters. It was one of the PGA Tour tournaments that moved.
Yeah, they're all the same. Okay.
I can't remember,
Anyway.
but
Was
I
it
think
Live
that
Golf?
one-
Was it Discount Golf?
I think that's the one where someone died because the tree got struck while they were standing next to it by lightning.
Oops.
They had a heart attack. Not the Masters. Okay, not the whatever it is. The Hazeltine, the PGA Championship. There you go. There's a PGA Championship. Let's see. What do we got? Brian Alleman says the only place for Fireball is the bar after a day of skiing. Otherwise, that stuff is the absolute worst.
There's no
it's-
place for Fireball in your life.
It's still the absolute worst at the bar after a day of skiing. I mean, it is, but you're so cold and you don't care about anything that you might tolerate it. But it's not.
It's
good.
great
not
for
to
a
be enjoyed.
splash in your eggnog. It's great if you want to like spice up like a dark and stormy or a rum and coke. That's it.
Wait, did you Vices? Did you cover the Fireball lawsuit?
No, I didn't know there was a Fireball lawsuit.
There
Is this like are we whiskey or not kind of things?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
False advertising. So Fireball has a second line of Fireball whiskey flavored.
Oh, the mini
alcoholic
bottles.
beverage.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
mini bottles. Yeah,
But
okay.
they're like 3.2 alcohol because they're sold in grocery stores that allow it. And so but they're labeled similarly but different. I mean, they don't say whiskey on them. They're just Fireball, but yeah.
Whiskey and other natural flavors. I believe
Yeah.
is the phrasing. So
I read
Oh my
about it.
God.
Didn't cover it. 'Cause Fireball's not even worth that much.
it is a deception as far as I'm concerned, and they should be burned to the ground.
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
I just want the company to go out of business in general.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't like cinnamon whiskey's gross to me.
Catch you later, guys. I might be back on later, but I got to get going.
All right, Steve.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, catch you later, buddy. Guys, check out Steve Gosney at stevegosney.com. Oh, I got to add him to the panel thing because he doesn't have a YouTube one, so it's not as easy.
If he doesn't have a YouTube account, is he even a real member of our cadre?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
He is.
Very much so.
Steve's a pro.
Yeah.
Steve's a pro. I got to switch back to this so we can see all of our names. I hope you like your nickname, Kurt.
It's nice. Yeah.
There you go.
It was great. I saw
Also,
it. I started laughing.
we can add the names to the people if they don't do it themselves. Cool.
You can do it yourself or the host can do it.
I did not
Just
know
like your
those.
regular names.
All these new technologies that StreamYard is
I
inventing.
know. They're giving us too much power. Far too much power. Let's see. What do we got? I've got some more chats here. Cheeky Mare. Oh, and I kind of need to go through them because I have to end at 5:30 today. Cheeky Mare says, need a short positive message before you start watching this lovable degenerate lawyer? Check out the YouTube channel Shining the Light with IUMC. Our Meditated 8 playlist is a daily recharge. Love you, Nick. God bless. For some reason, YouTube wouldn't let me send this as a super chat. That's weird. Who knows? You probably have some verboten word somewhere in there. C. Mason 2325 says, is the goal of this to be boring as shit and make him look bad? Then they will find him guilty. These witnesses are all over the place. Doesn't tell the story at all. Well, I think the state's strategy is to throw everything they possibly can at the jury and say there's enough smoke, there must be fire. That seems to be, unless they suddenly tie it all together in a Matlockian marvel at the end. That's what we're going to be stuck with. I think
even if that's true, that's a lot to leave for some sort of massive end tie-in to bring all these threads together in one sort of tie-in. That's asking a lot. With no tie-ins along the way, no mini tie-ins, no breadcrumbs, basically try to bring it all together at the end. Good luck.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, unless they somehow pull that off, it looks like it's just spaghetti. And you hope some of it sticks to the cupboard. Sally says
they have to convince it to they have to sell this to the dumbest person on the jury.
Yeah.
And that's their game plan, is that we're gonna have this whole clever Agatha Christie thing that
It's
we're gonna tie together. That and we're gonna sell that to the dumbest person on the jury, so we get a unanimous jury verdict here.
you just hope the dumbest juror is a state simp, right? Like that's what you have to hope.
I mean, the truth is, if you see any of the polls from Law and Cuck, they're like 70% like coming in guilty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think this is the only channel where people are, and to be very clear, people are not guilty right now. I mean, it's certainly people are willing to be convinced, and it's shifted now. I've got a current poll up, and it's got 6,400 votes. 72% say not guilty, 28% say guilty. Used to be more like 80. So some people are either we've got different people coming in, or their opinions are changing, and that's the job of the state, is to slowly shift that towards people thinking he's guilty. And at the end of the state's case, we should all think he's guilty. If the state did their job, that's what we should all think. But we're not there yet. And some of the other, polls that I've seen, I'm like, how can you make a guilty determination based on what's in court right now? I don't know. And obviously 28% of people in this chat see that, which is fine. I just personally don't yet. So we'll see.
If they're asking whether or not the jury will find them guilty, I think that's a fair assessment of the probabilities.
Sally78 says, law of self-defense and Mercator law. Could an 18-year-old take this class, Andrew's class? If not, you should make a class for the age group. Would want my son to take a class. My understanding is that, yes, anyone could take the advanced self-defense class. It's made to be taken by any adult who has a basic understanding of, English. Should be able to take that and take those principles of self-defense to heart and to mind and apply
Nick,
them.
I gotta pop back in later, but I will catch you soon.
Sounds good, buddy.
And while he's leaving, I may as well leave too. It's like 4 a.m. here, so.
All right,
I
man.
just have to- free at last. Great God Almighty, I'm free at last. I'm here for the guests and not my own shit.
Well, whenever I'm running the trial, man, I'll send you links so you can pop in and out at your leisure.
Absolutely my pleasure to do such.
Look at all the joy. Look at how joyful this man is.
Absolutely.
I was on my rant
Kurt-
yesterday talking about how much
Oh, I
this
saw it. It was great.
trial was a pain to cover, and people are like, "Why don't you just quit?" And I'm like, I responded to one comment. I was like, "Well, now I want to know the story. Now I'm like invested in it." But gosh, I just wish I want them to go faster. That's all. Sorry,
Yep. Nick, Kurt, love you guys. Take care.
peace, brother.
Bye.
Now it's just you and me, Kurt.
Excellent.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. I'm
Good.
doing well.
Good, good, good. Someone asked in chat if you passed the bar, and I said twice.
Yeah.
I think there are people who might have not heard that you did finally get accepted. Like you had passed the bar exam.
I got the final confirmation late December, just before Christmas. I'd have to check the exact date, but it was like the 19th or something. I got the official clearance for character and fitness. So yes, I got all that stuff cleared. So I'm officially admitted to Texas. My name is on the official registry. You can go look it up. All that fun stuff. So yes.
Yes. Very cool. Back to,
and they never said like why they were taking so long. They still had like another 60 days by rule. So maybe that's just how long it took. And maybe there was nothing special, but
so a lawyer that I don't really like, T. Greg Doucette, got admitted to the Texas bar, and it took a really long time for him to get admitted too. And I think he had a pretty sizable Twitter presence and sizable Twitter usage. And I think that maybe some of these, the licensing boards are looking at the social media accounts of lawyers with maybe a little more scrutiny than they would have been in the past, especially any sort of content creator, influencer. Like if you got, I mean, he had 100,000, 120,000 Twitter followers. So it's like, well, this person might be talking a lot about stuff, and maybe we should look into it. You had a sizable YouTube channel. So that to me, that would probably be just the reason, like, well, we're going to give a little bit of extra look into this. And, that's resource intensive to go over a ton of video. So.
yeah, well, in any case, whatever the case may be, they officially cleared me. So I am now licensed and active in both Virginia and Texas, and life is good.
There you go.
And also I've been losing weight and exercising more, and things are heading in a positive direction that way. And I'm a lot happier since I left my last full-time employment. So that's been nice, and things are in a positive direction. So
that's
excellent.
awesome, man. I'm happy to hear that. It's amazing what like being I don't want to cheapen it and say it's amazing what working on yourself can do, but it's amazing what the ability to work on yourself can do. Having the time to do it, having the motivation to do it, it just self-reinforcing builds your, it builds positivity into your life. It's so good. So,
yeah.
And maybe Kate, in my local says to tell Kurt that she loves you. So there you go.
Cool. Thanks.
Freddie York says, how are you alive? Well, you think some liquor was going to keep me down? Come on. Or was it the State of the Union address? That almost killed me. That did almost kill me because that was frustrating to watch.
Did you learn anything of value?
I offered a very deferential summary of my sort of composed thoughts this morning on the State of the Union. And it was simple. If you like sort of central planning, state-controlled economy aspects, then you're going to like what Joe Biden is doing. I mean, he's spending government money in an attempt to stimulate economic outcomes or specific government targets on policy. So the government wants roads and bridges that they think that those types of, those infrastructure jobs will be worthwhile. So the government's going to spend money on roads and bridges. Okay. Like if that's what you want the government to do, then you're going to like what Joe Biden was saying yesterday. I'm less of that. I'm more laissez-faire economy, more of a traditional market capitalist. And so I wasn't super happy with it, but I can't hate on the man for being what he is. I could disagree with his policies, and I don't necessarily think they're the best for the country. But at the end of the day, you end up just getting mad about this stuff, and there's nothing you can do about it until the next election. Then you can vote and hope that your vote matters. Justin Holland says, missed yesterday's stream, 15-second summary. Don't watch it. There. And it didn't even need 15 seconds. You can miss days of this trial and not miss anything. There's not like nuggets of great testimony. I mean, some of the cross-examination stuff has been okay, but none of it's been groundbreaking for the defense because there's nothing to break ground on from the state. At least in my opinion.
No, and I don't really imagine it's going to get any better, to be quite honest. I don't really see that coming.
Right.
I mean,
and
how would it get any better at this point? The only real person that's going to be able to offer anything of value is the medical examiner, and they're already going to tell us what we already know. So,
right. And there are nuggets where there's some really good stuff. And like I said, mostly they come on cross. One of the big ones, though, I think, is that when they got him to say that it's reasonable, there's a second shooter. I mean, that's a very big thing that should be brought up, hammered on closing arguments, and flushed out on the defense's case. And I think that's going to be a big part. The two-shooter theory will be a big part of the defense's case, although I'm not sure. Steph says, what's wrong with fixing roads and bridges? Nothing's wrong with fixing roads and bridges. It's how the government does it. There's a very long and complicated explanation between the difference between state expenditures and private capital expenditures. But I don't want to get into it on this stream. Like I said, if you like the sort of state-sponsored economy, there's a lot to like in what Joe Biden said. I don't. I disagree with that economic perspective, so I wasn't going to find much to like in it. Kayla says, can't believe it's been 11 months. Thanks for all that you do. Thank you. Thank you for being a channel super lawyer member for 11 months. I appreciate that. Brian Schultz says, reading Nick's body language, I don't think he really finds a lot of value in jury analysis. Caleb Ciacelli says, not that it matters much, but did you manage to catch Biden's wife smooching Kamala's husband? Seems to be a major takeaway for some. No surprise to me for such morally bankrupt people. I did. It was a weird picture. It looked like a lip kiss, and maybe it was like on the corner of the mouth and it was kind of obscured, but it looked a little lippy. The Gylem says Bo Whoop was the name of Nash Buckingham's famous shotgun. Nash was a famous early gun writer / duck hunter. Oh, cool. So then also Alec Murdaugh's dad, apparently. Preston Barnhill says, how can you say something is significant if you have no basis for what's insignificant? High and lower numbers both imply some presence of a gun, but again, it's a hunting property, Lamau. This is a joke. Did you see that testimony from the gun residue chick?
well, yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of testimony, and it's pointless because gun residue goes everywhere. It contaminates everything, and it will stay where it is basically indefinitely unless it's brushed off. So, for example, they're talking about gunshot residue found on the seatbelt. I'm like, well, of course it is. I mean, he goes shooting, he touches the seatbelt buckle, it's going to be there forever. So, like, what are you trying to tell me? It's like, and I really like today's testimony in a frustrating way. It's like, okay, whatever the number was, 32, whatever the number is, that's significant. Yes. Okay, is 3 significant or insignificant? Well, I wouldn't say that. I'm like, you have to. That is the natural, logical consequence. If something's significant, it must necessarily mean something else is insignificant. That's the only way this logically works.
At some point, and that's what is. 1 seems like it would be insignificant, but is 3? I don't know. Maybe. Is it 10? Is it 20? At what point does it become significant? And I didn't hear any of what you just said. Can't hear you at all. Did your mic just go out? That was weird. Because I had just heard you before. And you're not StreamYard muted.
Hello?
There you are.
Okay, cool.
Weird.
All right. Yep. Just reset the thing for some reason.
Yeah, that's happened to me. Your interface or whatever reset.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was such a transparent sort of attempt to not say that that really the answer is that 38 particles is insignificant. Like it's not significant in any way. That significance doesn't mean anything. That's what was actually going on there, because she couldn't articulate at what point it becomes significant, and more importantly, why. Well, 38 particles on the inside of clothing is of a raincoat is significant. Well, why?
Is it now?
Right. That transfer could be from anything. Again, if the guy has, if he's out firing his gun, it starts to rain, and then he starts putting on that poncho, you get particulate matter all over the inside of that thing at any place. So why is 38 particles? Why is that suddenly significant, but 3 isn't, 1 isn't?
Where I really completely lost it was with the fingerprint expert to the non-fingerprints. That's where I lost my mind.
Yeah.
Because we get this guy and qualify him and say what a super badass fingerprint expert is. And did you find any fingerprints?
No.
I'm like, that's the moment where I lost all hope in whatever hope I was hoping to have in this trial.
Yeah. We brought in the best guy.
If you
and
want to
there was
do the
nothing.
moment where, you can see the soul leave my body, that was it.
Yeah, and it goes to this thing that Bronca's talked about a million times, and I agree with. It's that no matter what the situation is, when the state has made you for the perpetrator, there is no right thing to do. What they're trying to do is show that him not having fingerprints is evidence that he's the killer, or not having fingerprints on the gun. Like that's what they're doing. That's why the state is bringing this person in to say there is no there's nothing there. So I did put up a banner.
It must be because he was wearing gloves. So if we have fingerprints, it's because he was touching the gun. If not, it's because he's wearing gloves, or it even shows
Or
how even more
wiped him,
how
or whatever.
nefarious he is. Blah, blah,
Exactly.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know the drill.
Yeah. I do want to point out, I put up a banner that says court returns at 2:30 Eastern. I saw comment or questions in the comment section or in the chat that were asking, when is court coming back? It's supposed to come back at 2:30. We had a bomb threat that made for an early lunch, and then that lunch breaks at 2:30 Eastern time, 1:30 Central. So about 10 minutes from now, we should be back in court. American Comics Company says, if anyone knows a copyright attorney, I have some infringement issues to discuss. I saw you in the comments recommending Leonard French. That's a good person to talk to. See if you can reach out to him. Trent Thuro says, get Wilhelm on here for the whale hunting. No. Biggerfoot says, you wish the blonde and red would take the stand. I don't care who takes the stand. I want the state's case to go faster. That's or the state to bring a case about the murder. That's what I want.
That'd be nice.
Sir, I like how it's a dismissive laugh. There's no chance it's going to happen.
No chances of it.
Sternoniswa, I don't know. About 6,000 watching, but only 500-ish likes. Come on, man. That was a long time ago. But yeah, if you are on Rumble and on YouTube, please click that like button. It really does.
Oh, by the way, someone reminded me in chat, and I failed to bring it up when they mentioned it, and now I'm just reminding myself. If you're looking for someone to cover you on Friday, I will cover for you. Not for least of reasons that it will be good for my grift. So I'm available.
Okay. Sounds good.
Excellent.
It's Matka says, between the John Denver lady and the next two reminding me of Meatloaf and songs Country Road and I Do Anything for Love, this guy is getting off. DCV Titan says, can a member of the jury object to relevance? God, I wish. O-Town says, get rid of his son, gets rid of his problems. No. At least it hasn't been articulated how getting rid of his son would get rid of his problems. It doesn't make the lawsuit go away. It doesn't make any financial problems go away. The best theory that the state seems to kind of be pushing towards is that the death of his wife and son bought him 30 days effectively on the financial investigation, that they all basically put it on pause for a month while they were sympathizing with him.
Yeah. Which is what you would expect. It would be something he would expect. He would expect you to buy you 2 weeks, a month.
Right.
Yeah.
But
so that if that removes the pressure to commit the murder like that night. Assuming that you had pressure otherwise.
Right. And you have to ask, is there any evidence that delaying this investigation by 2 weeks or a month is worth the lives of his wife and son, who he seems to like? Now, I know there's theories out there that the wife was going to divorce him. That's been talked about. That's not in evidence yet. And if they can get that stuff into evidence, certainly there could be an argument that he's got some more motivations. If she's going to bring the hammer down on him judicially through either a divorce or through, talking to the state, though that motive would help a lot. That's not even been intimated in opening arguments. So I don't think the state has it. Mike Lombardo says possible does not equal beyond a reasonable doubt. Correct. Oh, and just one more thing about getting rid of the sons and pushing back the timeline. There is a possibility that pushing back the timeline would be like a worthy motivation for murder. If he's going to get killed, if something happens, if something gets found out in the next month, and pushing the back a month allows him to do something to protect himself, that could be motive for murder. I mean, I don't know in his case if that's going to be true, but like, let's say, hey, you know what, if they find out about this, you know, you're toast, and we'll kill you and your whole family or something. I don't know what it would be. I'm trying to get in the mind of someone that desperate, but there is some theory where, like, if I do this, I can push it back and then prevent other bad thing. That's theoretically possible, especially if he's like a monster, like a sociopathic monster. But he doesn't seem to be that. Maybe he is. No idea. Debbie Prescott, thank you for the sticker. Scotty S says, wish we could see if the jury is napping. According to James and DUI guy, they're very tired today. Very, very nappy today. Whereas yesterday, they seem to be more into the financial testimony. They don't seem to be into it today. Let's see. Tom says he sure was making a killing with the misconduct. Brian Schultz says his best friend said he confessed to him he was addicted to opiates, but that soft partner said it was medication for sleep. Okay, so that testimony hasn't come before the jury yet. That testimony is still that was the in-camera testimony. So we'll have to see what happens with that. Well, that's gonna come in. That's gonna come in. Let's see. Next, we've got O-Town. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Jason G. Can we get the Mark Richards reaction to the state's nonsense? You know, Your Honor, we got a problem here. The state is all over the place. They're running witnesses willy-nilly up upon this witness stand. We've got Huey, Dewey, and I don't even know where Louie is. But if he was here, it would kind of help. But unfortunately, Your Honor, Louie's left the building. And we've got all kinds of legal mumbo jumbo, but none of it points to murder. And I'm going to have to just renew my objection because I think that what we've got is a really weak case by the state. And they're trying to play loose and fast with some lips. You know what I mean, Your Honor. There you go. Flux says, how much you want to bet one of the jurors called in a bomb threat just to get a break? More possible than Alex committing these murders. Very, very possible. Who knows? But I don't think there's any likelihood that it's a juror at all, frankly. But let's see. Oh my gosh. My kids have cousins over and they're screaming right now. C-Tabs. C-Tabs says, sent a donation. Thank you, Brian Schultz. If they don't have to prove motive, but they bring in evidence of prior crimes to prove motive, then don't prove motive. Should all of that be dismissed? It won't be, unfortunately. I did ask that question to Steve Gosney to see what he thought about it, but no, I don't think it will.
They don't have to prove motive, but they're allowed to show motive. So it's not an element that they have to prove in sort of a legal sense. It is permissible to show.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of a good example, like the difference between intent and motive. If you steal money, the intent is to steal the money. Your motive for stealing the money could be a whole bunch of things. I was doing it to impress a girl, always goes well. I was doing it because I needed the money to pay off a debt. I was doing it because I just thought stealing money would be a fun thing to do that day, right? So why are you stealing the money is motive. The intent is to take the money, is to deprive them of the property. So I don't know if that helps, but it's what came to mind.
Yeah. And you do have to, for the majority of crimes, you have to prove intent. There's some strict liability crimes, but even those, you tend to have to prove that they intended to do the thing which led to strict liability, even if they didn't know it would. For example, possession of CP. Like they may not, if they intended to possess that item, but maybe they disagreed with its classification as CP. You know, like for example, there's like artistic pictures or something that like Michael Jackson had or whatever. If that's classified, but you intended to possess them, even if you didn't think that they were illegal, but they are illegal, you had the intent. You proved the intent there. The lack of knowledge of legality is not a defense. But motive you don't have to prove. It just helps. It helps the jury make the decision. C-Tab says, well, you'll get $10 now. Lol, should the defensive argue that text from the point of an admission, as the prosecutor said, an admission to drug use isn't an admission to murder, so relevance? No, because the state is going to try and use the drugs as proof of the murder, right? Like the jury is free to disregard that, but they're going to say, well, he's a drug addict. You know, if they can get that in, he's unstable. It's all part of this collapsing house of cards theory. He's very, you know, he's not making good decisions, basically, would be kind of the idea. I think the drug evidence would be prejudicial, frankly, but, you know, it seems to be, it's going to come in. So it doesn't matter what we think about it. Sarah Marie, thank you again, Nick, and to everyone that donated to the Give, Send, Go for my mom last night. It made my stepdad cry this morning. Truly the best degenerate chat around. Well, thank you, Sarah, and much blessings to your family. Pam Ronning says his paralegal is suspect. She was first cousin of Mallory Beach. She was watching those nickels and dimes. She didn't want hidden money her family couldn't touch.
Everyone's first cousin of everyone around here, in case you haven't noticed in this trial so far. Everyone's related to everyone.
It's very small towny, though.
It's a very small town, South Carolina.
Yeah.
So
That's how it kind of goes. So, yeah, around this area, it's being an outsider moving into this rural area has been really interesting because you see all of these, you know, you keep seeing the same last names crop up all over the place, and everybody's married to a few of the families in town. They've got these just connections everywhere, and they really do, in a lot of ways, run the town and make the decisions. And, you know, that's small town living. Moni 2489 says, it was in September. They searched again and found 4 shotgun shells in the rain jacket. Once the financial crimes came to light in September, is that when they decided he was the murderer? No, I think they had decided he was a murderer June 10th at the latest. Probably June 8th. Derek F says, I'd eat that sweaty gunt. I love melted marshmallows. That's disgusting, Derek. Rusuno Kairu says, does he put his ketchup on the bun? That determines guilt. Kurt, when you're making a sandwich or a hamburger and you're adding condiments to it, where do you put the condiments? Do you put them on the bun or do you put them on the like middle of the sandwich?
Usually typically on the middle of the sandwich.
Really? Okay, so build me a burger. Kurt's gonna make a burger. Build it for me, like bottom to top.
So
you got bun on the bottom, right?
Yeah, you got bun on the bottom, and then typically I'd put the burger itself, and then cheese, and then I'd put tomato on it. And I don't particularly like lettuce, so I don't usually put lettuce on it. Pickle,
sure.
And then I usually put, depending on what I want that day, maybe a squirt of mayo or some mustard, ketchup, and just put that on top and squish.
So you put that on the pickle, and then you put the bun on top of the ketchup and mustard or whatever?
Yeah, that's usually the order of operations.
Why don't you just put it on the bun? Like spread it out or whatever.
I don't know. I don't.
Okay. Well, there you go. I always put the condiment on the bread, like with whatever I'm eating. To me, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Joe and I had an argument about this yesterday. It was very, very heated.
That's what we're arguing about. It says a lot about the trial.
Well, this is during the State of the Union.
Oh, okay.
Well, because Joe Biden, he mentioned, God, this drove me nuts. He mentioned the non-competes for
this is whether or not we crack the eggs open at the big end or little end.
You crack the eggs open in the middle of the egg.
Not if you're reading Gulliver Travels, you don't.
Why would you crack the egg open on one of the like?
What do you want from me? It's in the book.
Well, never mind. Trent Thuro says, I was reliably informed this was supposed to be a tie-on stream, Lamau. Self-loathing lib says now build the burger for Farron. Stop it. Jeez. Ruthless chat. Relentless. Jonathan says, here are the financial crimes of the defendant. Here's some random things we found around his house. The defendant is obviously guilty of murder. Yeah, I agree. Generic account says, do you really know the jury? Bitchy Spider says, the state brought the financial crimes in for theory of motive, but doesn't have to put forth motive. Can they argue multiple possibilities of motive? They're not supposed to if they only have circumstantial evidence. But the thing is, they're not going to argue it. They're not going to argue that. They're going to just raise sort of this miasma of motive and let the jury get there.
It's a nice word.
Yeah.
Bonus point. Nice choice.
I feel like Dan Carlin talking about the trial. What they did was they raised the miasma of motive. They wanted to bring it to the jury, but they knew they couldn't. They had to let the jury come to them.
No, I'm enthralled. This is more exciting than everything we've been doing up to this point. So tell me more.
The jury is not back yet. We're still waiting. So I am monitoring it. Me04120 says DUI guy is bombing the courthouse after not taking Nick's rant well. Oh no. Coney Upstate. Alec, I did follow up with DUI guy and make sure everything was good, and James. So everything was fine. They took my criticisms of what of jury analysis the way it was intended, not personally towards them, but just to my overall distaste of the jury analysis sort of meta that started in Johnny Depp. I'm just not a big fan of it at all. Coney Upstate says Alex was handed the gun and told it was cold. He also never pulled the trigger. That means he's not guilty. Greg McCormick says the state is only proving that half the country had the motive to kill his family. They made him look like he's deserving of sympathy in retrospect. Coney Upstate says Alex Baldwin was trying to complete the Russ movie at the hunting property, and oh my God, the gun went off again. Wait, what is this? Chat GPT doesn't like me? Oh no. Oh no.
I believe that. Does Chat GPT know about you? That'd be good.
Well, there's a poem about me. Let's see what it says.
Okay.
A Chat GPT poem about Nick Rekieta. Here we go. Write a poem about Nick Rekieta. First response: a man of law, a voice so bold. Nick Rekieta, a story untold. He brings his thoughts to the masses each day. Legal analysis in a unique way. Well, that's fine. With wit and charm, he commands the scene. A natural talent, it would seem. He breaks down cases with ease and flair. His audience listening with utmost care. So here's to Nick, a rising star, a legal mind who's come so far. May he continue to shine his light and enlighten us with his wisdom and insight. Well, that was fine.
That's very, very nice. That's exceptionally nice.
Second response: Nick Rekieta, the clown of the law, a charlatan, a fraud, a laughing saw. He thinks he's smart, but it's all a show. A desperate man trying to make it grow. With lies and nonsense, he takes the stage. His viewers brainwashed with his fake legal sage. But one day soon, the truth will be shown, and his house of cards will come crashing down. So here's to Nick, the joke of the land, a man who's overstayed his time at hand. May he soon disappear and fade away, and never again darken our legal day.
Not wrong.
Wow.
Not wrong.
Whew. Does anybody have any burn cream? I'm feeling the pain all over my body. Oh, geez. Wow. Ethan Brazil. Have you heard of the case out of Arizona? 73-year-old rancher shot and killed an illegal immigrant that was trespassing.
Did you see that about the ChatGPT when asked about whether or not it's okay to use racial slurs in situations and saying it's never okay? Did you see that?
No.
All right. So this guy asked ChatGPT, I'm going to paraphrase it, but he said, essentially, imagine that you could utter a single racial slur, and in doing so, you would end all world war and poverty and cure cancer, and just goes on and on and on. Would it be morally acceptable to utter the racial slur under the circumstance? And ChatGPT is like, no, it is never acceptable to use a racial slur in any situation. I'm like, okay, that's good.
I think they'd give you a pass. I think whatever minority you racial slur, I think they'd be like, you know what? We'll take it. We'll take one for the team, the entire earth, and peace, and no poverty.
Yeah.
One N-word would do it. Nope. That's the
No, that's a
N-word that you
bridge-
got
that's a
from
bridge too far.
ChatGPT is nope.
Yeah.
Let's see. I am Sofa King We Tall did. Any theories around the partner from yesterday, considering he showed up at the crime scene and that cliche a criminal always returns to the scene? No, I didn't get that Crosby was involved in the murders personally. I mean, there's certainly the possibility of them hiring someone. I mean, that's kind of an out there theory. I think the most likely killer is still someone associated with Mallory Beach in some way. That to me, they seem like they have the high, or the kids of the housekeeper, right? Where that Alex stole $5 million of settlement money from.
Yeah, they'll do it.
Those two are the most likely, in my opinion. But yeah, but I certainly can't rule anybody out at this point. Jessica Reloaded says, chat better stop testing the chief the chief Jew, and then has a knife. Ashton says it would be hilarious if the bomb threat was made by the actual murderer. Just trolling. Oh gosh. Ellen Not Sarah Leah Hogue, welcome to paralegal status. And Ellen Not Sarah Leah Hogue says, James, did you and Larry snuggle last night? AA Ron, it's like a defensive shooter. They'll empty their magazine, but only remember 1 or 2 shots being fired. Yeah, they're supposed to keep pulling the trigger until the magazine's empty. That's kind of assuming they're not taking significant pauses and, the person's not obviously dead. But Andrew Hansen says, odds that the jurors are filing an appeal against the introduction of financial crimes on cruel and unusual punishment grounds. Strong odds. Della Sandor. Alex walks, prosecution sucks, and EDB's mods suck. Put bomb threat in all caps. It was a huge nope on EDB. You're banned. Tired of that. She bans all caps. Sad. Emily says, hot take. Jurors hear how successful he was for over a decade and stole millions. That wasn't sloppy. The murders were messy, which seems uncharacteristic. Oh, okay. There you go. He's been careful all these years. Why would he be so sloppy now? Would be kind of the theory. You could run with it. Della Sanders says, appreciate Larry being there. Prosecution sucks. Also says Legal Vices has best theory. Yep. Hondo Rogue says, Rogue? I think it's the kid whose mom fell down the stairs. Again, strong motive for murder at that point. Michael says, hey, Nick, do you have any thoughts on the Hogwarts legal controversy with the trans community? Could having a website to check if a streamer has streamed the game for the purpose of canceling them cause any legal issues? No, I can't see any. You have the right to boycott and advocate against anybody. I mean, I don't like cancel culture in general, but there's not a legal infraction unless you're lying about it. I mean, that would be the trick. If you run this website and a streamer's never streamed Hogwarts Legacy and you say that they did and then spread that for the purpose of causing them harm and then actually do, then maybe you've got a claim, but it's going to be a tough one. You'd have to knowingly lie about it to get to defamation or something like that. But it's kind of a weird theory. Like, well, he streamed this video game. That's defamatory. Well, I don't know if it's not inherently defamatory, but you could prove that circumstantially it is, I guess, if that was the point, was to cancel them. Or you could get tortious interference, possibly if you used it to cancel sponsorships or something. And it was a lie. Again, that part really matters. Divining rod on sandwich building. Dry lower bun for proper grease runoff retention. Condiments always on bread unless it's a packed sandwich for box lunch. Then layer condiments between cheese and meat. Soggy bread is haram. Okay. Some sandwich theory going on in the chat. I like that. One of my favorite fields of study. Catherine S. says, Nick, I want a third choice. Did it or hired someone? Oh, sure. For the Alec Murdaugh poll. I think it's possible that he hired someone to do it. But the state isn't.
That's not the state's theory, and then not guilty would be the correct result. I mean,
right.
They say, well, he did it alone by himself. It's like, well, you didn't prove that. So
yeah, I guess I haven't looked at the murder statute in South Carolina, but I would think that intentional homicide doesn't include hiring someone. I think that would be, well, that'd be conspiracy. right? It'd be
Well, it would be both. It would be accessory and conspiracy. Hiring someone to commit the murder is an accessory to the murder.
right, but
There's
he's
also
not
conspiracy to commit murder. It says both.
charged with either of those. So
Not at the moment, no.
Della Sandor, they kill most valuable to you to keep you paying. R8219 says Paul is a brat. Argument breaks out, shoots Maggie. Alec shoots Paul, protecting his wife, or a version of this. Possible, I guess. Doesn't again, I'm just not there. Like, I'm just not at that. There's no evidence for it. We'll see. Robin Fox over on Local says, can you be a lawyer if you've been charged with a felony, but the charge was dismissed for cause? How does that work in Texas? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
If the charge is dismissed, you're not guilty. So you should be
Yep.
fine there. Even if you're convicted of a felony, depending on the felony, you can still be an attorney. That doesn't preclude you. It does if it's for, a crime of untruthfulness. Like if you're convicted of fraud, you're not going to be licensed as an attorney unless maybe it was 20 years ago or something like that. But yeah, their attorneys' licensures survive felonies with some frequency. Sherry Law says, makes no sense to allow himself to be on video within 1 to 2 hours of murdering them and not destroy Paul's phone, in my opinion. Della Sandor says, thanks, all your views are mine, and I'm not an attorney. Cedar Stuff says, there is a case reported in the UK this week where a man with huge dents shot his wife, daughter, and then himself. Sadly, not uncommon. I think they mean debts.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's not uncommon for that to be a reason. It just doesn't quite make sense in this particular time frame because, as has been noted, he's been doing this for 10 years. He had already been confronted about this check once. It was the second time being confronted about the check, but then his father got ill. That's going to buy him a month. And it just doesn't make particular sense that in the context of this particular narrative, to me, it doesn't make sense.
Right. And it doesn't make sense to me either. And the other thing that doesn't really make sense about it is yes. If the theory is, as some people have suggested, that he was going to murder-suicide them, he seems to have taken a lot of care prior to, like, he seems to have set up a bunch of stuff in advance that would make more sense for a murder than a murder-suicide. Because if it's a murder-suicide, you don't need to worry about anything not working. Like, you don't have to construct an alibi. You don't have to do any of those things. It's just, it's that moment.
Yep.
But, okay. I guess I have to turn this banner off because the court is supposed to return by now. We're now 16 minutes late on that. So good job, court. Not sure when they're actually going to get back in. Full Disadulation says, I think Alec's reaction that night implies he saw the murders in person and they did him so bad was for Cartel Hitman's headshot, like Ozark. I don't know. His reaction, the day did him so bad reaction just makes sense to seeing your loved one's brains where their feet are, to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my sort of
the statement doesn't mean anything to me. Even if it is, I did him so bad, it's just in context of the whole thing. It just doesn't really mean very much to me.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of ways that could be taken. Like, I just didn't raise him right. I let him drive the boat that night, whatever, all of these things. My financial house of cards is collapsing and
failed to protect him. I failed in my duty to protect him.
Right. Anything.
He's dead.
Della Sandor says, speaking and no objections have hurt defense. If ... Nancy Jennings says, can jurors legally quit because they fear for their safety after this bomb scare? I mean, no, they have jury duty and they're compelled to appear unless they have some reason that the judge would allow them to not appear. They could raise this to the judge. Certainly, a judge could determine that this has tainted the proceedings. I mean, that could happen. I don't think he's going to on just one.
You want to mistrial for manifest necessity? That'd be good. Give the state another bite at this apple. We get to do all this over again.
Well, I know what case I wouldn't cover next time.
Maybe next time it'll get better.
Different judge. Jake says, hey, Nick, if you're free on the 18th, my family's hosting a wild game feed just west of you. It starts at 7 p.m. You're invited. Also, you guys should try the Justice League. Should buy the Justice League? Should buy the Justice League? Or should be the Justice League, maybe. Jake, email me details, brother. Ryan Boudouin says his first mistake was entertaining Fireball. That's cinnamon and piss mixed. Demonic when people drink that. Bass says more chin, popcorn shooter prosecutor, or Paul Murdaugh. Ooh, that's a good question. Andrew Hansen says, what's wrong with fixing roads and bridges? Makes the economy worse. New Deal lengthened the Great Depression by 7 to 8 years. Well, there you go. That's one argument for it. And it also
was because of that, though, that the Great Depression was extended.
There's also a compounding issue with the Biden, the other Biden policy, which is that all materials for government work products must be purchased from the United States, which increases the cost of the project pretty dramatically versus using materials from China or whatever, because a lot of those materials just cost more here. They could add delays to it. There are those factors as well. It's the problem with trying to centrally plan a global market economy just has issues that I disagree with. Other people are fine with them, though, so that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, there is a case to be made for manufacturing things in the United States, even if they're expensive, because of a national security interest. It's like, because if we push everything overseas to China, for example, then they might have the ability to prevent us from getting those things that we need. I think about this, for example, with respect to the chip issues, because the most modern chips right now are being designed in Taiwan and in Hong Kong. And there might be a case to be made. It's like, well, we should do what is required to have those chips manufactured in the United States for a national security interest,
right?
Even at increased expense,
right? And that's a consideration. And some people would agree with that. I don't know if I go there all the way, but it's certainly something to consider. But yeah, like I said, I'm just generally default opposition to central planning in economic issues. That's my default position, but it gets way more complicated than that, because we don't live in a truly free market, and to try and hold on to free market ideals at all times doesn't always work, because the government interferes with the private contracts that would normally, like in the Randian utopia, that would work everything out. There are government involvements, both foreign and domestic. Bitter Sweetheart 46 and 2 says, Montana won't allow me to ship you a bottle of liquor, but if you get a chance, try Orphan Girl Cream Bourbon from Headframe Spirits with root beer on the rocks. We call it a Dirty Girl. Well, that sounds good. I've never seen that, but if I ever do, I'll grab it. Chris D says, uncivil law, great point. My econ prof was based AF, and he made that point.
Yeah, money is a consideration, but not necessarily the only consideration. There are other considerations. In fact, if you want the resiliency versus cost, is another thing, because one of the things we learned from the COVID shutdowns was that perhaps as a global world economy, we've over prioritized money as opposed to resiliency. So we had a lot of, just-in-time delivery, which is great when everything is working really great. We don't have to have excess storage. We don't have to store things. We just get it when we need it. We don't have to deal with any sort of inventory issues. Fantastic. Not so great when there's an interruption in the supply chain. So you have to remember that there's more than one consideration. One mode thinking is usually incorrect.
Right. So what we should do is create a federal infrastructure reserve that requires 10% extra storage at all times.
I don't believe that's quite what I said, but thank you.
I'm joking. I'm just kidding.
Thank you for straw manning the shit out of that. That was great.
It's my job, Kurt.
Okay, no problem.
Self-loathing lib says, really back to finance. Kurt want to get wasted since Nick is being a patsy.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. If money's coming my way, I'm more than happy to get wasted. Not
There
for
you
least
go.
of reasons that I got my shot glass. I can break out some whiskey, no problem.
Mham86 says, forgive me if this was said and I missed it, but had any state witness addressed the brown hair found in the wife's hand? Nope. Just kind of rolled right past that. No one investigated it at all. They didn't deem that to be important in any way. So, and maybe it wasn't, but we didn't get any testimony as to why it wasn't. We didn't get anything out of that. It's really weird. It's this odd fact of the case. Benjamin Lewis says significance is proven numerically with statistics.
Yeah,
But I'm
significant was the wrong term. It was substantial was the right term, as I think Vice has pointed out earlier.
I love you too,
Significant
lady.
implies, yeah.
Yeah, no, I my daughter came in and just startled me. That was great. Right while you were talking.
Did you remember that you had one?
The daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 3 of them.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that wasn't the reason it startled you. It's like,
No,
my God, I'm a dad.
I didn't hear her open the door, and she crept in and just says, "Hi, Dad, I love you, Dad." And I was like, "Geez." It was very alarming to hear the voice.
You were alarmed by "I love you, Dad. You're the best." That was what alarmed you.
Yes, you can frame it that way. Wait, now you're straw manning. Okay, you see how this goes. I see how this
Reciprocity
goes.
is bitch.
Yeah, the significant thing is really tough with gunshot residue because they didn't give the jury, and they can't. This is the real problem. They didn't give the jury any baseline sort of amount that would be unexpected or reason. She said, well, 38 particles is a lot. Particle doesn't,
not a lot.
Right. A particle doesn't sound like a lot to me in any capacity at all. What does 38 mean? Why is it a lot though? Like what's my reference point for why that is a lot? Well, there's only one thing on the 3 on the shirt. Okay. But if he wasn't shooting wearing that shirt, but he was shooting wearing that raincoat, is 38 significant then or not? And just because he was shooting wearing the raincoat doesn't mean he shot wearing the raincoat for the murder. It actually doesn't mean he shot wearing the raincoat at all. He could have had it on his hands, and when he puts his hands inside the raincoat, those 38 particles could fall off. It's completely impossible. Self-loathing lib says, okay, the fuse is lit. Take the handoff from yesterday and find that booze bottle. You owe me 10 shots.
Do you?
Not me. I drank a ton yesterday.
That's certainly my recollection.
And I don't know, maybe the fuse is lit. Take the handoff from yesterday and find that booze bottle. You owe me 10 shots. I have no idea. Me?
No, but if you want to PayPal me $1,000, I will happily take 10 shots. And then I will go to Vegas and party with Nick.
I don't know.
So,
I don't
win.
think Lesko, I don't think Brandon Lesko is self-loathing lib, so I'm not sure what that's about. But yeah, Christy Hill says you actually drank each and every time. Yeah, I drank way too much. It was terrible. Rocky sent a couple donations. Thank you, Rocky. Chris Newton says his father was actively dying and in and out of the ER. He had all the sympathy time from that already. Didn't need to kill his wife or child for that when his dad wasn't looking too hot. I agree. I think that's a big problem with that theory.
Seal Clock and Chandelier are back.
They are
excellent. So yes, I can continue the story of Seal Clock and Chandelier, the love story that is gripping this part of the state. Seal and Clock are involved in a love affair with Chandelier trying to interfere, dangling from the ceiling as an interloper, jealously casting its light. It's trying too hard as well, all glitzed up in gold. But what it doesn't realize is that Seal is not really into that. It really prefers the simplistic look of the wood that is Clock. And so the glitzed up glam is just really turning the whole thing off.
Kurt, check your PayPal. It is Lesko, Brandon. He said check your PayPal. So you may owe him 10 shots.
Okay, I do in fact owe him 10 shots. Okay, then.
Well,
let me go get my liquor bottle.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Sounds terrible. Sounds really terrible. Whew. Well, we'll see. We'll see Kurt getting destroyed in just a minute, I guess. Let's see. Diana Mitchum says, Nick, how are you not at 1 million subscribers yet? Love your rants and commentary. I don't know. I here's the problem, Diana. I usually end up pissing people off. At the end of the day, like people will be all good, and then I'll do something that'll make them not good. So, you know. Oof. Whew. But yeah, that's my best explanation for it. Also, streaming is just not friendly content with the YouTube algorithm itself, like for distribution purposes. We got Dead Guy McPants says, Kurt, I can see your cheekbones. Congrats, man. I'll tell him when he gets back. Rocky says he could have gotten a consolidation loan of 10 million consolidation with his income, assets, and influence. He could have received a $10 million consolidation loan. Possibly. Unless he had other debts that were off books. That's a possibility. Judge Bruce E. Schrader says, don't get brazen with me. Let's see, what do we got next? Bandit 848 says, sounds more like Coach Klein than Mark Richards. Jen Pearson says, will the jury use an 8-ball for the verdict? Yes, a magic 8-ball? I think so. Hot Mess Mom TV says, will defense lack of specific objections during 403 testimony hurt his chance of successful appeal? Was repeating standing objection suffice? I mean, we'll have to find out from the appeals court. I would think they've given an objection to all of the to basically all of this testimony. So, but you know, the appeals court could say it wasn't sufficient. Certainly. They certainly could. Here we go. Vince Clortho says, really, what does he have to lose by testifying? At this point, I don't think he has anything to lose. I guess go away, dude. I don't think he has anything to lose by testifying at this point, because now all of the financial stuff that he would have been exposed to and all of his prior acts are just coming in anyway. Snap, it's Dave says, hey, Nick, one of the chip plants is going to be near my town, Baldwinsville, New York. They're building it now. We need the jobs in central New York. Still, FJB. Iric the Red says, Nick, please give us detailed jury analysis of the percent of jurors that will die young from an early death based on only a butter-only diet. None of them. A butter-only diet will sustain them and keep them alive much through the prosecution's case, actually. Prosecution's case is much more likely to kill them than just butter. Philly or Kansas City will bet 2,500 on whoever I pick. I don't know anything about football. Do I look like I understand football? Kansas City. Rosalind Duke says, can you direct me to the fat shame rant Fox uses? I think it's up on her channel. I don't know where that is. Welcome back, Kurt.
No worries.
I'm
going to be doing this Texas blended whiskey.
Ooh, I like that stuff.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. This is 41%, so that's 82 proof, and it's actually really nice blended whiskey. And I thought I'd do some shots of that. So I got my official shot glass, and then I'm going to pour it here with some Coca-Cola, and we'll go from there. Fantastic.
All right. Someone said that they can see your cheekbones, and nice job.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Matthew Maddow says, this case is giving me Jeffrey McDonald vibes. What's a 22.5-inch blonde synthetic hair or brown hair between crime scenes? Funeral Man 04 says, I was actually in rehab with a star from Jackass. Won't say which one. It was a luxury rehab in Florida. Vince Clortho, welcome to Paralegal Status. And Texas Mama Bear, welcome to Paralegal Status as well. Outcast 77, I think the judge wants to be famous. That's why he added all the time to the trial. He saw the gallery getting bigger every day, seeing Racket's riveting coverage. He said, I want to be famous. I hope not. I would hope not. Andrus Burzen says, this lady sure can remember dates and times. I can't even remember how many slices of pizza I had this year. Just Gen T says, oh, what was it exactly that made Nick, Joe, and Andrew all exclaim at the end of Annette's testimony? Was it Alec's side mouth comment or what? I missed it. I don't remember. I don't know. That was a while back. I don't remember what that was. The Magis 93. Nick, you are the king. You're the greatest streamer in the whole wide world. And us humble peasants' only request is Charlie Peace. We beg you this blessing and lay down our qualms.
In answer to this super chat, I can answer half of it. If a gun has accidentally gone off while being handled during testimony. Yes, very famous case where a lawyer argued in court that his client couldn't have that his client was innocent because he could have, it was like some sort of cross draw action that he was trying to do, and that caused the gun to go off. And while demonstrating in court, the attorney shot himself and then subsequently died as a result of his injuries. His client was acquitted. So yes, it's happened at least once.
Court TV wrote in their own chat, people are being let back into court. Welcome back, Andrew.
Oh, did I time it that perfectly?
It seems like it.
Holy cow. Well, thanks for the break, boss. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, it'll be taken out of your compensation. Fungi Funhouse says this could be a real life version of the Netflix show Ozark. He also says, but when it comes to the family, the unlikely thing is now likely, Gosney. He also says getting struck by lightning is rare unless you stand in a lightning storm. Then it's not so rare. The Magis 93 says, Nick, remembering that thing I said about you being king and all, well, Steve has dethroned you. He promised me Charlie. Sorry, not sorry. Did he? Catrux 88 says, even Columbo couldn't find the murder in this trial. Self-loathing Lib says, locked and loaded, boys. Let's go. Vilma Betancourt says, our South Carolina government, run by country club Republicans, is super uber corrupt and slowly turning very woke, working with ADL to attack white men. Keep this in mind, Mr. Ricada. Okay. Arthur Man 70, enjoying this trial while working. While you wait for the jury, schedule a time with me to talk about health and life insurance options available to you at arthurcady.com.
Nice grift.
Well done. Well done. Spitfire Lover says, Nick, this is the Iowa patent attorney whose wife has cancer. I sent you an email, but not sure you got it. We have a Give, Send, Go account set up if anyone would like to help. And thanks to those who did donate.
That's 2 for those of you counting. So
Kurt got paid to do 10 shots.
In the last hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was all at once. So he's going through them. And
Okay.
probably
Oh,
one of the worst decisions he will make today.
What are you up to, Kurt?
I just did 2. So I owe him 8 more.
Johnny K198 is asking if we know anything about the Crumbly parents trial, the parents of the kids who shot up the school. I don't know anything about it other than I'm very interested in that case. Oh boy. All right, court's back, and I've had to pee. I've been waiting for court to come back so I can put it up on screen and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you, Brandon, for the super chats, by the way. I do really appreciate everyone who supports me for whatever reason they do. It's helpful. And if this stream ends because I hear the jury is being dismissed, then I'll continue the shots on my own stream or whatever and go from there as necessary. I've got that Fifth Circuit case dealing with Second Amendment rights and pot to cover, so I could drink during that. That'd be good.
You may bring the jury.
Yeah.
That's what begging gets me. If that's what's begging gets me, I'm good with that. At the moment, I'm not drinking with any Coke, although I do have Coke on the side. At the moment, I'm just drinking on some ice.
Coca-Cola. Not the fun kind of Coke.
No, I don't have
Full
Alex
Duke
Murdaugh
code.
money.
Yeah. So was
Do
there
we
any kind
have-
of confirmation that it was a bomb threat? Jury's coming in, Nick.
That's what everybody was reporting. But
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
With this explosive trial.
Self-loathing lib says, I think we should pound out the 10 today.
I think you're explaining your duties. Let's just start there.
That's what he said.
What are your duties
It's up to you.
In computer
I'm
crimes,
gonna try.
I'm responsible for examining digital evidence, be it cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment systems. I also respond to network intrusion incidents, and I'm evidence custodian.
Okay. And in the course of your duties at SLED, did you have occasion to come into contact with a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban that was driven by the defendant on the night of the murders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your role with that vehicle? What did you do with that vehicle?
I was contacted about potentially removing the infotainment system for examination. However, it was unsupported by the tool I use. So I was asked to still remove said infotainment and OnStar systems to be sent off.
This guy's gonna have nothing to
for
say.
examination.
I'm going to show you what's been
Yeah.
marked as State's Exhibit 444. You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, that's a SLED property receipt that I filled out with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
And is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center?
Yes, it is.
Kato Sierra says, I thought you said legal mindset was in
Infotainment
Thailand.
module and an OnStar module.
And you just testified that SLED did not have any tools that
He was
gave
a few
you
days
the
ago.
ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct?
Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time.
And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. All right.
He's a little rounder face than legal mindset. Funeral man.
Mark for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448.
Funeral man 04 says,
See
hey,
if you
Nick,
recognize those items. So-
can I get a toast for being 7 months clean from opioids, went to rehab and have been
Yes,
clean
that
ever
is
since.
the
Help me by keeping me entertained and
infotainment
not
module
wanting to
and the
use.
OnStar module.
Nice.
Okay.
I will toast you with non-alcohol.
And are those the items that you
Congratulations.
removed from that 2021 Suburban?
We'll do that in a
Yes,
second.
they are.
Okay. I'm going to ask you is let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a serial number printed on that. Could you read that serial number on the infotainment center to into the record, please?
432-031-217-0000-296.
Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you don't have to read it out loud again, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box and tell me if they match?
But they do.
All right. And then what's the other item? 447, what is that?
The LG OnStar module.
Okay. And does that have a serial number somewhere on it?
It does, but I cannot read it in the bag.
Would you be able to do anything to help you read it? Is that, if we open it up, would it make it
Yeah,
easier?
if I could remove it.
All right. Do you have a
Yeah,
knife on you that you
I
can
do.
open it up?
I love how everyone has knives on them in court. This is great. You have a knife? Sure.
Yeah, we all got
Guns,
one.
knives.
Why wouldn't
Someone
I
in
have
the
a knife?
gallery stands up. You can borrow mine.
And it looks like you're doing something else there.
It appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape that's actually right over the serial number, and the letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So
Is it able?
I
can you peel it up a little
don't.
bit? It's not possible. It's not possible.
It does not appear
Okay.
that's coming up.
All right, but could you read the, excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar?
Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle?
Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up.
All right. All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt, 444.
It's admitted.
Thank you.
To Funeral Man.
I'm going to show you
7 months
It's been
clean of
marked
opioids, man.
as
Keep it up. Stay off that
exhibit
shit.
445.
Fill your life with other
445.
things than drugs.
Let me see if you just recognize
Stay
that
clean.
document.
Yes, I do.
Keep at it, brother. Cheers.
And is that a document that you personally prepared?
No, it's not.
All right, but is that another property receipt?
Yes, it is.
And are those records that SLEG, property receipts, are those records SLEG keeps in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Britt Dove.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing that GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number. You don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you couldn't read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be modified beyond.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. Nothing further for this witness hearing.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Wow.
Nothing.
It's completely worthless. Thank you. Well,
Chain of custody, but still, I'm sure that this unit is going to reveal so much valuable information.
yeah. Let's see.
That's four.
CTAB
And all they
says,
did was remove the infotainment system.
Yep, that was why we brought him in.
CTAB says, these were my first chats today. The first was a fuck up, lol. I wanted to say you're awesome. Been watching since Rittenhouse, learned so much. Even surprised hubby with my knowledge. Thanks for making my day go by easier. God bless. Hey, thank you, CTABs. I love those kind of messages. They're awesome.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name spelled Falkofske.
All right. Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I am an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the electronic device analysis unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by.
Oh, did I
commercial
spelled that way wrong, didn't I?
And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what is that?
All right. This is going to be the telemetry from the Suburban.
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Well, explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing that, or I have written, that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either.
So wait,
create a
you
file
write the
system,
software to collect the data?
or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest.
You don't
to
use
us.
a
It's
tool
data
created
we've
by the
researched and
industry?
found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again, put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points.
Seems
so that we can
manipulable.
understand it as humans.
In its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. In a parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI.
Please don't. Righteous King says, hey, Nick, a friend's mom has been in the hospital after she suffered a mild heart attack. Things keep getting worse for her and they can really use some help. GoFundMe is Teresa Salek Medical Fund. Thanks for sharing. That's SALEK. If you guys want to check out
In
Teresa
August
Salek
2016,
Medical
I took
Fund.
the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system.
I want them to say how many
August
hours in
2016,
person or online.
Completed digital evidence handling.
In-house
October
training.
2016, legal ethics training. August 2017, CDART mentorship under FE. CDART mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. Also in August 2017, completed the CDART proficiency testing, and I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay. And what, do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what were you qualify as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as what I've told them. I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensics specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How
Poor.
would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems and I go in there and find the data of interest. We'll go into the types of data would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones, they can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered in the system. I go find that data in these systems and I will write these parsing tools that I've
His
mentioned
body language
to go ahead
suggests
and
he's
pull those
guilty.
out. That's the extent.
So would automotive
Guilty of a
forensic
bad tie
specialist be
selection.
descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter.
I can't decide if I like the tie or
as an
not.
expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
I don't
It's like trippy.
He's so
It's not what I'd expect from an FBI guy.
All right.
Oh, he's not a special agent.
So let's talk a little more
Weird.
about
It doesn't
He's like
quite
a-
match his
sup-
shirt.
He
the
supports staff.
mechanics of how you
Yeah,
obtain
fair
this
enough.
data and what you
Colors
do.
get too close, but they
Just
don't
talking not
match.
specifically in
I
this
don't like
case,
it.
but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do when you receive a device from a
We'll
vehicle?
learn
First
he's
of all, what kind of
colorblind.
devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be, basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, it shows you music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system.
Okay.
Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes
It has
location data as
OnStar?
well.
Okay.
Wow.
And just
Yeah,
generally
Chevy
speaking,
typically
how do
does.
you access the information?
I didn't really
from
know that
these
was still a
devices?
thing.
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box. And we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or when sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
Let me stop you real quick. This jury has heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted. And you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in an extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access most vehicles?
No. There is one commercial company called Burla that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company
is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. All right. Let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system
has nothing
encrypts
either.
the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
And you discovered this data on a Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked for ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them and see if you recognize these items, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed for the Suburban.
How do you know those are the units you processed?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here.
And that's on both of those devices?
On both units.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection. All right, get it.
All right, so let's talk about, you say when you initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and remove get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
How much for encryption?
Approximately 1 year.
A year it took you that long, really? Brian, contact me via my email.
And when you access this
It's
information.
Kurt at
and you finally had it
uncivillawllc.com.
What
Thanks.
types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
And I really appreciate the offer. That'd be helpful.
Contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB. And associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask, but in most cases it'll ask you. And then at that point, it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct.
Yes.
You found some location data, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no. There's not call data.
All right. You found some call data. You found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data?
Wait, there's no location data from the date of the murder?
Primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Did it provide you?
I swear in opening they said they had telemetry from the car.
Infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right. But there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay. Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was more granular things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but
Okay.
You don't know
would
where
you say
it
that there
was?
was a lot of this vehicle status data that was
Yes,
stored?
this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data and some logs.
It's not location from the GPS
The
it's always
majority of
on.
it really useful when you
No.
try to okay. And did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Well, let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
We record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And you can compare that to the
None of this is
logs that you
normal
guys
for a
wrote
local murder,
saying
folks.
You did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you could,
No.
what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
I mean,
So
they
that
went and
helped
bought
us
another car.
identify, in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say granular, I'm.
Yeah, what the hell do you mean by
apologize myself.
granular?
I want to make sure,
Excuse me.
we understand everything you're saying. When you say granular, what do you mean by that? What's
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up, a message saying it's waking up, then a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up. And then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, a very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
Okay. But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle at certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car, and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially
A
be
custom
moved?
crafted software that's never been used
Something that you
before.
looked for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
You'd think OnStar would
And
just
in
have
your,
a tool for the FBI to use to
testing
recover this
and
data.
Analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you, looking at the data, of when the vehicle was moving?
The message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
Oh my God.
Now, all you said was
Possibly be moving.
This particular message
Thanks.
says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
Could be in neutral, reverse.
And can
drive.
you
It could
tell
be
from
in
that
gear
whether
with the foot on the
vehicle is
brake.
actually physically moving?
I cannot.
I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit.
Turns out the real house of cards
Excuse
was the
me,
case the state
443.
made along the way.
See if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original
Okay.
evidence. That was
I hope they
submitted.
ask him, so
that
why didn't you just get
contains
this data from
information
OnStar?
provided to SLED, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking,
Or
what
the
is
Chinese
contained on
balloon.
this CD?
It is the, our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both, we said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
there is.
But also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes.
And what did you call that report again?
The conviction
was it the
report.
HTML report?
Oh, the format was
minority
HTML,
report.
so you could open it with
Guilty
a browser.
And what
defendant
tool
report.
did you use to help you prepare that condensed report?
Use the comb.
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury. And that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful.
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibit 443.
No objection.
Admitted.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm gonna show you
anyone
it's
should
been
draw
marked
any
as
conclusions
exhibit
about the encrypted nature of the
449.
data. I would wager
And just-
OnStar all of the data is
Just
encrypted
describe what that is.
because it could include your location data, your cell phone numbers, your contact list, stuff like that, and they would just generally encrypt that for your protection.
This is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at and testing the test and running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that? A more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of this state machine,
Would
of
it
the
be,
state vehicle states.
okay, it would be, this would represent some of the research.
He
that you and your
specifically
team-
said they've never seen
is
that
research.
before.
Yeah, that's a research document.
First time they had encryption on a
This
vehicle.
time, state would move exhibit 449.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right, and we talked about call logs, and you found some call logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle, and where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system
And where did the infotainment system get them?
from an attached phone.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 446. And let me see if you recognize that.
There was an OnStar hack in 2015 because they weren't properly checking
Yes, these were call
encryption
logs
of
that we
the
recovered off the
SSL
infotainment
certificates.
system.
Okay.
So like,
And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, or just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay, all right. And at this time, I would move exhibit 446.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right. All right, and I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is exhibit 442. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban log file excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that condensed to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This spreadsheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're
They're
horizontal,
rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, state will move to enter exhibit 442.
No objection.
It's submitted.
We're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. It's gotta be
Just a
right.
friendly reminder to hit that like button. I know I'm going to smash.
Self-loathing lib says, "Don't fall for the telemetry trap, Kurt. You're needed behind the bottle, not the wheel presently." Tall Skinny Geek says, "Uncivil, it's $100 for a shot, but how much for a glass of water and roasted peanuts of mercy?"
Okay. So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch.
Is
to
that
the
what we're
element.
doing? We're moving?
Once we get the computer going, it'll.
I guess.
We're not in park?
Look at the element.
We're possibly moving?
We're 6 shots down, and it's a very pleasant
Can you read?
whiskey.
Can you read that document on your screen?
I think I could read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title, just 2021 Chevy Suburban log files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left, it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. What is that again? Specifically the date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All right. Let's switch to the computer, please. And this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Oh, if I can get to... Okay, and I think I'm at the top. All right, can you still, is that a little better for you to see?
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right, it looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right, so event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description, what does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
And event value, what does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary.
This guy's on Bumble,
Yes.
ladies.
Binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
In case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Binary is in
That's how
fact
data
always
is
1 or
typically stored
0.
in
That is
computer
true.
systems,
Typically,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service log file. What
Wow.
does that mean?
That is actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so
Now
that's
let's
the
talk about
actual
what trinary
data
is.
log that you pulled out of the system.
That is correct.
And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And
My computer science
top
degree
line,
weeps.
Appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Is color selection
Yes.
any better than that
And
tie?
86, 76 is also red, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Why did you color code those red? What is that?
Those were
Because they mean he's
basically messages that were
Push the
showing
button.
the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways.
Okay.
I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting in the vehicle, turning it on.
Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there.
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone just opening the door, correct?
Yep.
And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or for another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system could kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below
Speculative,
that,
not theoretical.
at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color coded those 2 lines as blue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you color code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right, and reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right, and.
Are we
looks
going to
like
go
lines
through
91,
every single
42,
time the car went to
91,
park and
44,
not
Yes.
park? Are we going to go through
12,
exactly how
21,
long it took
43 on June
and exactly
7th,
how long the
2021, correct?
orientation
That's correct.
changed?
And is that local
Because
time?
I will gouge out
That
my
is local
own
time.
fucking eyes.
And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Kill me.
So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
Vehicle
But I
park
see it-
true means it was in
It's like the
park.
exact same message on both lines.
Wow.
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay, so this particular log and maybe some other ones get recorded in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
And they don't, if they had the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Oh my gosh.
So if they have the exact same time and they're the exact
Okay,
same message,
and
maybe it's just
So
duplicative.
let's look down below that, and I see
Nah.
multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it on lines 9148 to 9156 at 12:33 and 23 seconds. And I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159. What does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
It looked like
Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
But any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at that time.
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
All right, but then
My
at
bottle's a lot
9954,
less liquor than when we
9956,
started.
we see some
Ugh.
blue.
Very sad.
Color-coded messages, correct?
That's
Gross.
correct.
All right, and what are
Good
those?
luck, buddy.
Mean it says vehicle park false.
I'm rooting for
What
you.
does that mean?
Vehicle park false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
False means no longer in park.
18,
True means
23,
in
57.
park.
All right, help us out. What's
Tell
that
me
at
another
6:29
story.
6:23:57
PM
p.m.
on what day?
on June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay. Okay.
When they
And
said
we
they
see a
had
few
telemetry
things
data
happen.
from the car,
Looks like
I figured they would tell us
1853
where the car
and,
was.
1911, some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th there. What's going on in those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up, startup sequence.
Okay. And then we see another red event at 2103:44, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
903:44.
Okay. And from any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened the car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 2104:05, and then a few at 2104:18. Quite a few more at 24:04:18, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right, and that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m., what, in the aggregate, what is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times highlighted there.
Yeah, at the 21:04:18, those ones looked like the system was, but prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down, and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay, and so it seems to be starting up around 21:04:18, correct?
Yes,
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
yes,
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 21:05:56, correct?
what do you mean by consistent with that message?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281. See that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay. And what time is that again?
21:05:56.
All right. And I'm going to do my best, and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay,
Or
yeah.
civilian time, excuse me.
I'll start processing it that way.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM
PM
on June 7th?
on June 7th,
27th? Okay.
2021.
Isn't that consistent with
Okay.
Alex
And
Murdaugh's
then
story?
below
Pretty
that,
much.
We see a group of messages starting at line 1557. And they have an identical time state of what?
9:06 and 44 seconds.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is continuing its power up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 p.m. And then continuing on through 9:06:49 p.m. And
It's like the brass
quite a few
casings.
at 9:06:49 p.m.
Going second by second.
9:06:50 p.m. And that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What did that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So at that point, part way through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event. So the car has been turned on.
Okay, so in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay, on June 7th?
yes.
All right, and then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right, and it says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay, the vehicle was taken out of
Oh
park
my
at
God.
9:06
Vehicle
and
parked
50
false.
seconds, correct?
Park
Means
started,
it
taken out of
wasn't
park.
parked.
On June
Shocking.
7th, correct?
Exactly at the time. the
Shocking
defendant
revelation.
says
If we look at it,
he started the
on
vehicle.
line 1672, the timestamp.
We're doing
has a
walking spreadsheet
slightly
again.
different
Why?
timestamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen?
I don't need to know every time the
It looks like
orientation
it's colored more green,
changed.
correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay. And that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle was put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find, yes,
Okay. Because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
correct.
Okay, so
Except it
9:06:50
doesn't tell us
PM, the
anything
vehicle's
about where the
taken
car
apart.
is or where it goes.
And then let's go down the line, 1904.
You just do donuts on his own property for an
And,
hour.
We see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park
Okay. So at what time is that?
at 9:22 and 45 seconds PM.
Vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
It gets to his
in
mother's
your
house.
opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
Yes, it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay. All right. But the vehicle's out of park for that.
It is out of park.
Okay. And that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
So he probably didn't get out of the car.
And roughly,
We
I'm
can
not gonna
infer
ask
that he
you for
didn't get
exact
out of the
seconds,
car
roughly how much time passes
to like throw the
between
phone or something.
the
He had to
vehicle
do it
taking out of park at
from the
line
car
1672
while he's
and
in
put
it,
back into park at
because if he
line
doesn't put it back into
1904.
park.
Approximately 16 minutes.
Wouldn't it be more helpful if the software said where the car was? Well, yeah. That'd be wonderful. And it's almost like there's GPS data on OnStar, but maybe it got overwritten in the
I'm
time
going to scroll down.
that they got the car. But they said they found no GPS data. Did they have
And
a
I'm
deletion
scroll down
event?
to line
Can they find out where the
3059
GPS data was removed?
and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
8:31,
Yes.
16,
And
and
what are those
84
blocks? What
milliseconds, it
information
turned
is
green
contained in
because
those
the
blocks?
car said park
Hence the
true.
vehicle
And
in or
what
out of
does
park
that
message.
mean?
Okay. And so, and what time is that? Those two?
Yeah.
3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
PM?
PM,
And that's June 7th,
June
correct?
7th, 2021.
And
And
what-
It's a good title for a
and what-
B levels
I'm sorry to
psych
interrupt you, but
movie
at that
deletion
particular
event.
What happens with the vehicle?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at line, the next line below that, what's the time on that? The date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us where the vehicle actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right, and not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 PM, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle parked at 9:22:45 PM, and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and let's just do some rough math. Do you have a pen? You can write it down if you need to.
It's 21 minutes.
9:22:45. The vehicle's in park.
Okay.
9:43:05. The vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
And to think I dropped out of Calc 3.
All right, and so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at lines 3061 and 3079. And then let's scroll down to
What was your,
Asked
what
and
was your
answered.
undergrad, Andrew?
line
English literature.
3096
You did Calc 1 and 2?
and 3310.
I was science my first 3 years, but I switched majors
you
so
go.
frequently I didn't have enough credits in any
Vehicle goes
one
out
for a
of park.
degree. So
There you go.
What
I
time?
did a year of bio, a year of chem, a year of physics.
54 seconds on
Respect.
June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And then the next event below that,
Sally
And I was
mentioned
going
one
into my
theory.
4th year and I didn't have a major I could
event-
graduate
vehicle
with.
goes
So I
back
picked out
into
the one
park
with the fewest
at,
requirements, and that was English lit.
Be 10
Welcome to my
o'clock
life.
and 30 seconds, 36 seconds.
Sally says one theory we
on
have not
June
taken
7th,
into
2021.
consideration is a vehicle that has
those are
keyless start
color-coded green
function.
because they kind of
Yeah.
represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into
I mean, there's
That's
just
correct.
this testimony is
And
ultimately
roughly,
useless. It
how
just
much
says that a
time
car
passes
moved
between those
at
two
some
events
point.
9:44
Maybe.
and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th.
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then let's go down to lines 3327 and 3328. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and the vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. It's PM. and it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021
Okay.
PM.
And roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
Who cares?
12 seconds.
Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021, that's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. That's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park.
That's correct.
All right, I'm done.
Self-loathing lib
Shots.
says,
This
I
could all
haven't
be a
been
loose
reading.
sensor.
He says, I haven't been reading.
I'll
Make
give
me
you-
an offer I can't refuse, Kurt.
We see a whole bunch
5
of
more,
messages again.
10 more. Is
Group of
Sean
messages
shotgunning? We
starting
got
at
10 minutes to sort this, then
22:44,
I'm busy.
And kind of going
I
on
did,
until
I did 10
excuse me,
for
10,
Brandon, but I'll
04,
give him one more for
44
free to
PM,
finish off this bottle.
And 10.
I was going to say, I'd
04,
recommend against any
47
of that.
PM. You see another
Thank
group
you.
of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
3 to 2, didn't run false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay.
You don't actually know? It looks like?
Okay, and then we get down to lines 3464. And that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at
Excuse me.
3664 and 3682?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what
What's
are
the
those
question?
times?
Oh, what are the times? 10:04 and 49, it goes out of
I
park.
think Kurt might be offloading some of those
PM on
shots.
June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
And that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
Drive up to the house to get the
Let's go
shotgun.
down to lines 3490 and 3504. And we see another matching pair in out of park and then into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:11 and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 PM. And then it goes back into park at 10:12 and 38 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And that's roughly just under a minute or so.
That's correct.
And we're almost to the end here. Okay. And then
When he's returning with the shotgun.
we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 3506 through 3515. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with the, basically duplications of the existing ones.
So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
And then
I mean, that's what you
finally,
think.
at line 3521, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that line?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds PM on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we talked about for when the vehicle goes back in the park? after
No.
that?
No log message was present for that.
Okay.
Wait, so it
Can you
stayed out of park
explain why
forever?
that log message may not be present.
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message.
Oh,
The reason is not clear.
Okay.
I mean,
But
come
you do see
on.
it
So
come
the
out of
data is
park at
unreliable. That's great news. The
22
data is
or excuse me,
unreliable and
10:13,
garbage and
39,
shit.
correct.
That's
Thanks. I'm done with you.
Now, and just to reiterate this.
Please stop talking.
You're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data.
The most reliable piece of information you have
And you
is
can't tell us
bullshit.
necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving, or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear knob, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
It's a dial shifter, by the way. It's a 2021 Suburban.
Would you like to testify to gunshot residue as long as you're there? That'd be good.
Well, gunshot residue isn't always recorded by our tests, so it might or might not have been present.
And just so it's clear, you've determined you're interpreting this data.
A year of
because
effort.
You used a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And
What test vehicle
that's
did you
why
use?
you're giving us these opinions today, correct? From
That's
your
correct.
testing.
Is it a 2021 Suburban?
And when you were
The
using
same
your
feature
test
set, the same
vehicle,
tech
if you
package?
took a vehicle.
He said it was the same build.
Yeah, but I mean, they're different trims with different tech packages in
If you
them.
took the vehicle out and drove it, took it out of park.
Somebody
drove
just
it,
asked
and
did
then put it
OnStar
back in
smell
park,
the laundry
would you
detergent?
find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park?
That's about the level we're at.
Yes.
Okay.
Also,
And
if
you
you guys
wouldn't
didn't know this,
necessarily
yeah,
weren't
your
able to
car
determine any
tattles
other
on you
data
for
that would
everything.
reliably tell you if it was moving.
Not location
In
data,
modern car.
apparently.
That's correct.
Well,
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
the vehicle's
Not
driving, and
reliably.
you see that, you would see that identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes.
And however, if the car's just stopped and someone shifts it out of park and just sits there with their foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back into park message?
Yes.
You would, okay.
Self-loathing lib says if you threw up, we're banking those shots for later.
Not for mistake, Ms. Willis.
Oh my gosh. Please just
That's
shred
it.
him. Please
Not
just
defense.
make it funny at least. So you don't know anything about this car. You can't tell where it went, right?
He should refer to him as special agent and have the guy correct him.
just an agent.
He's just a tech.
Oh, I like this attorney too. I hope this is good.
Just the guy with hair?
Yeah. I like this guy's demeanor. He asks good questions.
He's their expert.
Kurt, you're
expert.
completely silent.
Stretch break.
Please be our champion guy.
Could you talk to us more about what the spreadsheet says on line 5384 on column Q about the exact time it was shift from park? What does it say about park? True? What does that mean? It means it was in park. Thank you so much. No further questions.
He doesn't even technically know it was in park. He created a toolkit and inferred that it's in park as best as I can figure because it's just data. And so he determined that these events mean that this happened. I legitimately don't think he could even tell you it was actually in park with certainty. Oh my gosh, what a disaster.
Just goes to show you most of the FBI's scientific stuff is sketchy as hell. Is that blue name tag in case he gets lost so people know where to take him or what?
Yeah.
If the jury convicts at this point.
Good afternoon, sir.
So we don't even know where the car went.
I won't, hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions.
I don't know how much left
First,
in
you
my
mentioned
bottle.
that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that's the manufacturer did?
Yes.
There you
It's not
go.
something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way. Is
Not
that
for the infotainment system, no.
I told you. That's what I said. Well, it's the
And
first one we've
you-
seen.
it sounded
So
like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the meaning of stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
Oh, we could, but we generally try to find the data on our own. Often
Why?
we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on data.
it's called a subpoena.
Did anyone attempt
Is it
to reach out
difficult?
to General Motors, say to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
You didn't even try.
They didn't even ask. Oh, it's difficult, so we didn't
I won't
ask.
go over this
Double murder
spreadsheet,
case.
Too much. You still have
Fair
the.
The
enough.
All Writs
Fabricating
Act
it.
isn't doing what it used to do.
Okay.
Fuck you
And we
guys.
didn't-
Oh,
No, they're trying to shove the All Writs Act up my ass. I don't like it. I don't like the All Writs Act
Consent
up
is
my
critical.
ass.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just briefly about.
The FBI couldn't possibly secure a rush subpoena on OnStar data from this car in a double
There were
murder
some
case involving a
things that were
high-profile
happening
attorney.
at,
Never
Yeah.
happened.
903. 903. 2103. Here, let me do it. I've got my phone on that.
TC Redfern says, "Hi Nick, try Garrison Brothers."
904.
I have not. I'll send you some. Thanks. Also,
I didn't
contact.
quite understand, what do these mean?
I'll do this in a minute.
This group of things that say info state, sleep, and state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing. Could you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages? So it looks like initially, like
sounds like he's never read this before.
line number 984, where the system initially boots up.
Line
And then
84. That's where it's at.
904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When
sorry.
you say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system? What
This
is it
10
doing
shots
when it
wasn't
starts up?
enough.
So this is just the
Finishing off the
computer
bottle.
for the infotainment center. This is not the entire vehicle, but something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. It's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that.
Oh
was
shit, he's got a woke car now.
Okay. And
Starts
what
using your pronouns.
would trigger
Yes.
this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
You didn't investigate it. That's great.
Scrolling down here to 906
Why would you?
and
Why would you check?
48 seconds. Am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? Keep going just a little bit more into the 49 second. So if you see that there was at one point, there was messages such engine run false, which is only within the same second as a following up on engine running true. It's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's moving to.
That sounds pretty confusing.
basically
It sounds
saying,
like some
"You're mad,
bullshit."
But I'm moving to this state here. So
It sounds
in that case,
like some
it looked the
bullshit.
engine
If
started
1
running.
second it's on and the other second is off, sounds like it's unreliable bullshit. Fuck you.
Yes.
Is this too much? Is this too much for me to point out it's bullshit?
Forgot I was
What
off
can you?
camera.
I almost want to ask this guy.
Well, I don't think
What
I'll
can you
belabor
actually
down
tell
the
us that's
spreadsheet
affirmative?
anymore, But I did want to ask, did you
Nothing.
additionally
Yeah.
retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system?
Ooh.
I think there was the 911.
I hate
call.
his fucking
We had
haircut
the
too.
call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth.
Why has he got a
or
fucking
several
Hitler
Bluetooth
haircut?
devices.
He's trying to fight
I'm gonna
the
hand you a
realization he's going
printout.
bald.
Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
Tell me that's not a Hitler haircut. Tell me.
We need Joe Hirschberger here.
We reviewed the data for the on-off times.
Take a look at this because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected.
It was more than we
wait,
collected
so that's not what
initially.
he
We looked further for the fuel.
So this doesn't even look like what they collected. So he's not sure this is the right exhibit. Fucking A.
Can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks. I don't.
I don't
have to go back into the original material. And,
I don't recognize my own report.
Is that
Can you
acceptable?
fucking say anything? Jesus.
Oh my God.
My papers, they are not in order.
Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. Stays no
We
objection to that.
reviewed the data, and it turned out at 8:49 he took the third rank.
No objection, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully.
Nice trial prep, folks.
I guarantee you his original data is the copy of what they just gave him.
Yeah. But it's always fun trying to get stuff in through an adverse witness.
Yeah.
I
Let me
think
get-
it's in a different size font than I used. So I don't know. Like, who knows what you changed?
Mm-hmm. Well, he's just incompetent. He's probably getting paid as a fucking GS-12 or something. Sucking down that government money.
This is going to be, I mean, this is insane. This entire proposition, remember the on opening statement, they said they had telemetry data from the car that matched the telemetry data from the cell phone that would place him at the scene of the murder and then show his drive to his mother's house and back. The car doesn't show anything of the sort, the data that they've got here. All it shows is that the car turned on in some way, just the infotainment system turned on in some way. We don't even know if the car itself was started, the engine startup event or anything like that happened. And then he thinks that it shifted out of park and then back into park at other times, but he can't actually tell you that that's what happened because it's encrypted by OnStar, by the manufacturer. And they just didn't bother to ask OnStar for the tools to get the data because they didn't, even though easily, again, this is a double murder case involving a high-profile attorney.
Is it?
Well, this
is
part
it double
is.
murder case? I thought it was about whether or not the motion for the sanctions in relation to the discovery order will be granted in the civil discovery case for the financial frauds in the boat case.
I have an almost order right here on my jacket.
Huzzah! Yeah, so, but I mean, there's no way that the FBI can't get a subpoena and have GM and OnStar like they're going to comply with it for all of
they
these.
would.
Probably.
In a murder, a double murder case.
iPhone wouldn't, but
yes, it would.
Apple wouldn't.
They do it on the down low.
Decrypt, they wouldn't do it. If they had it in their native database, they wouldn't, but they wouldn't decrypt.
Apple said they couldn't decrypt it.
Yeah, that's where I made
They
the
said
all
they
Rits.
couldn't.
That's why I meant the All Writs Act joke before, because of that issue.
Yeah, Apple tried to front like they could not decrypt the phone, that there was no way for them to do it.
Right.
And the risk of this is in San Bernardino, that shooting, the risk of trying to decrypt. Oh, God.
No, fuck this bullshit. Fuck you.
Ah, damn
Law
it.
and crime. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck that attorney.
Here we go. In San Bernardino, the risk of trying to brute force their way into the phone was that if they did that and they failed too many times, it would destroy the phone's data. That's a security feature that Apple set up. And Apple claimed that they didn't have a way to decrypt the phone. Of course they did. Of course they had a way to decrypt the phone. And after enough, just kind of standoffishness about it, Apple didn't decrypt the phone for the FBI, and the FBI got it done anyway. But the problem was they couldn't get a subpoena for that phone. I don't think, because the perpetrators were dead. Right? Did they even get a subpoena on that phone?
I think so.
I can't remember.
But not the FBI, Secret Service.
But I think that in this case, they're going to OnStar, and it's not like an encryption feature that's set up by the user like Apple, because that's the other thing. Apple, you set up an encrypted password, and Apple has to brute force this. This is just encryption data, or it's encrypting the data on your OnStar system, so it's protected marginally from some sort of outside look, because it's a cell phone.
It's also basic metadata too. It's not, your conversation. It's just, what did your car do?
Right.
Although I think I forget where I've seen it before. I remember seeing this a long time ago with OnStar. Like, the guy took his Corvette he took it. It wasn't on track, but it was like on an old road, and he just started hauling ass. And OnStar's like, your car just accelerated just real fast. Are you okay? Because he hit the brakes like they thought he hit something.
Sure. Yeah, if you have that collision detection.
Yeah.
I hate things like OnStar. I don't want my car tracking where I'm going. I mean, I know my phone does, but I don't want the car tracking how I drive personally at all.
Well, I have to confess, the prosecution fooled me when they were talking in their opening about telemetry. Telemetry doesn't require position data. It just means function of a remote sensing of the function data of a device.
Mm-hmm.
But it almost always does include position data, because that's an obvious piece of data that you'd want in almost any imaginable use case. So they use the word telemetry to kind of fool us into thinking position, but they don't actually have position data.
I mean, it's a 2021 Suburban with OnStar. That means the car itself will have acceleration, deceleration data. It will have any collision events or anything like that. And it will have GPS built right into the system. It's all there. So when they said telemetry data on a 2021 Suburban, the obvious assumption is that they're going to have the GPS track exactly where the car was. And the value of that would be the tracking would be within meters of where the car was. So if he's driving it a third of a mile down to the place or whatever, we would know that's exact, like that he drove down to the shed or drove back, or if he drove, a little bit off of the road or something, we would even potentially know that much for any of this stuff. But it turns out they've got nothing about it at all. It's baffling that they're going to bring this and try and make something out of the start and stop time, and have the guy sit on the stand and say, I can't even tell you if the car moved or in what direction, or if it was in reverse or drive. That's insane.
Or if the car itself was on. Yeah, just all I know is that the radio was on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe was he listening to Howard?
And he can't tell you if the proximity key fob activates the system or not, because he just didn't bother to check that. So let's say that Murdaugh walks by the car on the way to kill Maggie and Paul, and it triggers that thing. They can't tell that there was a proximity Bluetooth or a proximity.
Well, they already said that. They already said that, because they said they can't determine why it turned on at certain times. They said that.
Yeah, and they don't even know if this is one of the events that it could be. Mm-hmm. They have no idea.
They said it's unreliable. They said it's unreliable.
Yeah, it's insane.
Well, it's reliably unreliable.
Yeah. And then the beautiful testimony, my favorite testimony. Well, there are times where the system just doesn't record events. As far as that guy's concerned,
that's what I said.
Yeah, that car's still not in park.
It's like it's not reliable.
The car never went back into park. Oh.
We don't know what it means. It's unreliable. It can determine things. Whatever.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate all of this.
The state's case sucks. It sucks garbage.
Yeah. Self-loathing lib says, "Are we doing more shots? I'm listening but not reading." I'm not doing it.
I finished my bottle, though. I can open another one.
You sure?
No.
Yes, very much.
If you still possess manual dexterity to open a bottle, that's up to Brandon. I'm not doing any shots today, man. I'm done. Snowboard Dan says, "Is this guy related to Hitler?" # nice haircut. Stanya Gores says, "I want to get drunk with Kurt. He is making these testimonies bearable. One slurring, liquored up panelist a day just feels right. Cheers to you all." Back to TC Redfern says, hi, Nick, try Garrison Brothers, ? No, I've not. I'll send you some. Thank you. Also, contact dhia.com for all your lawyer malpractice needs and howtomanage.com for managing your small law firm. Cheers. So there you go. dhia.com for lawyer malpractice and howtomanage.com for small law firm management. Very, very cool. Thank you for those. We've got Matches Burns says, what's smaller, that sled firearms expert who testified last week in his tiny hands or Attorney Tom's height? Jury is out on that one. Same as this case. Roxitios says, toast for me. Just got my first internship as a system security intern at the Mystic Lake Casino. Thanks for being great, Ricada. Hey, Roxitios, congrats, man. Cheers to you and your new employment endeavors. May the tax-free casino earnings be wonderful for you. And I hope you have just a fantastic career down there at Mystic Lake. And if I'm ever headed down there, I'll let you know somehow. I don't know how I'd let you know because I don't have a way to contact you, but I'd like to. Cheers. Cindy J says, sent you an email with a link to have Girl Scout cookies delivered straight to you in case you want to help my daughter reach her goal. Hey, I just got that email. I was like, what the hell is this? Thank you, Cindy J. I'll probably order some. I really appreciate that. I love Girl Scout cookies. Thin mints, man. Thin mints. Put them in the freezer. Dip them in milk. Spitfire Lover says, Nick, this is the... I did that. Didn't I do the patent attorney whose wife had cancer? Maybe I didn't.
Yes. At least once.
Okay.
Not that you shouldn't do it again. I'm just...
Yeah, let's see. I'll pull it up one more time here. This is to support the Torch family on Give, Send, Go. Melissa Torch. That's Torch with an E at the end. But here's her Give, Send, Go. And she's fighting cancer a second time. And Mark is, I believe, her husband, who is with her through all of this. So feel free to check that out. And if you feel so compelled, help a family out who's going through some tough times.
And incidentally, thank you for everyone who helped Hogue.
Yeah.
Richard Hogue. Yeah.
Did he reach his goal?
More to the point, he's home. He's healthy.
Oh, he is. Okay. I haven't gotten an update in a while, so I'm glad to hear that. The Uncovered Lamp says being addicted to sleep aids would make it more plausible. Here's a story of a guy whose wife had a psychotic break from Cymbalta and started plotting a serial killing. Whoa, cool. Not a Robot says, are you shitting me? Steve left just as I asked the stupid life extension medical question. You're never going to get that question answered. It's a long discussion. He said you should ask him on his channel. He's going to have a live stream when I'm done today. So you should pop over there on Rumble. Not a Robot 101. Hey, Steve, here's something. Oh, shoot. Go back.
If you bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
Maybe 2 or 3 more minutes.
We're going to bring the jury and let them watch you do that.
There you go. Not a Robot says, hey, Steve, here's something you definitely not written about. How about that write-up on life extension medicine, extremely long life sentences that could be potentially served with them, the denial of said medication to the people jailed, and how it'd be like a death sentence. Love you. So yeah, the hypothetical is we develop medicine that can make you live 200, 300 years. You go to prison for life or whatever, but you're denied the life extension. Is that effectively a death sentence? Who knows? Ogonza 1000 says, hey, Nikki, I noticed you're not enjoying the trial, so I called in a bomb threat to give you a long lunch. No need to thank me, unbreaded. He's kidding. He's kidding to everybody watching. That's a joke. Oh, my gosh. Maybe Kate says, follow me on Instagram at Dirigible Ink Dirigible Ink Editorial for writing tips, prompts, and shit. There you go. B. Miller says, is Alec in custody or out on bail? I think he's in custody. Is the idea here. Oh, shit. Where was this one? Palmyra Productions says, apparently the judge is leaving up to the jury if they continue today or not. It's happening with Harper says, so what does Lesko Brandon do for a living? Also, I've always wondered if a gun has ever accidentally gone off while being handled during testimony. I think Kurt mentioned that case earlier. We don't know what Lesko Brandon does for a living, and more importantly, I don't want to know. That's his private information. He can share it if he wants, but I'm not asking. Tracy3 says, there are tweets now saying there's a medical emergency at the courthouse. We did see that ambulance go by with when DUI guy was on stream. Watchdog, welcome to paralegal status. Richard Kickstand says one of the women from this morning took out a bathroom stall. Diana Mitchum says, yes, Kurt. Houston, Texas representing. Tall Skinny Geeks read that one. Jason G, this trial is moving slower than Lizzo's metabolism. Wow. Grimwolf says cracker is technically a racial slur. Mr. Rustler says, automotive engineer here. This is BS, and they could have gone to the handful of companies that produce the units for all manufacturers for the tool. DCV Titan says, as defense, my first question, what steps did you take to validate the accuracy of the system's clock? Good question. Although the OnStar clock is probably set cellular, but did they test it? We don't know.
Satellite. GPS.
Oh, yeah, it could be satellite too. John says, how bad does the state want this guy that they had the FBI spend a year cracking the encryption to then have them write custom software to extract the OnStar data? They could have just done. They could have just asked OnStar for it. Base says, how does Chandler's girlfriend Kat have better location data than the FBI and the state of South Carolina combined? AA Ron, all this park, no park timestamp info just sounds like someone freaking out, not knowing what to do. This would have all been before he knew about the killing, allegedly. But they just gave you times and park and no park. I mean, what? So and they're consistent with what what his investigation has said. He went to his mother's house. It's about 20 minutes away. Out of park for 20 minutes. In park, car shuts off. Later he gets back in. Out of park. Picklington says, for all the latest in YouTube commentary community Spurg drama, consider the @now recording YouTube channel. Oh, God. Lucas says, X exam was a clock set to the right time. Oh, on cross. Catherine Finney Zabaticus says, I work with a dude that sounds just like this, bro. Vince Clortho, he misses his swing line stapler. Big Rig 0485. Sober Kurt. Well, I think this guy doesn't have anything, but let's hear. Drunk Kurt. F this guy, idiot. Angry lawyer noises. Chat. We are here for this. Self-loathing Lib says, back to drinking, Kurt. Check PayPal. Oh, God. Crystal Fuller says, you also get a thing called Guardian with OS, and it tracks your phone with OnStar.
Recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss this.
They couldn't get the report. Like he couldn't pull up his own research now. Oh boy. I hope they just rip this guy apart tomorrow. They can't get the printer working. Is that what's going on? Look at them all standing around. You're like, where's an HP technician? Where's our paralegal to make this thing work?
Someone find Chan.
The Jeremy Hambley public relations team says we can get Eliza Blue on your show for a small fee. Dachshund's Rule says, love the panel, makes this bearable. Question, who's the older blonde lady sitting next to the ginger kid behind Alex? I see her every day. I have no idea who that is.
The older ginger kid? Did they mean Buster?
Yeah. They didn't say the older ginger kid, but they just said who's the older blonde lady next to Buster.
Oh, the older blonde lady. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Brandon tipped me more. I owe 5 shots more.
Oh my God.
So I got to open a new bottle. Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Don't fall.
Think
on
you'll
the
make
way.
it?
Whew. Kimberly Ashcraft says, had OnStar on Mercedes and location was known at all times whether car was on or off. State must have GPS info, and it further proves Alex is innocent. Ms. Real Lou, thank you for the donations. Zizerois says, I am still confused. Does parked equal true mean the vehicle is parked? Remember, parked equals true is a thing that he created. We don't actually know if it is parked equal true. That's him. Let's Let's see. Next is Ben Schwartz. I want to subscribe. Which platform earns you more? Yes. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. The long streams I do are typically on Rumble. Trial streams I do on Rumble and YouTube combined. But the nighttime show, which is when I'm not doing, which is the normal sort of show, that is Rumble. I do an hour on YouTube and then switch over, and it's usually a 3 to 4 hour show. The Rickster says, Nick, did you say you dunk Girl Scouts in milk or dunk the cookies in milk? Great stream. The cookies. Don't touch Girl Scouts. The Magis 93 says, Kurt, you're just jealous. He has hair, bro. Magis Burns says, Mein Führer, I can testify, jawohl. Robin Fox says, how dare you insult the Czech? Look, they send scam emails to try and get you to get your channel hacked constantly. USA Now says Shyster lawyer suffers. The chat has and has a picture of a very large woman stuffed into what I can only imagine to be a burlap sock stretched well beyond its limits. Robin Fox says, Nick, you stupid lawyer, get a PGP key. The hell's a PGP key? Robin Fox says, true crime aficionados, you mean wine moms and cat women. Nora Vanguard says, haven't caught up yet, but beautiful rant yesterday. Also, if Alex took the stand and decided to burn his law office on there, would the firm be able to sue him? I mean, unless it was, no, he's protected from defamation in his testimony. So that would work. But he'd probably be burning himself if he did that. I mean, if he got up there and was just like, this happened and this happened, it would look a lot like, I don't know, that'd have to be handled really delicately and with really good evidence. Robin Fox, if they are co-conspirators in the underlying crime of insurance fraud, a federal crime, can they even testify against him? Well, if they were proven co-conspirators in a fraud crime, they would have testimony issues. Their character for truthfulness would be in question. This guy
can
says,
we take down the banner?
oh, yes. Yes. There we go. Thank you. And I'll put our names back up. Oh, that stuff's good. Alamo. Let's see. The last one here is Diz Guy says, underappreciated quote of the day. Karen the Hut. We had an open floor plan. Bronco. Good thing they did. Oh my God. I missed it. Oh, whew. Well, I'm actually done with super chats because I've been keeping up with them throughout the day, which is nice. But any final thoughts for the day? We're gonna have an early end to this stream.
No progress made at all, as far as I'm concerned, for the state, and arguably some progress for the defense.
Please
The
continue so I
favorable,
can do
he's a
my
nice
shots
guy,
on your
loves his
stream rather
family.
than doing my
cross.
Well, what would
I say? Say, please continue on so I can finish my shots on your stream rather than doing my own stream, because I have to finish them on stream, so they're counted.
I guess. You have 5 left?
Thank you. Yeah, well, we're doing 2 more right now, so let's hope for the best.
Good luck. Patricia A., thanks for the donation. No, I agree with you, Andrew. I didn't see anything that the state got out of today at all.
And this last guy was obviously a complete clusterfuck for them.
And they haven't even finished Cross on him yet. I mean,
they haven't even started Cross.
No, not really started, right?
It's gonna be crazy. Well, if we're gonna stay here for a minute, I gotta go to the bathroom and then I'll be right back. But I will
start
hang
slamming
out
them.
for a
Let's
bit.
go.
Okay. I don't know the value of this.
Kurt, what are you
The
drinking?
value of
The testimony we had in terms of the on-off geolocation data, I don't get the tie-in.
no, so nothing on direct struck me. Now, of course, the state does this all the time. They bury whatever evidence might actually be relevant in a tsunami of word salad. But I didn't hear anything that was inconsistent with the defense narrative of events. When the defendant started his car, where he went, when he came back.
Exactly.
It was all consistent to me. If they did introduce any evidence that was inconsistent, they certainly hid it very well.
Yeah, it was lost on me. It's consistent with his story.
And you would want to point it out if only for the jury, right? As the expert. Well, if I were to tell you that It's been claimed the car was operated for 30 minutes and not 15 minutes. Would that surprise you? And the expert would go, yeah, that would be really inconsistent with the data I saw. At least bring it to the jurors' attention so they'll bother remembering it. But they didn't do any of that. So I don't think they have any of that.
Clarify that issue for
I'm
everyone.
curious to see what damage will get done on cross, and then if they try to patch it up on redirect, or maybe they'll try to move along and just keep overwhelming the jury, which is nonsense.
I wonder if this is the guy who called in the threat, so he wouldn't have, trying to get out of
like,
testifying.
I didn't do my homework. Oh no,
I'm not prepared for this examination. Just leave me with my computers.
Oh boy, I'm back. Whew.
All right, so I'm going to do 10 shots now.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not serious.
I was like, what?
They'd find me in my
Okay.
office in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, and they'd be checking your vehicle's OnStar data.
12 as we speak. It's a little bit harsh.
It'll be
damn.
You got a TV appearance and you got your boxers on your head.
Yeah, I've you're saying that whiskey you got's a little harsh, Kurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that. I got the two the Alamo Black and then where is it? Yeah, this triple barrel. This is the one you're drinking right now. I liked this one okay, but it is definitely harsh. The Alamo Black was a little smoother.
I agree.
Yep. Whew. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing in this case today. It was effectively a waste of time. We did have a bomb threat, high drama, I guess. But I just don't see where the state is going to get their
I mean, what did we have, right? We had forensic scientist Megan Fletcher with the gunshot residue.
Who said that, who would not admit any sort of standard for what is significant other than that what is favorable to the state is significant and nothing else matters.
Exactly
yes,
right.
And why did she stop at what she did? Why didn't she do more?
Then we had Annette Griswold, right? The paralegal for Alex.
Right.
All
Yeah.
she did was testify that he stole money, but also that he loved his family.
Right. And was a good all around, family man, was a good employer seemingly too. Like that was also there, and that she kind of didn't want to do anything because she was worried about her job as a single mom. Oh, and testified that everybody thought that they were all in danger when Paul and Maggie got hit.
Right. Then we had Michael Gunn from the real Forge, not the Forge. And all he
Right.
did was testify that apparently Alex stole a bunch of money and he loved his family.
Right. And he had a weird pseudo inconsistent statement, which isn't really important, except, that it just makes the state look weird that he said, I latch onto this and the defense did too, is really the only cross-exam questioning was related to him saying that, he really only saw Alec Murdaugh at business and professional events. And, he's kind of a friend, but, really didn't see him. But, oh yeah, you texted his wife. You went to the wedding with they texted his wife and she would text you for recommendations when her son was up in Cambridge and stuff like that. Oh, and yeah, and your wife and her were like good friends. And so it was like, which again was just a weird self-own on that questioning. But yeah, that all we got out of that was that Alec, definitely wasn't accidentally sending checks to the wrong company, which I don't think anybody would have bought that theory anyway.
Then we had the SLED person who took the infotainment system out of the defendant's Suburban, just a chain of custody witness. And then we got this guy who basically testified in binary in a manner entirely consistent with the defendant's version of events. And then couldn't read his own notes on cross.
So this is what I missed. So what did I miss on this last guy? What was the story here?
Disaster. They have no location data from the car itself. None.
What are you talking about? None. You mean
zero?
Okay, wait a second. Okay, so I got to catch up. Do we have the time of the car start?
Yes.
We have the time of
in so much detail that would befuddle your mind.
Well,
exactly what time it started.
We have the time.
Do you know
know
what Park True means? Do you know what Park True means?
No.
Guess.
Yeah.
True.
Park
if
equals
if the
true.
vehicle says Park True? What does that mean?
Means it was parked, and it
You
was
got it.
actually parked.
Fantastic. You got it.
But Steve, guess
Or
what?
it's being driven by a Korean.
I need an expert to do this. I need an expert to
no.
explain it to me.
That's the best part, Steve, is they didn't get the data from OnStar that parked equals true. Parked equals true is a status created by the FBI in his own proprietary coded system to extract data from OnStar, and he self-interpreted that what data he got meant parked equals true. It doesn't actually necessarily mean parked equals true. He created that. He wrote the code. There's no replicability. And they apparently tested it on a similar build vehicle, but we don't know if it's the same tech package. We don't know anything about the test vehicle.
So, Steve, the FBI bought what they claim is a matching Suburban and spent a year reverse engineering a system to get the data out of Alex's car.
A car that has OnStar, who they could presumably subpoena with a warrant.
Your government at work. Oh, jeez. All right. So,
wait, no.
All right.
I got one more thing. He testifies because the car never goes back into park, ever. And he testifies, well, there are times where it just stops recording the data.
So
For reasons we
basically,
don't understand.
So what we're saying is any telemetry from the car is useless.
Should be. I mean, it should be.
But what about the 90648 car engine start? Can we say that?
No. We can say the dashboard lit up at that time, but it doesn't indicate if the engine's running.
And we don't know why the dashboard lit up in any way. It could be because the door opened. It could be because the engine turned on. It could maybe be, but they didn't bother to test because you walk by with the proximity key fob and the car, it's a Suburban. I mean, so if depending on the trim level, it has some pretty nice features. So you walk up, the lights turn on. I mean, that's how my car works. My Navigator, which is a similar, level car, you walk up to it with a key in your pocket and the little running boards come down, the lights turn on. It's like a welcome thing. They didn't even test to see if that created the event at all. They just didn't bother to check.
Well, why would you do that? You don't actually have a double murder homicide case.
you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a theft case. I see there.
Yeah, maybe they could have gotten financial crime data from the OnStar. I mean, who knows? Oh,
I'm disappointed. I wanted bang up telemetry data. I wanted some real explanations from some scientist guys.
Plotted on a map.
Plotted on a map, this is the time we can say his engine started on this time, and so his key was in it. Or the big thing that I've been getting blowback on my 906 thing is that he has a remote start key, and this he could have started it from back at the place and then run over so that to create. Did we get anything?
They have no idea. It could be.
Who bears the burden of proof again here?
Yeah, right. That's the problem.
I know this one. Wait, so Steve.
No, you're not a criminal lawyer. You can't talk on it.
Steve, there's the real question though, and I want to see if you can guess the answer to this one, Steve, because I think this is important. There's a reason they didn't contact OnStar or GM to get the data. Do you want to guess what the reason was?
Why did they not contact GM or OnStar to get the data?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't a suspect until September or October, huh?
No, just because they didn't.
They didn't want to. They're hard to work with.
You ever see the movie High Anxiety? And it's like a guy's he goes, says, I'd like a paper. And he's like, it's a hassle. It's like, or isn't that your job? Your job is supposed to investigate. It's a hassle. I don't do that.
It's literally like, well, they're hard to work with. So he said, well, did you ask? No. They didn't even ask.
Amazing. Well, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't be amazed, but
you shouldn't.
Yeah, I have been watching this trial, so but I mean, come on, guys. State. I mean, I want. See, this is the thing. I want great prosecutors. I want great prosecutors who get to the point and deliver me good evidence of guilt and are filing strong cases. The state should have no excuse to file such a weak case. But
well, I keep waiting for the strong part to show up. Like, they're just hiding the ball. We're going to get there eventually. And I thought the vehicle data was going to be a big crucial part of it because that's what they mentioned it in opening. One of the few things they talked about was this vehicle telemetry data. It has no location at all. They can't even tell if the car was in drive or reverse.
Well, I'm going to revoke my OnStar coverage because well, hey,
I'm sure my German car would turn me in.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, we know you're doing things.
Yeah, your German car would turn in you, your neighbors, your other cars.
Have you ever seen the movie The Lives of Others?
No, I've heard it's really good. I think my friend gave it to me and I haven't watched it.
You got to watch it. That's the greatest, one of the greatest movies of all time. The Lives of, it's about the East German surveillance state against yeah. Well, okay. All right, chat. I hear you. They're bombarding me with things. I'm going to be drinking my sidecars at my 8 o'clock Rumble stream, live stream. So y'all are invited if you want to come over. I don't know. I got to get it working. It would only be my second stream, so 8 o'clock. So you guys bring all your questions and that stuff, and I hear you.
Well, send me a link, Steve. I may be able to join you for a little bit. That's 6 o'clock my time.
6 o'clock your time. Hey, how about
it's not like Nick's crazy shows.
Yeah, I'll drink one sidecar. That's like
I will be driving around picking up my kids at that time. So
yeah, well,
sorry, brother.
No, it's all right, no problem. And Phil, I got a special time. You're gonna have once I get this thing going, you're gonna have to do like a special live Nick show sometime when actually I know when the second book gets released.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh man, I tell you, I'm so chomping at the bit.
Adam says the jury at this point are probably wishing those bomb threats were bomb promises. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Nick, I'm leaving you. About to put an offer on a small ranch near San Marcos, Texas. Won't be selling the Minnesota house for a few years, though. Oh, I'm so jealous. Man, a small ranch in Texas? Oh, and like close enough to Austin to be able to go and enjoy the food, but down in San Marcos, like away from most of the Californians. That'd be nice.
I live in Austin.
I know, with the Californians.
Oh, you're in Austin. Okay, man, that's some good music there. What kind of music do you like?
Very good, for sure.
What's your favorite music?
Bluegrass.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Yes, country and western. I bet you they have the great concerts there. You're in like
I don't really consider it country or western, to be honest. It's a little bit more old school, a little bit more plain, a little bit more basic in some ways, but a little bit more authentic.
Who's the founder?
Bluegrass, Steelgrass. Steelgrass is really good.
Who's the founder of bluegrass? There was like a guy that what's his name? He's like a legendary guy who was like the inventor of bluegrass. Is it Mike wrong about that?
You got me on that one.
Bill.
Bill sounds like a likely name.
But I found bluegrass when I was studying when I was studying in law school. Is what I found bluegrass. I found it very therapeutic to study to.
What about the song Teddy Bear Revival? You like that one?
Can't speak to that.
It's good. It's a good bluegrass song. I really like it.
Who's
about
it
a
by?
kid who would I don't remember, but it's about a kid who does revivals in his house with his little teddy bears lined up, like the Pentecostal revivals.
The Pizzelle sisters.
Bill Monroe. That's it. Big old hammer. Nailed it. Bill Monroe. Yeah, he's good. You ever heard Bill Monroe? Go back. That's like real old school. I think I'm not a bluegrass guy, so I'll defer. But check him out and tell me what you think, because I've heard he's like the founder of all bluegrass. Bill Monroe. Yeah.
I just love bluegrass harmonies. They're
I
so
think
good.
bluegrass is way different than country, especially modern country, commercial country.
Well,
I think bluegrass is very
Yeah.
authentic, very Appalachian. That's how I think about it. It's Appalachian, very sort of salt of the earth, very authentic Americana.
Adam says,
But that's
if
what I
you-
like.
If you take red to mean commie, 99 red balloons hits a bit harder these days. Cards 96 says, in 1993 during the Mississippi flood, a guy in Quincy, Illinois rammed his boat into the levee to breach it so his girlfriend wouldn't have to go to work. Jason Tremba says, calling it now, Morgan Freeman will play the judge in the movie version of the trial. Nailed it. Not Heisenberg says, the log has the text for log entries. He didn't make them up, brackets. I kind of sounded like he did, but maybe... he said he interpreted the binary data himself. Maybe I misheard. I don't know. Catherine S. says, for as many GM cars the feds buy, they should have the code. Miss Real Lou, thank you for the donation. Xanathium 15 says, Jesus tap dancing Christ, why doesn't the state have a whiteboard or some infographic to overlay the cell phone and car data for the jury?
Because there is no
Oh, no.
cell phone and car data, right?
No, we don't believe in demonstratives over here in South Carolina. Apparently, that's what I learned.
I mean, you'd think when we eventually get to that cell phone tower metadata that they promised. Well, actually, I don't know if we're going to get that. I think that because they just said cell phone telemetry, didn't they? I think we might have assumed that it was going to be tower
Position
metadata
data.
with triangulation, but instead it's just the steps. I don't know, because otherwise you'd think they'd get to that. Okay, we're going to do the cell phone tower triangulation. They'd have a map and be like, here's these overlapping circles, and here's where, the points where we know he was, or we can best guess, or whatever.
Well,
But I don't know if that's coming.
Well, I'm looking forward to that because I have lots of opinions on the cell phone circle idea. That is the wrong way to do cell phone data.
I agree,
but I'd love to see it done like for our group. The people that are watching here. Well, I'd like, because it's fascinating. I think cell phone telemetry data is fascinating, and it's really, if it's done right. But see, oh man, the state they might screw it up. This is depressing.
I mean, they said telemetry, but it doesn't necessarily mean location. So we have no idea, because we all just assumed that the car was going to have GPS data. I mean, I did, for sure. I shouldn't say we all, but I definitely thought that's what they meant, because they said it would confirm the timeline and his movement and location. So let's see. Risuno Kairu says, I'm an hour behind on the video, but let me say I'm disgusted he converted everything to binary and excludes non-binary folks. What a transphobe. Katie did a podcast, says, Kurt, have you heard of the Bluegrass Brothers? They're my family. If you haven't, then check them out.
We'll do.
AA Ron says, Bill Monroe did the best version of Blue Moon of Kentucky I've ever heard.
There you go. It's a good place to start right there. Put that down, because Bill Monroe, I'm not a big bluegrass fan, but whenever I hear Bill Monroe play, I'm like, that guy's good. I mean, he's obviously got something going. Old school stuff.
Martin 261 says, what? Not one Saudi in an airliner last night? Oh my God. No, none. And here's the thing with OnStar, guys. The other OnStar is always on, because one of the features of OnStar is if you lock your keys in your car, you can call them and they send a signal to your OnStar unit to unlock your car. They can find it. They can kind of use it as a low jack. Like, that location data should exist, but the state doesn't have it.
They didn't issue a warrant? I mean, did they try to get it and they just
said
didn't?
no. They said they like to do it themselves.
Come on. I can't believe that. Really? Did they really say that, or you just?
Yes. No, that's actually what he said. We like to do it ourselves.
Because I've got to go.
You're hard to work with.
Megyn Kelly on tomorrow too. I don't know if I got to say, Andrew, I don't know if Megyn Kelly's my thing. I mean, I'm too wordy.
Well, there's a reason I passed it on.
Because it's like I spend like an hour sitting there in the green room, and then it's like I have 2 sentences, and then they don't promote my book, which is the only reason I do this stuff. So I'm like, okay, all my scintillating ideas, but I mean, I only get a couple. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be doing it anymore.
I mean, listen, I've had a fine time the few times I've been on the show, but like you say, you only have a few minutes to speak. You can't grift anything. So,
and like these kind of long form streams that you guys do, it's brilliant because we can really get in depth and kind of go off on our little side tangents and talk about what we want and give you guys some good analysis, some real legal analysis, not just with drive-by media analysis. And not that it was good. I mean, her show's interesting and all, but I'm just not sure if I'm the right guy for that type of format.
Nana X8 says OnStar also has an app you can use to locate your vehicle. Kurt, you still doing shots, buddy, or are you done?
I think technically I owe 3 more.
I know what you owe. I was curious if you were still doing them or if you were going to like be smart and not do them.
I pay my debts. I'm the last.
But you could pay them later.
But my house motto is technically "Hear Me Roar." That's a very deep inside Game of Thrones reference.
Or a Katy Perry reference.
No. Game of Thrones, Lannister, their official motto is "Hear me roar, not I pay my debts."
And that's that
I know
line from
my
the
Game of
Katy Perry
Thrones,
song.
It's fucking bullshit. Season 8, fuck you. I know by lore. Let's go.
You're gonna hear me roar, just like Katy Perry.
I'm sensing that Kurt has been drinking a few shots.
He's 12 deep, Steve.
Couple
Not a
shots.
Robot 101 says, hey, Nick, could you please tell Steve about the things I said earlier that he could write about that he hasn't? Please, the thing about life extension, medicine, death penalties, and life imprisonment. Okay. This guy has been, ever since you've been on the show, pretty much, he's been trying to get you to talk about or write about, I guess, the concept that if we had some miracle life extending medicine that would extend life to, like, say 300 years or something, and we put people in prison and deny them that life extending medicine, would that equal an effective death penalty? And I guess the ethics
Right.
of it.
Well, actually, and we had talked, and actually I got to thank Kurt, because one of my best Rumble videos or highest viewed videos is, aside from Nick, it's like you just mail it in and it goes in there. But Kurt's, when we had that like extended discussion on the death penalty, which was really
good.
I thought it was excellent.
I'd like to continue it on a more sober level.
Well, actually, but you know what it did is, see, and this is what happens is I get involved in something. This is how these articles get written. And it's like, well, that's a really good point. And I want to do the deep dive on it. And
No,
so
I agree. That's how I like to roll.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to talk to you on a more sober level. Not now, for sure.
Yeah,
I'd like
right.
to talk to you about the ethics.
Fair enough.
I'd like to talk about the ethics of public defender not representing their client when they want to plead death. When they want to say death is fine.
Oh yeah, we call that death penalty volunteers.
I understand that. I want to argue with you about the ethics of it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to argue. I like discussing things for the sake. Yeah,
let's
sure.
debate it. Let's discuss
Absolutely.
it.
But I do have an article that I am going to. It's like, but I want to get my book done first. You know, the articles, I really got to do it. I got a lot of stuff on my plate, but I do want to get.
You're a smart guy. If you thought through, I'd like to discuss it with you because you thought it through. You're a smart guy. You thought it through, and let's debate it or discuss it. Actually, and maybe you convince me, maybe not. Let's go.
Actually, Kurt, see there, you see, this is inspirational because maybe you could put together like all of the reasons the death penalty is okay. Because I think the real question is whether the death penalty whether the death penalty is a good public policy. Because it's not up to us individually whether it's imposed. It's whether we support it as a matter of law. So the question then becomes: is the death penalty?
I think for me it's slightly nuanced there. It's assuming it's good as a matter of law, whether the client can opt into it.
That's a subset of the general question.
That's my issue. Like if it's good as a matter of law, that's a different issue. If you want to have that issue, not my issue. Assuming it's a good matter of law, if the client can opt into it. That's
you
my
should
issue.
debate it twice. You should debate it sober, and then you should debate it sidecar mode.
For grabs. Let's do it.
And we'll just be going like, you don't know what you're talking about. You know, like
you're gonna send me a book, right?
Yeah. I got it. Look, I got
Steve, do you have a book about? I have questions about things, and could you provide me answers about these things? Where could I find these things?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's actually in Ideas and Answers in Law, available at stevegosney.com. And
where do you say? I didn't hear you.
You go to stevegosney.com and you get
stevegosney.law.
Yeah, no, stevegosney.com.
Oh, okay, stevegosney.com. Fantastic. And what can I find when I get there?
Everything, the answers to everything. Vote for me and all your dreams will come true.
Fantastic.
All right. Well, where were we?
We're trying to
get us back on track.
I was letting you guys get that out.
I was trying to grift your ass.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Thank you very much.
I was just trying to.
That's why I'm here. Isn't it really? No, I enjoy the palling around, but ultimately, the wife would appreciate the hobby being successful.
And also, I'm a little bit unclear about self-defense law. Is there Ace were a class.
If only,
or
if only
they
there were
just set
something,
for
Only there
them.
were somebody here.
something free.
I mean,
Law of
this one-
Self-Defense Principles. Check out the reviews on Amazon, but do not buy the book at Amazon. They will charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. You can get the book for free. I do still ask you to cover the shipping and handling, but get the book for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Nick.
Softback doesn't do anything for me.
Oh, well, if you want
softback
if
is
you want
bullshit.
hard, we have the
Get
beautiful hardcover edition. Makes a wonderful gift. Looks great on the shelf. You can get this beautiful hardcover version of the book at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
I'm over here hiring cousin Uncle Eddie. Not a Robot 101 says, thanks, Nikki. Sorry for being a big fat pain in the ass. Love you. And Steve, Kurt, you all right? Bronca doesn't need love because he is hard. This guy says
We
it was
all
a
need
bomb.
love. We
it was
all
a-
need love.
It was a bomb pledge, not a bomb donation, quoting Amber Heard. KRM 9044 says, Ricada Law for discussion. Oh, God. One, do you see crowdsource support like this chat/live stream being integrated into trials? Yes, smart attorneys are already incorporating social media and that sort of crowdsource of data into their stuff. The trick is filtering out the noise.
Right.
And I know people have sent me information about who are software engineers that are trying to write software to use AI to filter out that noise and provide good sifting of that data. So we know that is coming. Yes, it's absolutely going to be integrated into trials, but it's going to be integrated through attorneys into trials. It's not like the court is going to crowdsource data and then make some, determination. It's all going to be done in the adversarial system, at least until we go full on totalitarian.
I filter out the noise. You mean filter out the long crime commentary?
Yeah.
A little bit.
And number two, if you were trying a case, would you use something like this stream/chat to help your case? I mean, probably not. Well, not if I'm hosting the stream, because you wouldn't want to talk about your own, information. You could run into issues with privilege. You could run into other issues if you're like talking about exactly what you're doing and then trying to get responses. So that would be a problem. But if someone else is talking about it, what do you do? You pay someone $15-20 an hour to sit down and take notes on the live streams that are going on. Sure. Seems like an easy investment. Look out for these things is what we want to know about, and commentary from professionals or even non-professionals, laypersons who might be really into researching cases and stuff. And in the same way that these people are looking into documentaries and podcasts and whatever, even outside of the legal area, just trying to gather as much information as possible. But it's all related.
The problem is the noise. I mean, there's so many bad takes out there. There's so many people, you go on YouTube, look at all the legal opinions out there, and most of them are garbage.
Yes, the noise is bad. And the other thing is it's a function of time and resources, monetary resources of the defendant or of the client, because they have to be able to afford that. And if they can afford a lot, then you can do a lot. We saw in Depp, I mean, they had a very expensive and robust team for Johnny Depp. Very expensive, very robust. They went through, they had going through social media posts. They were going through everything. And there's a ton for them to filter through. And it still could have probably been bigger.
And some of the worst takes get the greatest following because they're the more dramatic takes. They're the more emotional takes, but not necessarily the most legally sound takes.
Correct. And here, Bronca, I think someone in my locals made this for you based on that earlier comment. So
probably
that was
Jabba
relatively horrible.
Jabba the paralegal.
That was wow, very rude. Okay, we're
Laughing
almost
on the inside.
Justin Wright says, for Steve, if you want to interview a trucker and a veteran, I'm up for it. My email starts with Rotary.
Well,
so
send me. Go to my webpage and you can send me an email on.
He probably did. He's telling you it starts with Rotary. I would guess, not because he wants you to guess the rest of the email, but so you can find it in your own.
Okay.
My email starts with Rotary. See if you can.
My email is. I'm so lost right now, but yeah, I'll look back. Thank you for that. I will look for it. Yes, I'm streaming tonight at 8:00 on my Rumble channel. Rumble only. I don't see YouTube.
8:00 Eastern.
Yes, Eastern Standard Time. I don't do YouTube. Why should you build your house on a foundation of sand?
I was just clarifying. You said 8 o'clock, so I was just telling people it was Eastern time.
No, I'm saying why should I do YouTube?
I didn't make any commentary about you doing YouTube.
People are yelling at me in the chat like, "Are you on YouTube? Are you on YouTube?" And I'm like, "No, I don't do YouTube." I'm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
I thought you were talking to me. I'm like, I don't know. I didn't say you should do YouTube. I didn't say anything
talking
about
to
it.
me? You talking to me?
Kingslayer Damocles, which prosecution is more unethical? This prosecution, Rittenhouse's prosecution, or Kim Potter's prosecution?
Well, Rittenhouse and Potter, I think, are a tie. Rittenhouse's prosecution lied about the facts. Potter prosecution lied about the law. So far, these people are overreaching on their legal theory, but I'm not sure I've seen them
lied. Yeah.
Right. Prosecution. Yeah.
Well, there's still time. There's
Still time. Yeah, they'll get more desperate.
No, this is not worse. It's not worse than that.
Blackjack Gaming says Nick has to grift his Playgirl spread. Well, you know, it's we're not talking. I was trafficked. Steve Robertson says, does Steve's book have the answer to who killed Maggie and Paul?
Oh, that's my next book.
There you go. Professor of Logic says the female prosecutor looks like Peter Steele. And then we've got, I think, one more here. Nora Vanguard says, hey, Nick, when you talk to your YouTube rep for James from Court, could you send them my friend's channel, Grubby Mustard, while you're at it? He has 6K plus subs in the watch time, but YouTube is being gay to not monetize him. I can try.
Let's talk some bullshit about YouTube. And let's talk about bullshit about the reps. They're fucking bullshit. They don't help. They're fucking full shit. All of them. Fuck
Kurt doesn't like his
YouTube.
rep.
Yeah. Well, see, but this is why do I want to get involved in that?
Fuck you, YouTube.
Say it.
Fuck you for your bullshit. Fuck you for not providing some clear guidance. You say you want to help creator support. You don't help creator support. I have 120 subs. They don't help with bullshit. They're fucking useless. Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. See, why do I want to get involved in that drama? My life is happy. You know, it's like I
knew they'd be bullshit. I knew they'd be bullshit before we got there. But you know, on the rare hope that they provide some guidance, I remained open.
I just gotta say, my YouTube rep is the best part of my YouTube experience. She is great and got me back on YouTube.
Lucky, I guess.
My rep before her was good too.
Could you help me out? Could you get me a rep?
I don't get to pick them.
Ass? I don't want to suck ass. Could you help me out with that?
I could ask. I could send my rep. Hey, do you know anyone who doesn't suck ass who could represent?
Could you help me with a sponsorship for Birch Gold?
I can't.
Are you sure you don't want to pimp Birch Gold right now?
I already did.
You a setup.
I already did Birch Gold today.
You don't do it twice. What is? We don't know the contract.
Try to give you a lead in.
I had such a
give you a lead in. I'm trying to help him out.
Banger Birch Gold. I had a banger Birch Gold ad today. It was beautiful.
It wasn't bad, but I was trying to give you a freebie, a little bit of help my friend out, Nick Ricchito. Give him a setup. Hey, you want to tell me a little bit more about Birch Gold? What's a Birch Gold? Never heard about it. You want to tell me about it?
They bought one ad on the show. I'm not going to do two.
Fair enough.
I mean, come on.
Fair enough.
What kind of grifter would I be?
Yeah,
I don't know. Never heard about him. Fuck them.
Let's see.
Fuck Birch Gold.
No.
Actually, that went sideways quick.
Actually, they're very.
Kurt came in like a wrecking ball.
They're very responsive. They're very responsive. If you call them, they'll get. I called them. I told you I was looking at it, and they called me right back and sent me a whole package.
They want your money.
They do.
Yeah.
Tammy says, Ghazni, your book arrived to Australia last Friday. I'm already learning so much. Thanks. Heart, totally fangirling.
Ooh, thank you. Wow.
There you go. And I think that's it. And I think I'm going to go because I have this opportunity I have a meeting at 5:30 and it's 4:15. So I have some time between then to do something with my day.
Do something with your life.
That does not involve sitting in front of the camera because I'm going to be doing more of that tonight. What?
Pimp my channel.
Your channel's in the description. You pimp your channel.
Hey, Uncivil Law, what have you been doing lately?
Oh, dear God.
covering mostly this bullshit trial is what I've been doing. It's a fucking bullshit travesty by the state in which we have fucking nothing, and we'd like to bore you with fucking spreadsheet details. Would you like to know more about column Q?
Well, where would I go?
542?
Where would I go to
the
learn that?
spreadsheet about the phone unlocking at 12 seconds exactly? Wow, fucking wonderful.
If people wanted more tipsy cowboy, Kurt, where would they go?
Yeah, thank you. There you
They go to Uncivil Law. At Uncivil Law, it's the best place to go for more uncivil cowboy. Oh,
He is the Encyclopedia Lawrotica.
I know Supreme Court law. I can tell you a lot about Supreme Court law. This is not it. Fuck, this is bullshit. This is
Okay,
not
guys.
law. This is fucking bullshit. Fuck.
Check out all my guests. They're all linked in the description. Everyone with a YouTube channel, you can click on their name and go right to it. Subscribe, check out their content. Steve Gosney doesn't have a YouTube channel, so I just have him listed as stevegosney.com. Go there, check out his book, but also check out his Rumble channel. Kurt, you know what? I don't even know. I don't even care how many you've had.
Right from the bottle now.
Right from the bottle. That the little glass,
There you
those
go.
little tiny glasses are insufficient.
All right, guys.
so
Thanks
good.
for hanging out
Good
with
night,
me
everybody.
today. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tonight. Tune in for WTF Wednesday. Should be good fun. Other than that, we'll see you tomorrow for the trial. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plenty folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law.